No, I said, knowing I lied. What do you want then? To go back to the academy? To serve Maroi, who will throw you into danger without a second thought? If you wanted that kind of life, why did you come here? I came to free you. I am free, he responded. And if you'd really intended to kill me, you would have. He shifted slightly, resting his face close to my neck. You couldn't. I messed up. It won't happen again. Suppose that were true. Suppose you were able to kill me now. Suppose you were even able to escape. What then? Will you go back home? Will you return to Lissa and let her continue bleeding spirit's darkness into you? I don't know, I replied stiffly. And it was the truth. My plans had never gone past finding him. It will consume you, you know. As long as she continues to use her magic, no matter how far away you go, you'll always feel the side effects. At least as long as she's alive. I stiffened in his arms and moved my face away. What's that mean? Are you going to join Nathan and hunt her down? What happens to her is no concern of mine, he said. You are. If you were awakened, Lissa would no longer be a threat to you. You'd be free. The bond would break. And what would happen to her? She'd be left alone. Like I said, that's no concern of mine. Being with you is. Yeah? Well, I don't want to be with you. He turned my face toward him so that we were looking at each other again. Once more, I had that weird feeling of being with Dimitri and not with Dimitri. Love and fear. He narrowed his eyes. I don't believe you. Believe what you want. I don't want you anymore. His lips quirked into one of those scary, smirking smiles. You're lying. I can tell. I've always been able to. It's the truth. I wanted you before. I don't want you now. If I kept saying it, it would be true. He moved closer to me, and I froze. If I shifted even half an inch, our lips would touch. My exterior, my power, yes, that's different. Better. But otherwise, I'm the same, Rosa. My essence hasn't changed. The connection between us hasn't changed. You just can't see it yet. Everything's changed. With his lips so close, all I kept thinking about was that brief, passionate kiss he'd given me the last time he was here. No, no, no. Don't think about that. If I'm so different, then why don't I force you into an awakening? Why am I giving you the choice? A snappy retort was on my lips, but then it died. That was an excellent question. Why was he giving me the choice? Strigoi didn't give their victims choices. They killed mercilessly and took what they wanted. If Dimitri truly wanted me to join him, then he should have turned me as soon as he had me. More than a day had passed, and he'd showered me with luxury. Why? If he turned me, I had no doubt that I'd become as twisted as him. It would make everything a lot simpler. He continued when I remained silent. And if I'm so different, then why did you kiss me back earlier? I still didn't know what to say, and it made his smile grow. No answer. You know I'm right. His lips suddenly found mine again. I made a small sound of protest and tried vainly to escape his embrace. He was too strong, and after a moment, I didn't want to escape. That same sensation as before flooded me. His lips were cold, but the kiss burned between us. Fire and ice. And he was right, I did kiss him back. Desperately, that rational part of me screamed that this was wrong. Last time, he'd broken the kiss before too much could happen. Not this time. And as we continued kissing now, that rational voice in me grew smaller and smaller. The part of me that would always love Dimitri took over, exulting in the way his body felt against mine, the way he wound my hair around one of his hands, letting the fingers get tangled up. His other hand slid up the back of my shirt, cold against my warm skin. I pushed myself closer to him and felt the pressure of the kiss increase as his own desire picked up. Then, in the midst of it all, my tongue lightly brushed against the sharp point of one of his fangs. It was like a bucket of cold water tossed upon me. With as much strength as I could muster, I jerked my head away, pulling out of the kiss. I could only guess that his guard had been momentarily down, allowing me that small escape. My breathing was heavy, my whole body still wanting him. My mind, however, was the part of me in control for now, at least. God, what had I been doing? It's not the Dimitri you knew. It's not him. I'd been kissing a monster. But my body wasn't so sure. No, I murmured, surprised by how pathetic and pleading I sounded. No. We can't do this. Are you sure? He asked. His hand was still in my hair, and he forcibly turned my head so that I was face to face with him again. You didn't seem to mind. Everything can be just like it was before, like it was in the cabin. You certainly wanted it then. The cabin. No, I repeated. I don't want that. He pressed his lips against my cheek and then made a surprisingly gentle trail of kisses down to my neck. Again, I felt my body's yearning for him, and I hated myself for the weakness. What about this? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. Do you want this? I felt it. The sharp bite of teeth into my skin as he closed his mouth down on my neck. For half an instant, it was agonizing. Painful and horrible. And then, just like that, the pain disappeared. A rush of bliss and joy poured through me. It was so sweet. I had never felt so wonderful in my life. It reminded me a little of how it had been when Lissa drank from me. That had been amazing, but this was 10 times better. 100 times better. The rush from a strigoi bite was greater than that of a marois. It was like being in love for the first time, filled with that all-consuming, joyous feeling. When he pulled away, it felt like all the happiness and wonder in the world had vanished. He ran a hand over his mouth, and I stared at him wide-eyed. My initial instinct was to ask why he'd stopped, but then, slowly, I reached inside myself to fight past the blissful daze that his bite had sent me into. Why, what? My words slurred a little. You said it would be my choice. It still is, he said. His own eyes were wide, his breathing heavy too. He'd been just as affected as me. I'm not doing this to awaken you, Rosa. A bite like this won't turn you. This is just for fun. Then, his mouth moved back to my neck to drink again, and I lost track of the world. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 20. The days after that were like a dream. In fact, I honestly can't say how many days even passed. Maybe it was 1. Maybe it was 100. I lost track of day and night too. My time was divided into Dimitri or not Dimitri. He was my world. When he wasn't there, the moments were agony. I'd pass them as best I could, but they seemed to drag on forever. The TV was my best friend during those times. I'd lie on the couch for hours, only half following what was going on. In keeping with the rest of the suite's luxury, I had access to satellite television, which meant we were actually pulling in some American programming. Half the time, though, I wasn't sure that it really made a difference to me if the language was Russian or English. Ina continued her periodic checks on me. She brought my meals and did my laundry. I was wearing the dresses now and waited around in that silent way of hers to see if I needed anything else. I never did, at least not from her. I only needed Dimitri. Each time she left, some distant part of me remembered I was supposed to do something, follow her, that was it. I'd had some plan to check out the exit and use her as a way to escape, right? Now, that plan no longer held the appeal. It seemed like a lot of work. And then, finally, Dimitri would visit, and the monotony would be broken. We'd lie together on my bed, wrapped in each other's arms. We never had sex, but we'd kiss and touch and lose ourselves in the wonder of each other's bodies, sometimes with very little clothing. After a while, I found it hard to believe I'd once been afraid of his new appearance. Sure, the eyes were a bit shocking, but he was still gorgeous, still unbelievably sexy. And after we'd talked and made out for a while for hours, sometimes I'd let him bite me. Then I'd get that rush, that wonderful, exquisite flood of chemicals that lifted me from all my problems. Whatever doubts I'd had about God's existence vanished in those moments, because surely I was touching God when I lost myself in that bite. This was heaven. "Let me see your neck," he said one day. We were lying together as usual. I was on my side, and he was snuggled up against my back, one arm draped around my waist. I rolled over and brushed my hair away from where it had fallen over my neck and cleavage. The dress I wore today was a navy halter sundress, made of some light, clingy material. "Already?" I asked. He usually didn't bite me until the end of his visits. While part of me longed for that and waited in anticipation to feel that high again, I did kind of enjoy these moments beforehand. It was when the endorphins in my system were at their lowest, so I was able to manage some sort of conversation. We would talk about fights we'd been in or the life he imagined for us when I was strigoi. Nothing too sentimental, but nice nonetheless. I braced myself for the bite now, arching up in anticipation. To my surprise, he didn't lean down and sink his teeth into me. He reached into his pocket and produced a necklace. It was either white gold or platinum, I didn't have the skill to tell which, and had 3 dark blue sapphires the size of quarters. He'd brought me a lot of jewelry this week, and I swore each piece was more beautiful than the last. I stared in amazement at its beauty, at the way the blue stones glittered in the light. He placed the necklace against my skin and fastened it behind my neck. Running his fingers along the necklace's edges, he nodded in approval. "Beautiful." His fingers drifted to one of the dress's straps. He slid his hand underneath it, sending a thrill through my skin. "It matches." I smiled. In the old days, Dimitri had almost never gotten me gifts. He hadn't had the means, and I hadn't wanted them anyway. Now, I was continually dazzled by the presents he seemed to have at each visit. "Where'd you get it?" I asked. The metal was cool against my flushed skin, but nowhere near as cold as his fingers. He smiled slyly. "I have my sources." That chastising voice in my head that sometimes managed to penetrate through the haze I lived in noted that I was involved with some sort of vampire gangster. Its warnings were immediately squashed and sank back down into my dreamy cloud of existence. How could I be upset when the necklace was so beautiful? Something suddenly struck me as funny. "You're just like Abe." "Who?" "This guy I met. Abe Mazur. He's some kind of mob boss, he kept following me." Dimitri stiffened. "Abe Mazur was following you?" I didn't like the dark look that had suddenly fallen over his features. "Yeah. So? What? What did he want with you?" "I don't know. He kept wanting to know why I was in Russia, but finally gave up and just wanted me to leave. I think somebody from home hired him to find me." "I don't want you near Abe Mazur. He's dangerous." Dimitri was angry, and I hated that. A moment later, that fury faded, and he ran his fingers along my arm once more, pushing the strap down further. "Of course, people like that won't be an issue when you awaken." Somewhere, in the back of my head, I wondered if Dimitri had the answers I wanted about Abe, about what Abe did. But talking about Abe had made Dimitri upset, and I cringed at that, hastily wanting to switch topics. "What have you been doing today?" I asked, impressed at my ability to make normal small talk. Between the endorphins and him touching me, coherence was difficult. "Errands for Galena. Dinner. Dinner. A victim." I frowned. The feelings that inspired in me weren't of repulsion so much as jealousy. "Do you drink from them, for fun. He ran his lips along my neck, teeth taunting my skin but not biting. I gasped and pressed closer to him. No, Rosa. They're food, that's all. It's over quickly. You're the only one I take pleasure in. I felt smug satisfaction in that, and that annoying mental voice pointed out that that was an incredibly sick and twisted view for me to have. I kind of hoped he would bite me soon. That usually shut the rational voice up. I reached up and touched his face, then ran my hand through that wonderful, silky hair that I'd always loved. You keep wanting to awaken me, but we won't be able to do this anymore. Strigoi don't drink from each other, do they? No, he agreed. But it'll be worth it. We can do so much more. He left the so much more to my imagination, and a pleasant shiver ran through me. The kissing and blood-taking were intoxicating, but there were some days that I did want, well, more. The memories of the one time we'd made love haunted me when we were this close together, and I often longed to do it again. For whatever reason, he never pushed for sex, no matter how passionate things became. I wasn't sure if he was using that as a lure for me to turn or if there was some incompatibility between a strigoi and a domper. Could the living and the dead do that? Once, I would have found the thought of sex with one of them absolutely repulsive. Now, I just didn't think about the complications so much. But although he didn't attempt sex, he would often taunt me with his caresses, touching my thighs and sternum and other dangerous places. Plus, he would remind me of what it had been like that one time, how amazing it had been, how our bodies had felt. His talk of such things was more taunting than affectionate, though. In my semi-clear moments, I honestly thought it was strange that I hadn't yet consented to becoming strigoi. The endorphin fog made me agree to almost everything else he wanted. I'd fallen comfortably into dressing up for him, staying in my gilded prison, and accepting that he took a victim every couple days. Yet even in my most incoherent moments, even when I wanted him so badly, I couldn't agree to turning. There was some intrinsic part of me that refused to budge. Most of the time, he would shrug off my refusal, like it was a joke. But every once in a while when I declined, I'd see a spark of anger in his eyes. Those moments scared me. Here it comes, I teased. The sales pitch. Eternal life. Invincible. Nothing to stand in our way. It's not a joke, he said. Oops. My flippancy had brought that hardness back to him. The desire and fondness that I'd just seen now fractured into a million pieces and blew away. The hands that had just stroked me suddenly grabbed my wrists and held me in place as he leaned down. We can't stay like this forever. You can't stay here forever. Whoa, that voice said. Be careful. That doesn't sound good. His grip hurt, and I often wondered if that was his intent or if he just couldn't help his violence. When he finally released me, I wrapped my arm around his neck and tried to kiss him. Can't we talk about that later? Our lips met, fire blossoming between us and urgency coursing through my body. I could tell he had a matching desire, but a few seconds later, he broke away. The cold annoyance was still on his face. Come on, he said, pulling away from me. Let's go. He stood up, and I stared stupidly. Where are we going? Outside. I sat up on the bed, dumbfounded. Outside. But, that's not allowed. We can't. We can do anything I want, he snapped. He extended his hand and helped me up. I followed him to the door. He was as skilled as Ina at blocking me from the keypad, not that it mattered now. There was no way I could ever remember that long of a sequence anymore. The door clicked open, and he led me out. I stared in wonder, my dazed brain still trying to process this freedom. As I'd noticed that one day, the door led to a short corridor blocked by another door. It too was heavy and bore a keypad lock. Dimitri opened it, and I was willing to bet the two doors had different codes. Taking my arm, he guided me through that door and into another hallway. Despite his firm hold, I couldn't help but come to a standstill. Maybe I shouldn't have been surprised at the opulence I suddenly faced. After all, I was living in this place's penthouse suite. But the corridor leading out of my room had been stark and industrial looking, and somehow I'd imagined the rest of the house to be equally institutional or prison-like. It wasn't. Instead, I felt like I was in some old movie, the kind where people took tea in the parlor. The plush carpet was covered by a gold-patterned runner that stretched off in both directions of the hall. Antique-looking paintings dotted the walls, showing people from ages ago in elaborate clothing that made my dresses look cheap and ordinary. The whole place was illuminated by tiny chandeliers that were spaced along the ceiling every 6 feet or so. The teardrop-shaped crystals caught the light with their facets, scattering small flecks of rainbows on the walls. I stared, enchanted by the glitter and the color, which is probably why I failed to notice one other fixture in the hall. "What are you doing?" The harsh sound of Nathan's voice jerked me from my crystal gazing. He'd been leaning against the wall opposite my door and straightened immediately upon seeing us. He had that same cruel expression on his face that was so characteristic of strigoi, the one I occasionally saw on Dimitri, no matter how charming and kind he seemed sometimes. Dimitri's posture turned rigid and defensive. "I'm taking her for a walk." He kind of sounded like he was talking about a dog, but my fear of Nathan trumped any offense I might take. "That's against the rules," said Nathan. "Bad enough you've still got her here. Galina gave orders for you to keep her confined. We don't need some rogue domper running around." Dimitri nodded toward me. "Does she look like she's a threat?" Nathan's eyes flicked over at me. I wasn't entirely sure what he saw. I didn't think I looked that different, but a small smirk crossed his lips that promptly disappeared when he turned back to Dimitri. "No, but I was ordered to babysit this door, and I'm not going to get in trouble for you taking a field trip. I'll deal with Galina. I'll tell her I overpowered you." Dimitri gave a fang-filled grin. "It shouldn't be that hard for her to believe." The look Nathan gave Dimitri made me unconsciously step back until I hit the wall. "You're so full of yourself. I didn't awaken you so that you could act like you're in charge around here. I did it so that we could use your strength and inside knowledge. You should be answering to me." Dimitri shrugged. Taking my hand, he started to turn away. "Not my fault if you're not strong enough to make me do it." That was when Nathan lunged at Dimitri. Dimitri responded so quickly to the attack that I think he knew it would happen. He instantly released my hand, turned to catch hold of Nathan, and tossed the other strigoi against the wall. Nathan immediately got up. It took more than that kind of hit to faze someone like him, but Dimitri was ready. He punched Nathan in the nose once, twice, and then a third time, all in rapid succession. Nathan fell down, blood covering his face. Dimitri kicked him hard in the stomach and loomed over him. "Don't try it," said Dimitri. "You'll lose." He wiped Nathan's blood off of his hand and then laced his fingers through mine again. "I told you, I'll deal with Galina. But thanks for your concern." Dimitri turned away again, apparently feeling there'd be no more attacks. There weren't. But as I started to follow him, I cast a quick glance over my shoulder to where Nathan sat on the floor. His eyes shot daggers at Dimitri, and I was pretty sure I'd never seen a look of such pure hatred, at least until he turned his gaze on me. I felt cold all over and stumbled to keep up with Dimitri. Nathan's voice rang out behind us. "You're not safe. Neither of you is. She's lunch, Belikov. Lunch." Dimitri's hand tightened on mine, and he picked up the pace. I could feel the fury radiating off of him and suddenly wasn't sure whom I should be more afraid of, Nathan or Dimitri. Dimitri was a badass, alive or undead. In the past, I'd seen him attack foes without fear or hesitation. He'd always been magnificent, behaving just as bravely as I'd told his family. But in all those times, he'd always had a legitimate reason for fighting, usually self-defense. His confrontation with Nathan just then had been about more, though. It had been an assertion of dominance and a chance to draw blood. Dimitri had seemed to enjoy it. What if he decided to turn on me like that? What if my constant refusal pushed him into torture, and he hurt me until I finally agreed? Nathan scares me, I said, not wanting Dimitri to know that I feared him too. I felt weak and utterly defenseless, something that didn't happen to me very often. Usually, I was ready to take on any challenge, no matter how desperate. He won't touch you, Dimitri said harshly. You have nothing to worry about. We reached a set of stairs. After a few steps, it became clear that I wasn't going to be able to handle 4 flights. Aside from the drugged stupor his bites kept me in, the frequent blood loss was weakening me and taking its toll. Without saying a word, Dimitri swept me up in his arms and carried me downstairs effortlessly, gently setting me down when we reached the staircase's bottom. The main floor of the estate had the same grand feel as the upstairs hall. The entryway had a huge vaulted ceiling with an elaborate chandelier that dwarfed the little ones I'd seen. Ornate double doors faced us, set with stained glass windows. What also faced us was another strigoi, a man sitting in a chair and apparently on guard duty. Near him was a panel set into the wall with buttons and flashing lights. A modern security system set amongst all this old-world charm. His posture stiffened as we approached, and at first, I thought it was a natural bodyguard instinct until I saw his face. It was the strigoi I'd tortured that first night in Novosibirsk, the one I'd dispatched to tell Dimitri I was looking for him. His lips curled back slightly as he met my eyes. Rose Hathaway, said the strigoi. I remember your name just like you told me. He said no more than that, but I tightened my grip on Dimitri's hand as we passed. The strigoi's eyes never left me until we'd stepped outside and shut the door behind us. He wants to kill me, I told Dimitri. All strigoi want to kill you, Dimitri returned. He really does. I tortured him. I know. He's been in disgrace ever since then and lost some of his status here. That doesn't make me feel any better. Dimitri seemed unconcerned. Marlon is no one you need to worry about. You fighting him only proved to Galina that you're a good addition around here. He's beneath you. I didn't find that overly reassuring. I was making too many personal strigoi enemies, but then, it wasn't like I could really expect to be making strigoi friends. It was nighttime, of course. Dimitri wouldn't have taken me out otherwise. The foyer had made me think we were at the front of the house, but the extensive gardens that spread out around us made me wonder if we were in the back now. Or maybe the entire house was wrapped in this kind of greenery. We were surrounded in a hedge maze cut with beautiful detail. Within the maze were small courtyards, decorated with fountains or statues. And everywhere were flowers and more flowers. The air was heavy with their scent, and I realized that someone had gone to an awful lot of trouble to find night-blooming ones. The only type I immediately recognized was jasmine, its long, white-flowered vines climbing up trellises and statues in the maze. We walked in silence for a bit, and I found myself lost in the romance of it all. The whole time Dimitri and I had been together at school, I'd been consumed with the fears of how we would juggle our relationship and our duty. A moment like this, walking in a garden on a spring night lit with stars, had seemed like a fantasy too crazy to even start to consider. Even without the difficulty of stairs, too much walking grew exhausting in my state. I came to a halt and sighed. I'm tired, I said. Dimitri stopped too and helped me sit down. The grass was dry and tickly against my skin. I lay back against it, and a moment later, he joined me. I had an eerie moment of déjà vu, recalling the afternoon we'd made snow angels. This is amazing, I said, staring up at the sky. It was clear, no clouds in sight. What's it like for you? There's enough light that I can see pretty clearly, but it's still dim compared to day. Your eyes are better than mine. What do you see? For me, it's as bright as day. When I didn't respond, he added, it could be like that for you, too. I tried to picture that. Would the shadows seem as mysterious? Would the moon and stars shine so brightly? I don't know. I kind of like the darkness. Only because you don't know any better. I sighed. So you keep telling me. He turned toward me and pushed the hair away from my face. Rose, this is driving me crazy. I'm tired of this waiting. I want us to be together. Don't you like this? What we have? It could be even better. His words sounded romantic, but not the tone. I did like this. I loved the haze I lived in, the haze in which all worries disappeared. I loved being close to him, loved the way he kissed me and told me he wanted me. Why? I asked. Why what? He sounded puzzled, something I hadn't heard yet in a strigoi. Why do you want me? I had no idea why I even asked that. He apparently didn't know either. Why wouldn't I want you? He spoke in such an obvious way, like it was the stupidest question in the world. It probably was, I realized, and yet I'd somehow been expecting another answer. Just then, my stomach twisted. With all the time I'd spent with Dimitri, I really had managed to push the strigoi nausea off my radar. The presence of other strigoi increased it, though. I'd felt it around Nathan, and I felt it now. I sat up, and Dimitri did too, almost at the same time. He'd likely been alerted by his superior hearing. A dark shape loomed over us, blotting out the stars. It was a woman, and Dimitri shot up. I stayed where I was, on the ground. She was strikingly beautiful, in a hard and terrible way. Her build was similar to mine, indicating she hadn't been a Maroi when turned. Isaiah, the strigoi who'd captured me, had been very old, and power had radiated from him. This woman hadn't been around nearly so long, but I could sense that she was older than Dimitri and much stronger. She said something in Russian to him, and her voice was as cold as her beauty. Dimitri answered back, his tone confident yet polite. I heard Nathan's name mentioned a couple of times as they spoke. Dimitri reached down and helped me up, and I felt embarrassed at how often I needed his assistance, when I used to almost be a match for him. Rose, he said, this is Galina. She's the one who has been kind enough to let you stay. Galina's face didn't look so kind. It was devoid of all emotion, and I felt like my entire soul was exposed to her. While I was uncertain of a lot of things around here, I'd picked up enough to realize that my continual residence here was a rare and fragile thing. I swallowed. Spasibo, I said. I didn't know how to tell her it was nice to meet her, and honestly, I wasn't sure if it was, but I figured a simple thank you was good enough. If she'd been his former instructor and trained at a normal academy, she probably knew English and was faking it like Yeva. I had no clue why she'd do that, but if you could snap a teen domper's neck, you were entitled to do whatever you wanted. Galina's expression or lack thereof didn't change with my thanks, and she turned her attention back to Dimitri. They conversed over me, and Dimitri gestured to me a couple of times. I recognized the word for strong. Finally, Galina issued something that sounded final and left us without any sort of goodbye. Neither Dimitri nor I moved until I felt the nausea dissipate. Come on, he said. We should get back. We walked back through the maze, though I had no idea how he knew where to go. It was funny. When I'd first arrived, my dream had been to get outside and escape. Now that I was here, well, it didn't seem that important. Galina's anger did. What did she say? I asked. She doesn't like that you're still here. She wants me to awaken you or kill you. Oh. What are you going to do? He stayed silent for a few seconds. I'll wait a little longer and then I will make the choice for you. He didn't specify which choice he'd be making, and I almost began my earlier pleas to die before becoming strigoi. But suddenly, instead, I said, how long? Not long, Rosa. You need to choose. And make the right choice. Which is? He held up his hands. All of this. A life together. We'd emerged from the maze. I stared at the house, which was crazy enormous when viewed from the outside, and at the beautiful gardens around us. It was like something from a dream. Beyond that, endless countryside rolled away, eventually becoming lost in the darkness and blending into the black sky except for one tiny part that had a soft purple glow on the horizon. I frowned, studying it, then turned my attention back to Dimitri. And what then? Then I worked for Galina too. For a while. How long is a while? We came to a stop outside the house. Dimitri looked down into my eyes, his face alight with a look that made me take a step back. Until we kill her, Rose. Until we kill her and take all of this for ourselves. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 21. Dimitri didn't elaborate. I was too startled by his words and the rest of the night's events to even know how to begin to address them. He took me back inside, past the strigoi on guard duty, and upstairs to my suite. Nathan was no longer outside. For a few brief moments, that nagging voice in my head spoke loudly enough to break through my addled thoughts. If I had no guard in the hall and Ina returned soon, I had a very good chance of threatening her enough to get out of here. Admittedly, that would mean I'd have to deal with a house of God only knew how many strigoi, but my escape odds were better in the house than in this room. Then, almost as soon as those thoughts appeared, they vanished. Dimitri snaked his arm around me and pulled me to him. It had been chilly outside, and even if his body was cold, his clothes and jacket provided some warmth. I snuggled closer to him as his hands ran all over me. I thought he was going to bite me, but it was our mouths that met, hard and furious. I wrapped my fingers in his hair, trying to pull him closer to me. Meanwhile, his fingers were running against my bare leg, pushing my skirt up almost to my hip. Anticipation and eagerness lit every part of my body. I had dreamed about the cabin for so long, remembering it with so much longing. I'd never expected anything like that to happen again, but now it could, and I was astonished at how badly I wanted it. My hands moved down to his shirt, undoing all the buttons so that I could touch his chest. His skin still felt like ice, a startling contrast to the burning within me. He moved his lips from mine, down to my neck and shoulder, pushing down the dress's strap as he covered my flesh with hungry kisses. His hand was still on the side of my bare hip, and I frantically tried to pull his shirt off altogether. Suddenly, with a surprising abruptness, he jerked away and shoved me down. At first, I thought it was just more of the foreplay between us, until I realized he was purposely pushing me away. No, he said, voice hard. Not yet. Not until you're awakened. What? I asked desperately. I couldn't think of anything except him touching me and, well, another bite. Why does it matter? Is there a reason we can't? Until I'd come here, sex with a strigoi had never occurred to me, maybe it just wasn't possible. He leaned toward me, putting his lips near my ear. No, but it'll be so much better if you're awakened. Let me do it, and then we can do anything we want. It was a bargaining chip, I realized vaguely. He wanted me, it was written all over him, but he was using the lure of sex to get me to give in. And honestly, I was this close to accepting. My body was overriding my mind nearly. No, I whimpered. I'm scared. That dangerous look softened, and while he didn't exactly look like the Dimitri from before, there was something a little less strigoi about him. Rose, do you think I'd do anything that would hurt you? Somewhere, hadn't there been a discussion about how my options were to turn or die? The latter seemed like it might hurt, but I didn't mention that just now. The bite, the turning would hurt. I told you, it'll be just like what we've already done. You'll enjoy it. It won't hurt, I swear it. I looked away. Damn it. Why couldn't he still be sinister and scary? It was so much easier to put my foot down and resist. Even in the heat of passion, I was able to resist. But somehow, seeing him like this, calm and reasonable, well, it was too close to the Dimitri I'd loved. And that was hard to turn away from. For the first time, it made turning strigoi seem, not so bad. I don't know, I said lamely. He released me and sat up, frustration filling his features. It was almost a relief. Galina's patience is running out. So is mine. You said we still have time. I just need to think more. How long could I use that excuse? The narrowing of his eyes told me not much longer. I have to go, he said harshly. There would be no more touching or kissing, I could tell. I need to deal with some things. I'm sorry, I said, both confused and afraid. I didn't know which Dimitri I wanted. The terrifying one, the sensual one, or the almost but still not quite gentle one. He said nothing. Without any other warning, he leaned down and bit into the tender skin of my throat. Whatever feeble escape strategies I had were gone. I closed my eyes, nearly falling over, and only his arm wrapped firmly around me kept me upright. Just like when we kissed, his mouth was warm against my flesh, and the feel of his tongue and teeth sent electricity through me. And like that, it was over. He pulled away, licking his lips as he still continued to hold onto me. The fog was back. The world was wonderful and happy and I was without any cares. Whatever he'd been worrying about with Nathan and Galina meant nothing to me. The fear I'd felt moments ago, my disappointment over sex, my confusion, I didn't have time to worry about any of that, not when life was so beautiful and I loved Dimitri so much. I smiled up at him and tried to hug him again, but he was already leading me to the couch. I'll see you later. In a flash, he was at the door, which saddened me. I wanted him to stay. Stay forever. Remember, I want you and I would never let anything bad happen to you. I'll protect you. But I can't wait much longer. With that, he left. His words made me smile more broadly. Dimitri wanted me. Vaguely, I recalled asking him outside why he wanted me. Why on earth had I asked? What answer had I wanted? Why did it matter? He wanted me. That was what counted. That thought and the wonderful endorphin rush enveloped me as I lay on the couch, and I felt drowsiness overtaking me. Walking over to the bed seemed like too much work, so I stayed where I was and just let sleep come. And, unexpectedly, I found myself in one of Adrian's dreams. I'd pretty much given up on him. After my first desperate attempts at escape in the suite, I'd finally convinced myself that Adrian wasn't coming back, that I'd sent him away for good. Yet here he was, standing right in front of me, or, well, at least his dream version was. Often we were in the woods or a garden, but today we stood where we'd first met, on the porch of an Idaho ski lodge. Sun shone down, and mountains soared off to the side of us. I grinned broadly. Adrian. I didn't think I'd ever seen him look as surprised as he did just then. Considering how mean I usually was to him, I could understand his feelings. Hello, Rose, he said. His voice sounded uncertain, like he was worried I might be playing a trick on him. You look good today, I told him. It was true. He wore dark jeans and a printed button-down shirt in shades of navy and turquoise that looked fantastic with his dark green eyes. Those eyes, however, looked weary. Worn. That was a little odd. In these dreams, he could shape the world and even our appearances to what he wanted, with only a little effort. He could have looked perfect but instead appeared to be reflecting real-world fatigue. So do you. His voice was still wary, as he eyed me from head to toe. I was still in the clingy sundress, my hair down and loose, the sapphires around my neck. That looks like something I'd normally dress you in. Are you asleep in that? Yup. I smoothed down the dress's skirt, thinking how pretty it looked. I wondered if Dimitri had liked it. He hadn't said so specifically, but he had kept telling me I was beautiful. I didn't think you'd come back. I didn't think I would either. I looked back up at him. He wasn't like his usual self at all. Are you trying to figure out where I am again? No, I don't care about that anymore. He sighed. The only thing I care about is that you aren't here. You have to come back, Rose. I crossed my arms and flounced onto the porch's railing. Adrian, I'm not ready for anything romantic, not for me, he exclaimed. For her. You have to come back for Lissa. That's why I'm here. Lissa. My waking self was pumped full of endorphins, and it carried over here. I tried to remember why I should be so worried about Lissa. Adrian took a step forward and studied me carefully. Yeah, you know, Lissa. Your best friend? The one you're bonded to and sworn to protect. I swung my legs back and forth. I never made any vows. What the hell's the matter with you? I didn't like his agitated tone. It was ruining my good mood. What's the matter with you? You aren't acting like yourself. Your aura. He frowned, unable to continue. I laughed. Oh yes. Here it comes. The magical, mystical aura. Let me guess. It's black, right? Know it? He continued scrutinizing me for several heavy seconds. I can barely get a fix on it. It's all over the place. What's going on, Rose? What's happening in the waking world? Nothing's happening, I said. Nothing except me being happy for the first time in my life. Why are you acting weird all of a sudden? You used to be fun. Figures the first time I'm finally having a good time, you go all boring and strange. He knelt down in front of me, no trace of humor anywhere. There's something wrong with you. I can't tell what I told you, I'm fine. Why do you have to keep coming and trying to ruin things for me? True, I desperately wanted him to come a little while ago, but now, well, that wasn't so important. I had a good thing with Dimitri here, if only I could figure out how to solve all the not-so-good parts. I told you, I'm not here for me. I'm here for Lissa. He looked up at me, wide-eyed and earnest. Rose, I am begging you to come home. Lissa needs you. I don't know what's wrong, and I don't know how to help her. No one else does either. I think only you can. Maybe being apart is what's hurting her. Maybe that's what's wrong with you now, why you're acting so weird. Come home. Please. We'll heal both of you. We'll all figure it out together. She's acting so strange. She's reckless and doesn't care about anything. I shook my head. Being away isn't what's wrong with me. Probably not what's wrong with her, either. If she's really worried about Spirit, she should go back on her meds. She's not worried, that's the problem. Damn it. He stood up and began pacing. What's wrong with you two? Why can't either of you see there's something the matter? Maybe it's not us, I said. Maybe it's you imagining things. Adrian turned back toward me and looked me over again. No. It's not me. I didn't like any of this, not his tone, expression, or words. I'd been excited to see him, but now I resented him ruining my good mood. I didn't want to think about any of this. It was too hard. Look, I said. I was happy to see you tonight, but not anymore, not if you're going to sit and accuse me and make demands. I'm not trying to do that. His voice was gentle, the anger was gone. The last thing I want is to make you unhappy. I care about you. I care about Lissa, too. I want you both to be happy and live your lives like you want, but not when you're both heading down destructive paths. He almost made sense. Almost seemed reasonable and sincere. I shook my head. Stay out of it. I'm where I want to be, and I'm not coming back. Lissa's on her own. I jumped off the rail. The world swirled a little, and I stumbled. Adrian caught my hand, and I jerked away. I'm fine. You are not. Jesus Christ. I'd swear you're drunk, except, the aura's still not right for that. What is it? He ran his hands through his dark hair. It was his typical sign of agitation. I'm done here, I said, trying to be as polite as possible. Why on earth had I wanted to see him again? It had seemed so important when I first arrived. Send me back, please. He opened his mouth to say something, then froze a few moments. What's on your neck? He reached forward, and addled or no, I managed to dodge pretty efficiently. I had no idea what he saw on my neck, and I had no interest in finding out. Don't touch me. Rose, that looks like send me back, Adrian. So much for my politeness. Rose, let me help send me back. I shouted the words, and then, for the first time, I managed to pull myself out of Adrian's dream. I left sleep altogether and woke up on the couch. The room was still and silent, the only sound my rapid breathing. I felt all tangled up inside. Usually, so fresh from a bite, I would be floating and gleeful. Yet, the encounter with Adrian had left part of me troubled and sad. Standing up, I managed to make my way to the bathroom. I flicked on the light and winced. It hadn't been very bright in the other room. Once my eyes adjusted, I leaned toward the mirror and pushed my hair out of the way. I gasped at what I saw. There were bruises all over my neck, as well as signs of fresher wounds. Around where Dimitri had just bitten me, I could see dried blood. I looked like a blood whore. How had I never noticed this before? I wet a washcloth and scrubbed at my neck, trying to get the blood off. I rubbed and rubbed until the skin turned pink. Was that it? Were there more? That looked like the worst of it. I wondered how much Adrian had seen. My hair had been down, and I was pretty sure most of it had covered my neck. A rebellious thought came to my head. What did it matter if Adrian saw or not? He didn't understand. There was no way he could even come close. I was with Dimitri. Yeah, he was different, but not that much different. And I was sure I could find a way to make this work without becoming a strigoi. I just didn't know how yet. I tried to reassure myself over and over, but those bruises kept staring back at me. I left the bathroom and returned to the couch. I turned on the TV without really watching, and after a while, the happy fog rolled over me again. I soon tuned out the TV and returned to sleep. This time, my dreams were my own. It took a while for Dimitri to come again. And by a while, I mean almost an entire day. I was getting twitchy by that point, both because I missed him and because I missed the bite. He usually visited twice a day, so this was the longest I'd gone without the endorphins. Needing something to do, I preoccupied myself with making myself as beautiful as possible. I sorted through the dresses in my closet, choosing a long ivory silk one that had purple flowers delicately painted into the fabric. It fit like a glove. I wanted to wear my hair up, but after looking at the bruises again, I decided to wear it down. I'd been provided with a curling iron and makeup recently, so I worked my hair over carefully, turning the ends up in perfect little curls. Once made up, I stared happily at my reflection, certain Dimitri would be happy too. All I needed now was to put on some of the exquisite jewelry he'd given me. But when I turned to leave, I caught a glimpse of my back from the side and saw I'd missed fastening a clasp. I reached around to do it but couldn't get a hold of it. It was in that perfect spot just out of my reach. Damn, I muttered, still grappling with the hook. The flaw in my perfection. Just then, I heard the door open in the other room, followed by the telltale sound of a tray being set on the coffee table. A stroke of luck. Ina. I called, walking out of the bathroom. I need you to. Nausea rolled through me, and as I stepped into the living room, I saw that Dimitri wasn't the source. Nathan was. My jaw dropped open. Ina stood near him, waiting patiently by the tray, eyes downcast as always. I immediately ignored her and then looked back at Nathan. Presumably, he was still on guard duty, but that had never actually included him coming inside. For the first time in a while, some of my battle instincts kicked in, assessing escape options. My fear urged me to back away, but that would trap me in the bathroom. Best to stay where I was. Even if I couldn't leave the room, this gave me the most space to maneuver. What are you doing here? I asked, surprised at how calm I sounded. Taking care of a problem. I didn't really need any pointers to figure out the subtext here. I was the problem. Again, I fought the urge to back up. I've never done anything to you. It was faulty logic to a strigoi. None of their victims ever did anything to them. You exist, he said. You're taking up space here, wasting everyone's time. You know how to find her, the Dragomir girl, yet you'll offer nothing remotely useful until Belikov gets off his ass and awakens you. And in the meantime, Galina forces me to waste time watching you and keeps promoting him because he's convinced her that you're going to be some amazing asset to us. It was an interesting set of grievances. So, what are you going to do? In a flash, he stood in front of me. Seeing him so close triggered that memory in my mind's eye, him biting Dimitri and starting all of this. A spark of anger kindled in me but didn't do much in the way of development. I'm getting the information one way or another, he hissed. Tell me where she is. You know where she is. She's at the school. There was nothing useful in giving up that news. He knew she was there. He knew where the school was. The look he gave me showed he was not happy about me providing knowledge he already had. Reaching out, he gripped my hair and jerked my head painfully back. Wearing my hair down maybe hadn't been so useful after all. Where is she going? She won't stay there forever. Is she going to college? The royal court? They must have made plans for her. I don't know what they are. I've been away for a while. I don't believe you, he snarled. She's too valuable. Her future would have been planned out a while ago. If it is, no one's shared it with me. I left too soon. I shrugged by way of answer. Rage filled his eyes, and I swear, they grew redder. You're bonded. You know. Tell me now, and I'll kill you quickly. If you don't, I'll awaken you to get the information, and then I'll kill you. I'll light you up like a bonfire. You'd kill me once I was one of you. Foolish question. Strigoi felt no loyalty to each other. Yes. It'll destroy him, and once Galina sees how unhinged he is, I will return to my original place by her side, especially after I stamp out the Dragomir line. The hell you will. He smiled and touched my face, running his fingers along my neck and the bruises all over it. Oh, I will. It really will make things easier if you just tell me now. You'll die in ecstasy rather than being burned alive. We'll both enjoy it. He wrapped his hand delicately around my throat. You're definitely a problem, but you are beautiful, especially your throat. I can see why he wants you. Warring emotions played within me. Logically, I knew this was Nathan, whom I hated for having turned Dimitri in the first place. Yet my body's need for strigoi endorphins was raising its head too, and it barely mattered that it was Nathan. What mattered was that his teeth were only a breath away from my neck, promising that sweet, sweet delirium. And while one hand held my throat, the other ran down my waist, down to the curve of my hip. There had been a sultry edge to Nathan's voice, like he wanted to do more than just bite me. And after so many sexually charged encounters with Dimitri, encounters that never resulted in anything, my body almost didn't care who touched it. I could close my eyes, and it wouldn't matter whose teeth bit into me or whose hands peeled off my clothes. Only the next fix would matter. I could close my eyes and pretend it was Dimitri, lost in it all as Nathan's lips brushed my skin. Except, as some small reasonable part of me recalled, Nathan didn't just want sex and blood. He eventually wanted to kill me. Which was kind of ironic. I'd been dead set, no pun intended, on killing myself when I got here, lest I become a strigoi. Nathan was offering me that now. Even if he turned me first, he planned on killing me immediately afterward. Either way, I wouldn't have to spend eternity as a strigoi. I should have welcomed this. But just then, as my body's addiction screamed for his bite and that bliss, I realized something with startling clarity: I didn't want to die. Maybe it was because I'd gone almost a day without a bite, but something small and rebellious woke up in me. I would not let him do this to me. I would not let him go after Dimitri. And I sure as hell wasn't going to let him hunt down Lisa. Pushing through that endorphin cloud that still hung around me, I summoned up as much willpower as I could. I dug deep, remembering my years of training and all the lessons Dimitri had given me. It was hard to access those memories, and I only touched a few. Still, enough came to spur me to action. I lunged forward and punched Nathan. And accomplished nothing. He didn't budge. Hell, I don't even know if he felt it. The surprise on his face promptly turned to mirth, and he laughed in that horrible way strigoi did, cruelly and without any real joy. Then, with the greatest of ease, he slapped me and knocked me across the room. Dimitri had done nearly the same thing when I'd arrived and attacked him. Only I hadn't flown quite as far or had so minuscule an effect on him. I slammed into the back of the couch, and good God, did it hurt. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and I realized the idiocy of fighting someone vastly stronger than me when I'd been losing blood all week. I managed to straighten up and desperately sought my next course of action. Nathan, for his part, seemed in no hurry to respond to my attack. In fact, he was still laughing. Glancing around, I latched onto a truly pitiful course of action. Ina stood near me. Moving with a speed that was painfully slow but better than I expected myself to manage, I reached for her and wrapped my arm around her neck. She yelped in surprise, and I jerked her harder against me. "Get out of here," I said to Nathan. "Get out of here, or I'll kill her." He stopped laughing, stared at me for a moment, and then laughed even harder. "Are you serious? Do you honestly think I couldn't stop you if I wanted? And do you honestly think I care? Go ahead. Kill her. There are dozens more just like her." Yeah, that really shouldn't have been a surprise either, but even I was a bit taken aback by how easily he could throw away a faithful servant's life. Okay. Time to go to Plan B. Or maybe it was Plan J. Frankly, I was losing track, and none of them were very good anyway. Out. Ina suddenly elbowed me in the stomach. I released her in my surprise. She spun around with a strangled scream and socked me in the face. The blow wasn't as hard as Nathan's had been, but it still knocked me over. I tried to catch a hold of something, anything, as I fell, but failed. I hit the floor, my back slamming against the door. I expected her to come right back at me, but instead, she darted across the room and, God help us all, threw herself into a defensive posture in front of Nathan. Before I could fully process the weirdness of her trying to protect someone who was willing to let her die, the door suddenly opened. "Ow!" I said again, as it hit me and pushed me aside. Dimitri swiftly entered. He looked from face to face, and I had no doubt mine showed signs of both Nathan's and Ina's attacks. Dimitri's fists clenched, and he turned toward Nathan. It reminded me of their scuffle in the hallway, all rage and malice and bloodlust. I cringed, bracing myself for another horrible confrontation. Don't, warned Nathan, face smug. You know what Galena said. Touch me and you're out of here. Dimitri strode across the room and came to stand in front of Nathan, knocking Ina aside like a rag doll. It'll be worth facing her wrath, particularly when I tell her you attacked first. Rose certainly bears the marks of it. You wouldn't. He pointed at Ina, who was sitting dazed on the floor from where Dimitri had knocked her over. Despite my own injuries, I began crawling over to her. I had to know if she was all right. She'll tell the truth. Now Dimitri looked smug. You really think Galena will believe a human? No. When I tell her how you attacked me and Rose out of jealousy, she'll let me off. The fact that you'll be so easily defeated will be proof of your weakness. I'll slice your head off and get Rose's stake from the vault. With your last breath, you can watch her drive it through your heart. Holy crap. That was a little worse than Nathan threatening to burn me. Wait. My stake? Nathan's face still bore haughty arrogance, at least to me. But I think Dimitri must have seen something that satisfied him, something that made him think he'd gotten the upper hand. He visibly relaxed, his smirk growing larger. Twice, Dimitri said softly. Twice I've let you go. Next time, you're gone. I reached Ina and gently held out my hand. Are you okay? I murmured. With a look of hate, she recoiled and scooted away. Nathan's eyes fell on me, and he began backing toward the door. No, he said. Twice I've let her live. Next time she's gone. I'm the one in control here, not you. Nathan opened the door and Ina stood up, stumbling after him. I stared, mouth agape at the events that had just taken place. I didn't know which of them I found more disturbing. Looking up at Dimitri, I grappled with what to ask him first. What were we going to do? Why had Ina defended Nathan? Why had Dimitri let him go? None of those defiant questions came to my lips, though. Instead, I burst into tears. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 22. I didn't cry very often. And I hated it when I did. The last time I'd done it around Dimitri, his arms had immediately encircled me. This time, all I got was a look of coldness and anger. This is your fault, he yelled, fists clenched. I cringed backward, eyes wide. But he attacked me. Yes. And Ina. A human. You let a human attack you. He couldn't keep the sneer from his voice. You are weak. You are incapable of defending yourself, all because you refuse to be awakened. His voice was terrifying, and the look he gave me, well, it scared me almost more than Nathan had. Reaching forward, he jerked me up to my feet. If you had just been killed, it would have been your own fault, he said. His fingers dug into my wrist as he shook me. You have the chance for immortality, for incredible strength. And you're too blind and stubborn to see it? I swallowed back more tears and rubbed my eyes with the back of my free hand. No doubt I was ruining the makeup I'd so painstakingly put on. My heart was ready to explode out of my chest, I was so afraid. I expected rage and threats from Nathan, but not Dimitri. You've forgotten he's a strigoi, something whispered in my mind. I'd gone long enough without a bite and had enough adrenaline kicking me to alertness that my nagging voice was speaking more loudly than it had in a very long time. Dimitri said I was weak because I wasn't strigoi, but there was more to it than that. I was weak and had been subdued by Nathan and Ina because I was an addict, because I was living a life of blissful ignorance that was taking a toll on my body and my mind. The thought was startling, and I could barely hold onto it. My yearning for vampire endorphins flared up, and the two factions warred in my mind. I had enough sense not to voice any of those thoughts. I tried for something that would pacify Dimitri instead. I don't think I'd be stronger than Nathan, even if I was turn awakened. He ran a hand over my hair, his cold voice thoughtful. He seemed to be calming down, but his eyes were still angry and impatient. Perhaps not initially, but your strength of body and will carries over with the change. He's not that much older than either of us, not enough to make a noticeable difference, which is why he keeps backing down when we fight. Why do you keep backing down? I felt his body go rigid, and I realized my question might be read as a slam against his prowess. I swallowed, my fear returning. He hadn't let go of my wrist, and it was starting to hurt. Because he's right about one thing, Dimitri said stiffly. Killing him would bring Galina's wrath down on us. And that's not something I can afford. Yet. You said before that we, had to kill her. Yes, and once we do, it'll be easy to seize control of her assets and organization. What is her organization exactly? If I kept distracting him, the anger might go away. The monster might go away. He shrugged. All sorts of things. This wealth isn't bought without effort. Effort that's illegal and hurts humans. Does it matter? I didn't bother with an answer. But Galina used to be your teacher. Can you really kill her? And I don't mean physically. I mean, doesn't it bother you? He considered. I told you before. It's all about strength and weakness. Prey and predator. If we can bring her down, and I have no doubts we can, then she's prey. End of story. I shivered. It was so harsh, such a stark and scary way of viewing the world. Dimitri released my wrist just then, and a wave of relief ran through me. On shaky legs, I backed up and sat on the couch. For a moment, I feared he'd grab me again, but instead he sat down beside me. Why did Ina attack me? Why did she defend Nathan? Because she loves him. Dimitri didn't bother hiding his disgust. But how? Who knows? Part of it is that he's promised to awaken her once she's put in time here. Sydney's warnings came back to me, about why the alchemists feared that humans would learn about vampires because humans might want to turn to. That's what most of the human servants are told. Most are unworthy. Or, more often than not, someone gets hungry and finishes the human off. I was getting sick to my stomach, independent of Dimitri's proximity. This is all a mess. It doesn't have to be. I didn't think he would shake me again, but there was a dangerous glint in his eyes. The monster was only a heartbeat away. Time's running out. I've been lenient, Rosa. Far more lenient than I would be with anyone else. Why? Why have you done it? I needed then to hear him say it was because he loved me, and that because of that love, he could never force me into anything I didn't want. I needed to hear it so that I could blot out that terrifying, furious creature I'd seen a few minutes ago. Because I know how you think. And I know awakening you of your own free will would make you a more important ally. You're independent and strong-minded, that's what makes you valuable. An ally, huh? Not the woman he loved. He shifted so that his face hovered over mine. Didn't I tell you once I'd always be there for you? I'm here. I'll protect you. We're going to be together. We're meant to be together. You know this. There was more fierceness in his voice than affection. He kissed my lips, drawing me close. The usual heat flooded me, my body instantly responding to his. But even as my body did one thing, other thoughts were spinning through my mind. I had always thought we were meant to be together. And he had once told me he'd always be there for me. I'd always wanted that too, but I had wanted to be there for him in return. I wanted us to be equals, always watching each other's backs. Today hadn't been like that. I'd been defenseless. Weak. Never in my life had I been like that. Even in horrible, outmatched moments, I'd put up a decent fight. At the very least, I'd had the will to fight. Not now. I'd been terrified. I'd been ineffectual. I hadn't been able to do anything except sit there pathetically and wait for someone to rescue me. I'd let a human get the best of me. Dimitri said me becoming strigoi was the solution. For the last week, he'd said that over and over, and while I hadn't agreed to it, I hadn't been as repulsed as I once had been. Lately, it had become a thought floating around out there, a far-off way for us to be together. And I did want to be together, especially in moments like this, when we kissed and desire crackled around both of us. But this time, the desire wasn't quite as intense as usual. It was still there, but I couldn't shake the image of how he'd just been. It occurred to me with startling clarity that I was making out with a strigoi. And that was weird. Breathing heavy, Dimitri pulled away from my lips for a moment and stared at me. Even with that composed strigoi expression, I could see that he wanted me in a lot of ways. It was confusing. He was Dimitri and not Dimitri. Leaning back down, he kissed my cheek, then my chin, and then my neck. His mouth opened wider, and I started to feel the points of his fangs. "No," I blurted out. He froze. "What did you say?" My heart started thumping again, as I braced myself for more rage. No. Not this time." He pulled back and looked at me, seeming both shocked and annoyed. When he didn't respond, I began to ramble. "I don't feel good. I'm hurt. I'm afraid to lose the blood, even though I want." Dimitri always said I couldn't lie to him, but I had to try. I put on my best, most passionate, and innocent face. "I want it. I want to feel the bite, but I want to rest first, get stronger. Let me awaken you, and you'll be strong again." "I know," I said, still keeping my voice slightly frantic. I looked away, hoping to increase the facade of confusion. Okay, with my life lately, faking confusion wasn't that hard. And I'm starting to think. I heard a sharp intake of breath. Starting to think what? I turned back to him, hoping I could convince him I was seriously considering turning. "I'm starting to think that I don't ever want to be weak again." I could see it in his face. He believed me. But then, that last part hadn't been a lie. I didn't want to be weak. Please. I just want to rest. I need to think about it a little more. There it was, the moment this all weighed on. The truth was, I wasn't just lying to him. I was lying to myself. Because seriously, I wanted that bite. Badly. I'd already gone a long time without one, and my body was screaming for it. I needed the endorphins, needed them more than air or food. And yet, in only one day without them, I'd gained a tiny shard of clarity. The part of me that wanted nothing more than the joy of ignorant ecstasy didn't care about my mind growing clearer, yet I knew, deep inside, that I had to try for a little bit more, even if it meant depriving myself of what I most wanted. After a lot of thought, Dimitri nodded and stood up. He'd read my words like I'd reached a turning point and was on the verge of accepting. "Rest, then," he said. "And we'll talk later." "But Rose, we only have 2 days. 2 days. Until Galena's deadline. That's how long she gave us. Then I make the decision for you. You'll awaken me." I wasn't entirely sure if death was on the table anymore. "Yes. It'll be better for all of us if we don't reach that point." He got off the bed and stood up. He paused a moment and reached into his pocket. "Oh. I brought you this." He handed me a bracelet encrusted with opals and tiny diamonds, almost like it was no big deal. The bracelet was dazzling, and each opal shone with 1,000 colors. "Wow. It's gorgeous." I slipped it on my wrist, yet somehow, gifts like this didn't mean as much anymore. With a satisfied look, he leaned down and kissed me on the forehead. He headed for the door then and left me lying back against the couch, trying desperately to think of anything else except how I wished he would turn around and bite me. The rest of the day was agonizing. I'd always read about addicts, about how hard a time people had breaking away from alcohol or illegal drugs. I'd even once witnessed a feeder go kind of crazy when he was removed from service. He'd grown too old, and it was considered hazardous to his health to keep on giving blood to Maroi. I'd watched in amazement as he begged and pleaded to be allowed to stay, how he'd sworn he didn't mind the risk. Even though I'd known he had an addiction, I just couldn't understand why it would be so worth it for him to risk his life like that. Now I did. In those hours that passed, I would have risked my life to be bitten again. That was actually kind of funny because if I did allow another bite, I would be risking my life. I had no doubt more of that cloudy thinking would lead to an acceptance of Dimitri's offer. But with each miserable, bite-deprived second that passed, my thoughts grew incrementally sharper. Oh, I was still a long way away from being free of the dreamy haze of vampire endorphins. When we'd been captured in Spokane, Eddie had been used as a strigoi blood source, and it had taken him days to recover. Each bit of clarity now made me realize how important it was for me to stay bite-free. Not that that knowledge made it any easier on my body. I had some serious problems here. It seemed like either way, I was destined to become a strigoi. Dimitri wanted to turn me so that we could reign together as the vampiric equivalent of Bonnie and Clyde. Nathan wanted to turn me in the hopes of hunting down Lissa and then kill me. Clearly, Dimitri's option was more appealing, but not by much. Not anymore. Yesterday, I would have said becoming a strigoi was something I wasn't going to worry about too much. Now, the harsh reality of what it truly meant hit me, and my old feelings returned. Suicide versus existence as a creature of evil. Of course, being a creature of evil meant I could be with Dimitri. Except it wasn't Dimitri. Was it? It was all so confusing. I again tried to remind myself of what he'd said long ago, that no matter how much a strigoi seemed like the person I used to know, they weren't. Yet this Dimitri said he'd been wrong about that. It's the endorphins, Rose. They're like drugs. I groaned and buried my face in my hands as I sat on the couch, the TV droning in the background. Lovely. I was talking to myself now. Supposing I could break this hold Dimitri had over me and this addled state that kept making me think I'd misunderstood strigoi, well, then what? I was back to the original dilemma. No weapons to fight strigoi with. No weapons with which to kill myself. I was back at their mercy, but at least now I was closer to putting up a good fight. Sure, it would be a losing fight, but I felt that if I stayed off the endorphins a little longer, I'd at least be able to take down Ina. That had to count for something. And there it was. Off the endorphins. Each time my mind ran through my options and hit a wall, I would spiral back to the physical reality in front of me. I wanted that high back. I wanted that haze of joy back. I needed it back, or surely, I would die. That would be what killed me and freed me from being a strigoi. Damn it. I stood up and began pacing around, hoping to distract myself. TV wasn't doing it, that was for sure. If I could just hold out a little longer, I could shake the drug from my system, I could figure out how to save myself and Lissa. Without any debate, I dove into her. If I was in her body and mind, then maybe I wouldn't have to deal with mine for a while. My withdrawal would pass more quickly. Lissa and her group had returned from the royal court a bit more grimly than they arrived. The cold light of morning had made Lissa feel incredibly idiotic about the party's events. Dancing on a table wasn't the worst thing in the world, but looking back over other parties she'd been to that weekend and her social life with Avery made her wonder what had gotten into her. Sometimes, she didn't even feel like herself. And the kiss with Aaron, well, that was an entirely different guilt-inducing matter altogether. Don't worry about it, Avery told her on the plane. We all do stupid stuff when we're drunk. Not me, groaned Lissa. This isn't like me. Despite this claim, Lissa had nonetheless agreed to drink mimosa champagne mixed with orange juice on the ride back. Avery smiled. I don't have anything to compare it to. You seem okay to me. But then, you aren't trying to run off with a human or some non-royal guy. Lissa smiled back, and her eyes went to Jill, sitting a little ahead of them on the plane. Adrian had spoken to the younger girl earlier, but she was busy with a book now, her biggest concern seeming to be to stay away from Reed. He sat with Simon again, and Lissa was a little surprised to see the guardian eyeing Jill suspiciously. Maybe Reed had told Simon that the younger girl was some kind of threat. "You're worried about her?" asked Avery, following Lissa's gaze. "It's not that. I just can't shake the way she looked at me last night. She's young. I think she's easily shocked." Lissa supposed that was true. Yet young or not, there had been something refreshingly clear and honest in the way Jill had called Lissa out. It reminded Lissa of something I might do. And Lissa couldn't rest easy knowing someone like that thought badly of her. Lissa stood up. "I'll be right back," she told Avery. "I'm going to talk to her." Jill was obviously astonished when Lissa sat beside her. The younger girl put a bookmark in what she was reading, and whatever she might be feeling, her smile for Lissa was genuine. "Hey. Hey," said Lissa. She hadn't had much of the mimosa yet and still controlled enough spirit to see Jill's aura. It was a rich teal blue, interspersed with purple and darker blue. Good, strong colors. "Look, I wanted to apologize for what happened last night, what I said." "Oh," said Jill flushing. "It's okay, really. I mean, things were kind of crazy, and I know you weren't thinking straight. At least, I don't think you were. I don't really know. I've never actually had a drink, so I can't say." Jill's nervousness always seemed to make her oscillate between rambling and silence. "Yeah, well, I should have been thinking straight before I got in that situation. And I'm really sorry for what happened with Reed." Lissa lowered her voice. "No clue what happened there, but that wasn't right, what he did and said to you." Both girls found themselves studying him. He was deep in a book, but suddenly, as though he could sense them watching, his gaze turned toward Jill and Lissa. He glared, and they immediately looked away. "That definitely wasn't your fault," said Jill. "And, you know, Adrian was there and everything. So it turned out okay." Lissa worked to keep a straight face. Adrian was sitting out of their view, but if he hadn't been, Lissa had a feeling Jill would have been gazing at him dreamily. Adrian was doing a good deal of gazing of his own at Avery lately, and Lissa could see Jill was never going to leave that little sister role for him. Yet it seemed clear that Jill was developing a little bit of a crush. It was cute, and even though Lissa knew it was stupid on her part, she couldn't help feeling a bit of relief that Adrian was the object of Jill's affections and not Christian. "Well, here's hoping for better choices," said Lissa. "And hoping no one thinks too badly of me." "I don't," said Jill. "And I'm sure Christian won't either." Lissa frowned, confused for a moment. "Well, there's no point in stressing him out over it. It was my stupid mistake, I'll deal with it." Now Jill frowned. She hesitated before speaking, that old nervousness returning. "But you have to. You have to tell him the truth, right?" "It's no big deal," said Lissa, surprised at how defensive she suddenly felt. That unpredictable anger started to raise its head. "But, you guys are in a serious relationship. You have to always be honest, don't you? I mean, you can't lie to him." Lissa rolled her eyes. "Jill, you haven't been in a serious relationship either, have you? Have you even gone on one date?" "I'm not lying to him. I'm just not telling him stuff that's going to freak him out for no reason." "It's not the same." "It is," argued Jill. I could tell how much it killed her to talk back to Lissa, but I admired her boldness. "He has a right to know." Lissa sighed irritably and stood up. "Forget it. I thought we could have an adult conversation, but apparently not." The withering look she gave Jill made the girl flinch. Still, back at the academy, guilt plagued Lissa. Christian greeted her return happily, showering her with kisses and hugs. She firmly believed Jill had overreacted, yet each time Lissa looked at Christian, she kept thinking about that kiss with Aaron. Was it as wrong as Jill had implied? It had been casual and under the influence of alcohol. Lissa knew telling Christian would upset him, though, and she hated to bring that on. Avery, listening as Lissa deliberated, agreed that there was no need to worry about it. Yet, as I looked at her through Lissa's eyes, my impression was that Avery was more worried about what Lissa's emotional reaction would be if she and Christian had a blow-up. The moral seemed beside the point. Avery wanted to protect Lissa. It seemed like it was all going to blow over, until later in the day, when Lissa met up with Christian to walk to dinner. His face was a storm cloud as he approached Lissa in her dorm's lobby, his pale blue eyes looking like they could shoot lightning bolts. "When were you going to tell me?" he demanded. His voice was loud, and several passing people turned in surprise. Lissa hurried him to a corner, pitching her voice low. "What are you talking about? You know what I'm talking about. You using your weekend getaway as a chance to hook up with other guys." She stared at him for several heavy seconds. Then the truth hit. "Jill told you?" "Yes. I had to drag it out of her. She showed up to practice with me and was on the verge of tears." Uncharacteristic anger suddenly burned through Lissa. "She had no right. You had no right. Do you honestly think you could do something like that without ever letting me know?" "Christian, it was a stupid drunk kiss, for God's sake. A joke because he saved me from falling off a table. It meant nothing." Christian's face grew pensive, and Lissa thought for sure he was about to agree with her. "It would have been nothing," he said at last, "if you'd told me yourself. I shouldn't have had to hear it from someone else. Jill isn't the problem. You are." Shock stunned Lissa for a moment. "What are you saying?" Christian suddenly looked weary. He rubbed his eyes. "I don't know. It's just, things have been rough lately. I'm just not sure if I can deal with all this. You were picking fights with me before you left, and now this. Why won't you listen?" "It was nothing." Even Avery agreed. "Oh," said Christian sarcastically, "if Avery agreed, then it must be okay." Lissa's temper raised its ugly head. "What's that supposed to mean? I thought you liked her." "I do. But I don't like how you're confiding in her more than me lately. You didn't have a problem with me confiding in Rose." "Avery's not Rose." "Christian." He shook his head. "Look, I don't really want to go to dinner anymore. I just need to think." "When am I going to see you again?" she asked frantically. Her anger had been supplanted by fear. "I don't know. Later." He left without another word. Lissa stared after him, aghast as he walked out of the lobby. She wanted to go throw herself at him, beg him to come back and forgive her. There were too many people around, however, and she refused to make a scene or intrude on his space. Instead, she took off to the only resource she had left, Avery. "Didn't expect to see you again," Avery said, opening the door to her room. "What are you, Jesus Christ? What's the matter?" She ushered Lissa in and demanded the story. With a lot of tears and near hysteric rambling, Lissa related what had happened with Christian. "And I don't know what he meant. Does he want to break up? Will he come talk to me later? Should I go to him?" Lissa buried her face in her hands. "Oh God. You don't think there's anything going on with him and Jill, do you?" "Jailbait?" "No," exclaimed Avery. "Of course not. Look, you need to calm down. You're freaking me out. This is going to be okay." Anxiety lined Avery's face, and she went to get Lissa a glass of water. Then, reconsidering, she poured a glass of wine instead. Sitting alone, Lissa felt her wild emotions torment her. She hated what she'd done. She felt like there was something wrong with her. First she'd alienated me, and now Christian. Why couldn't she keep her friends? What did it take? Was she really going crazy? She felt out of control and desperate. And she bam. Suddenly, and without warning, I was shoved out of Lissa's head. Her thoughts disappeared completely. I'd neither left of my own choice, nor had I been snapped back because of something in my own body. I stood in the room alone, having come to a standstill while pacing and thinking. Never had anything like that happen to me. This had been like a physical force. Like a glass wall or force field slamming down in front of me and pushing me back. It had been an outside power. It hadn't come from me. But what was it? Had it been Lissa? To my knowledge, she'd never been able to feel me in her head. Had that changed? Had she kicked me out? Had her spinning feelings grown so strong that there was no room for me? I didn't know, and I didn't like any of it. When it had happened, aside from the sensation of being pushed, I'd experienced another strange feeling. It was like a fluttering, as if someone had reached in and tickled my mind. I'd had brief warm and cold flashes, and then it had all stopped once I was out of her head. It had felt invasive. And it had also felt familiar. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 23. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember where I'd felt it before. Considering everything else that had been happening to me, the fact that I'd even recalled it at all was remarkable. My memories were a little scattered, but I did my best to sift through them, wondering where I had experienced that tickling in my brain. I received no answers, and pondering it all soon became as frustrating as coming up with an escape plan. And as more time passed, I realized I really did need an escape plan. The endorphin withdrawal was killing me, but I was thinking more and more clearly as the effects left my system. I was astonished at how out of it I'd let myself become. As soon as I'd allowed Dimitri to bite me, I'd fallen apart. I'd lost my higher reasoning. I'd lost my strength and skills. I'd become soft and silly and stupid. Well, not entirely. If I'd completely lost it, I'd be a strigoi now. There was some comfort, at least, in knowing that even while high on bites, some part of me had still fought through and refused to succumb. Knowing I wasn't as entirely weak as I'd believed helped keep me going. It made it easier to ignore the yearning in my body, to distract myself with bad TV and eating all the food in the little refrigerator. I even stayed awake for a long time in the hopes of exhausting myself. It worked, and I crashed as soon as I hit the pillow, drifting into a dreamless sleep with no withdrawal effects. I was awakened later when a body slid into bed beside me. I opened my eyes and stared right into Dimitri's red ones. For the first time in days, I looked at him with fear, not love. I kept that off my face, though, and smiled at him. I reached out and touched his face. "You're back. I missed you." He caught my hand and kissed my palm. I had things to do. The shadows shifted on his face, and I caught the tiniest glimpse of dried blood near his mouth. Grimacing, I rubbed it off with my finger. "So I see. It's the natural order, Rose. How are you feeling?" "Better. Except..." "What?" I looked away, conflicted again. The look in his eyes just then was more than simple curiosity. There was concern there, only a little, but it was there. Concern for me. And yet only a moment ago, I'd wiped blood from his face, blood from some poor person whose life had been snuffed out within the last few hours, most likely. I was in Lissa's head, I said at last. There was no harm in telling him this. Like Nathan, he knew she was at the academy. And I got pushed out. Pushed out? Yeah. I was seeing through her eyes like I usually do, and then some force. I don't know, an invisible hand shoved me out. I've never felt anything like it. Maybe it's a new spirit ability. Maybe. Except, I've been watching her regularly, and I've never seen her practice or even consider anything like that. He shrugged slightly and put an arm around me. Being awakened gives you better senses and accessibility to the world. But it doesn't make you omniscient. I don't know why that happened to you. Clearly not omniscient, or else Nathan wouldn't want information about her so badly. Why is that? Why are the strigoi fixated on killing the royal lines? We know they've been doing it, but why? What does it matter? Isn't a victim, especially when plenty of strigoi used to be royal maroi? That requires a complicated answer. A large part of hunting maroi royalty is fear. In your old world, royalty are held above all others. They get the best guardians, the best protection. Yes, that was certainly true. Lissa had discovered that much at court. If we can still get to them through that, then what does it say? It means no one is safe. It creates fear, and fear makes people do foolish things. It makes them easier prey. That's horrible. Prey or yeah, I know. Prey or predator? His eyes narrowed slightly, apparently not liking the interruption. He let it go. There's also a benefit to unraveling maroi leadership. That creates instability, too. Or maybe they'd be better off with a change of leadership, I said. He gave me another odd look, and I was a bit startled myself. There I was, thinking like Viktor Dashkov again. I realized I should just be quiet. I wasn't behaving like my usual scattered and high self. What's the rest? The rest. A smile curved up his lips. The rest is prestige. We do it for the glory of it. For the reputation it gives us and the satisfaction of knowing we're responsible for destroying that which others haven't been able to destroy for centuries. Simple strigoi nature. Malice, hunting, and death. There didn't need to be any other reasons. Dimitri's gaze moved past me to my bedside table. It was where I took off all my jewelry at night and laid it out. All his gifts were there, glittering like some pirate's treasure. Reaching over me, he lifted up the Nazar on its chain. You still have this? Yup. Not as pretty as your stuff, though. Seeing the blue eye reminded me of my mother. I hadn't thought about her in a very long time. Back in Bea, I'd grown to see Olena as a secondary mother, but now I kind of wished for my own. Janine Hathaway might not cook and clean, but she was smart and competent. And in some ways, I realized with a start, we thought alike. My traits had come from her, and I knew with certainty that in this situation, she wouldn't have stopped planning escape. This I haven't seen before, Dimitri said. He'd set the Nazar back down and picked up the plain silver ring Mark had given me. I hadn't worn it since I was last in the Belikov house and had set it on the table next to the Nazar. I got it while I stopped, realizing I hadn't ever brought up my travels before Novosibirsk. While you were what? While I was in your hometown. In Bea. Dimitri was playing with the ring, moving it from fingertip to fingertip, but he paused and glanced over at me when I said the name. You were there. Strangely, we hadn't talked much about that. I'd mentioned Novosibirsk a few times, but that was it. I thought that's where you'd be, I explained. I didn't know that strigoi did their hunting in cities here. I stayed with your family. His eyes returned to the ring. He continued playing with it, twirling it, and rolling it around. And they were nice. I liked them. I hung out with Victoria a lot. Why wasn't she at school? It was Easter. Ah, right. How was she? Fine, I said quickly. I couldn't bring myself to tell him about that last night with her and Roland. Carolina's good too. She reminds me of you. She really laid into some Domper guys who were causing trouble. He smiled again, and it was nice. I mean, the fangs still made it creepy, but it didn't have that sinister edge I'd come to expect. There was fondness in his face, true affection that startled me. I can see Carolina doing that. Did she have her baby yet? Yeah. I was still a little thrown off by that smile. It was a girl. Zoya. Zoya, he repeated, still not looking at me. Not a bad name. How was Sonia? Okay. I didn't see too much of her. She's a little touchy. Victoria says it's because of the pregnancy. Sonia's pregnant too. Oh. Yeah. 6 months, I think. His smile dimmed a little bit, and he almost seemed concerned. I suppose it had to happen sooner or later. Her decisions aren't always as wise as Carolina's. Carolina's children were by choice. I'm guessing Sonia's was a surprise. Yeah. I kind of got that feeling too. He ticked off the rest of his family members. My mother and grandmother. Fine. Both of them. This conversation was becoming increasingly strange. Not only was it the first normal one we'd had since I'd arrived, it was also the first time he'd really seemed interested in anything that wasn't strigoi related or that didn't involve kissing and biting, aside from some reminiscing about our early fights together and the teasing reminders of sex in the cabin. Your grandmother scared me a little. He laughed, and I flinched. It was so close to his old laugh. Closer than I'd ever imagined it could be. Yes, she does that to people. And she pretended not to speak English. That was a pretty small detail in the grand scheme of things, but it still kind of pissed me off. Yes, she does that too. He continued smiling, voice fond. Do they all still live together? In that same house? Yup. I saw the books you told me about. The pretty ones, but I couldn't read them. That's where I first got into American westerns. Man, I loved making fun of you over those. He chuckled. Yes, between that, your stereotypes about Eastern European music, and the whole comrade thing, you had plenty of material. I laughed too. Comrade and the music were kind of out of line. I'd almost forgotten about my old nickname for him. It didn't fit anymore. But you brought the cowboy thing on yourself, between the leather duster, and I stopped. I'd started to mention his duty to help those in need, but that was hardly the case anymore. He didn't notice my lapse. And then you left them and came to Novosibirsk. Yeah. I came with those dompiers I was hunting with, those other unpromised ones. I almost didn't, though. Your family wanted me to stay. I thought about doing it. Dimitri held the ring up to the light, face shadowed with thought. He sighed. You probably should have. They're good people. They are, he said softly. You might have been happy there. Reaching over, he set the ring back on the table and then turned to me, bringing our mouths together. It was the softest, sweetest kiss he'd given me as a strigoi, and my already considerable shock increased. The gentleness was fleeting, though, and a few seconds later, our kissing returned to what it usually was, forceful and hungry. I had a feeling he was hungry for more than just kissing, too, despite having fed recently. Pushing aside my confusion over how, well, normal and kind he'd seemed while talking about his family, I tried to figure out how I was going to dodge more biting without raising suspicion. My body was still weak and wanting it, but in my head, I felt more like myself than I had in ages. Dimitri pulled up from the kiss, and I blurted out the first thing that came to mind before he could do anything else. What's it like? What's what like? Kissing. He frowned. Score one for me. I'd momentarily baffled an undead creature of the night. Sydney would be proud. What do you mean? You said being awakened enhances all the senses. Is kissing different then? Ah. Understanding flashed over his features. It is, kind of. My sense of smell is stronger than it used to be, so your scent comes through much more intensely, your sweat, the shampoo in your hair, it's beyond what you can imagine. Intoxicating. And of course, sharper taste and touch make this better. He leaned down and kissed me again, and something about his description made my insides queasy in a good way. That wasn't supposed to happen. My hope was to distract him, not myself. When we were outside the other night, the flowers were really strong. If they're strong to me, are they overwhelming to you? I mean, do the scents get to be too much? And so it began. I bombarded him with as many questions as I could, asking him about all aspects of strigoi life. I wanted to know what it was like, how he felt. I asked everything with curiosity and enthusiasm, biting my lip and turning thoughtful at all the right places. I could see his interest grow as I spoke, though his attitude was brisk and efficient, in no way resembling our earlier affectionate conversation. He was hoping that I was finally on the verge of agreeing to turn. As the questioning continued, so also did my outward signs of fatigue. I yawned a lot, lost my train of thought a lot. Finally, I rubbed my eyes with my hands and yawned again. There's so much I didn't know, still don't know. I told you it was amazing. Honestly, some of it was. Most of it was creepy as hell, but if you got over the whole undead and evil thing, there were definitely some perks to being strigoi. I have more questions, I murmured. I closed my eyes and sighed, then opened them as though forcing myself to stay awake. But I'm so tired. I still don't feel good. You don't think I have a concussion, do I? No. And once you're awakened, it won't matter anyway. But not until you answer the rest of my questions. The words were muffled in a yawn, but he understood. It took him a while to respond. Okay. Not until then. But time is running out. I told you that before. I let my lids drip closed then. But it's not the second day yet. No, he said quietly. Not yet. I lay there, steadying my breathing as much as I could. Would my act work? It was highly possible he would still drink from me even if he thought I was asleep. I was taking a gamble here. One bite, and all my work to fight the withdrawal would be wasted. I'd reset to how I'd been. As it was, I had no clue how I was going to dodge a bite next time, but then, I didn't think there'd be a next time. I'd be a strigoi by then. Dimitri lay beside me for a few more minutes, and then I felt him move. Inside, I braced myself. Damn. Here it came. The bite. I'd been certain that our kissing was part of the allure of him drinking from me, and that if I just fell asleep, the allure would be gone. Apparently not. All my pretending was for nothing. It was all over. But it wasn't. He got up and left. When I heard the door close, I almost thought it was a scam. I thought for sure he was trying to fake me out and still actually stood in the room. Yet when I felt the strigoi nausea fade, I realized the truth. He really had left me, thinking I needed to sleep. My act had been convincing. I immediately sat up, turning a few different things over in my mind. In that last bit of his visit, he'd seemed, well, he'd reminded me more than ever of the old Dimitri. Sure, he'd still been strigoi through and through, but there'd been something else. A bit of warmth to his laugh. Sincere interest and affection upon hearing about his family. Had that been it? Had hearing news of his family triggered some piece of his soul buried within the monster? I confess, I felt a little jealous at the thought that they might have wrought the change in him that I couldn't. But he'd still had that same warmth in talking about us, just a little. No, no. I had to stop this. There was no change. No reversal of his state. It was wishful thinking, and the more I regained my old self, the more I realized the truth of the situation. Dimitri's actions had made me recall something. I'd completely forgotten about Oksana's ring. I picked it up from the table and slipped it on my finger. I felt no noticeable change, but if the healing magic was still in it, it might help me. It could expedite my body and mind healing from the withdrawal. If any of Lissa's darkness was bleeding into me, the ring could help dampen that, too. I sighed. No matter how often I told myself I was free of her, I never would be. She was my best friend. We were connected in a way that few could understand. The denial I'd been living under lifted. I regretted my actions with Adrian now. He'd come to me for help, and I'd thrown his kindness back in his face. Now I was bereft of communication with the outside world. And thinking of Lissa reminded me again of what had happened earlier when I'd been in her mind. What had pushed me out? I hesitated, pondering my course of action. Lissa was far away and possibly in trouble. Dimitri and the other strigoi were here. But I couldn't walk away quite yet. I had to take one more look at her, just a quick one. I found her in an unexpected place. She was with Deirdre, a counselor on campus. Lissa had been seeing a counselor ever since Spirit had begun manifesting, but it had been someone else. Expanding my senses to Lissa's thoughts, I read the story. Her counselor had left shortly after the school's attack. Lissa had been reassigned to Deirdre, who had once counseled me when everyone thought I was going crazy over Mason's death. Deirdre was a very polished-looking Maroi, always meticulously dressed with her blonde hair styled to perfection. She didn't look much older than us, and with me, her counseling method had resembled a police interrogation. With Lissa, she was more gentle. It figured. Lissa, we're a little worried about you. Normally, you would have been suspended. I actually stopped that from happening. I keep feeling like there's something going on that you aren't telling me. Some other issue. Lissa suspended? I again reached in to read the situation and found it. Last night, Lissa and others had been busted for breaking into the library of all places and having an impromptu party complete with alcohol and destruction to some of the property. Good God. My best friend needed to join. Lissa's arms were crossed, her demeanor almost combative. There's no issue. We were just trying to have fun. I'm sorry for the damage. If you want to suspend me, go ahead. Deirdre shook her head. That's not my decision. My concern is the why here. I know you used to suffer from depression and other problems because of your, magic. But this feels more like some kind of rebellion. Rebellion. Oh, it was more than that. Since their fight, Lissa had been unable to find Christian, and it was killing her. She couldn't handle downtime now. All she thought about was him or me. Partying and risk-taking were the only things that could distract her from us. Students do this stuff all the time, argued Lissa. Why is it a big deal for me? Well, because you put yourself in danger. After the library, you were on the verge of breaking into the pool. Swimming while intoxicated is definite cause for alarm. Nobody drowned. Even if someone had started to, I'm sure that between all of us, we could have pulled them out. It's just alarming, considering some of the self-destructive behaviors you once exhibited, like the cutting. So it went for the next hour, and Lissa did as good a job as I used to in dodging Deirdre's questions. When the session ended, Deirdre said she wasn't going to recommend disciplinary action. She wanted Lissa back for more counseling. Lissa would have actually preferred detention or cleaning boards. As she stalked furiously across campus, she spotted Christian going in the opposite direction. Hope lit the blackness of her mind like sunshine. Christian, she yelled, running up to him. He stopped, giving her a wary look. What do you want? What do you mean, what do I want? She wanted to throw herself in his arms and have him tell her everything would be okay. She was upset and overwhelmed and filled with darkness, but there was a piece of vulnerability there that desperately needed him. I haven't been able to find you. I've just been. His face darkened. I don't know. Thinking. Besides, from what I hear, you haven't been too bored. No surprise everyone knew about last night's fiasco. That kind of thing spread like wildfire thanks to the Academy's gossip mill. It was nothing, she said. The way he regarded her made her heart ache. That's the thing, he said. Everything's nothing lately. All your partying. Making out with other guys. Lying. I haven't been lying, she exclaimed. And when are you going to get over Aaron? You aren't telling me the truth. It's the same thing. It was an echo of Jill's sentiment. Lissa barely knew her and was really starting to hate her. I just can't handle this. I can't be a part of you going back to your days of being a royal girl doing crazy stunts with your other royal friends. Here's the thing. If Lissa had elaborated on her feelings more, on just how much her guilt and depression were eating her up and making her spin out of control, well, I think Christian would have been there for her in an instant. Despite his cynical exterior, he had a good heart and Lissa owned most of it. Or used to. Now all he could see was her being silly and shallow and returning to a lifestyle he despised. I'm not, she exclaimed. I'm just. I don't know. It just feels good to sort of let loose. I can't do it, he said. I can't be with you if that's your life now. Her eyes went wide. Are you breaking up with me? I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Lissa was so consumed by the shock and horror of this that she didn't really see Christian the way I did, didn't see the agony in his eyes. It destroyed him to have to do this. He was hurting too, and all he saw was the girl he loved changing and becoming someone he couldn't be with. Things aren't the way they used to be. You can't do that, she cried. She didn't see his pain. She saw him as being cruel and unfair. We need to talk about this, figure it out. The time for talking's past, he argued. You should have been ready to talk sooner, not now, not when things suddenly aren't going your way. Lissa didn't know whether she wanted to scream or cry. She just knew she couldn't lose Christian, not after losing me, too. If she lost both of us, there was nothing left for her in the world. Please, don't do this, she begged. I can change. I'm sorry, he snapped. I just don't see any evidence of that. He turned and abruptly walked away. To her, his departure was harsh and cold. But again, I'd seen the anguish in his eyes. I think he left because he knew if he stayed, he wasn't going to be able to go through with this decision that hurt but that he felt was right. Lissa started to go after him when a hand suddenly pulled her back. She turned and saw Avery and Adrian standing there. From the looks on their faces, they'd overheard everything. Let him go, said Adrian gravely. He'd been the one to grab her. He dropped his hand and laced his fingers through Avery's. Going after him now's just going to make it worse. Give him his space. He can't do this, said Lissa. He can't do this to me. He's upset, said Avery, her concern mirroring Adrian's. He isn't thinking straight. Wait for him to cool off, and he'll come around. Lissa stared off after Christian's retreating figure, her heart breaking. I don't know. I don't know if he will. Oh God. I can't lose him. My own heart broke. I wanted so badly to go to her, to comfort her and be there for her. She felt so alone, and I felt horrible for leaving her. Something had pushed her into this downward spiral, and I should have been there to help her out of it. That was what best friends did. I needed to be there. Lissa turned back and looked at Avery. I'm so confused. I don't know what to do. Avery met her eyes, but when she did, the strangest thing happened. Avery wasn't looking at her. She was looking at me. Oh geez. Not you again. The voice rang in my head, and snap. I was out of Lissa. There it was, the mental shove, the brush of my mind and waves of hot and cold. I stared around my room, shocked at how abrupt the transition had been. Yet I'd learned something. I knew then that Lissa hadn't been the one to shove me out before or now. Lissa had been too distracted and too distraught. The voice? That hadn't been hers either. And then, I finally remembered where I'd felt that brushing touch in my head. Oksana. It was the same sensation I'd experienced when she had reached out to my mind, trying to get a feel for my moods and intentions, an action that both she and Mark admitted was invasive and wrong if you weren't bonded to someone. Carefully, I replayed what had just happened with Lissa. Once again, I saw those last few moments. Blue-gray eyes staring at me, not Lissa. Lissa hadn't pushed me out of her head. Avery had. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 24. Avery was a spirit user. Oh shit. I sat back down on the bed, my mind reeling. I'd never seen it coming. Hell, no one had. Avery had made a good show of being an air user. Each Maroi had a very low level of control in each element. She'd just barely done enough with air to make it seem like that was her specialization. No one had questioned her further because honestly, who would have ever expected another spirit user around? And since she was out of school, she had no reason to be tested anymore or forced to demonstrate her ability. No one was there to call her on it. The more I thought about it, the more the little signs were there. The charming personality, the way she could talk people into anything. How many of her interactions were spirit-controlled? And was it possible that Adrian's attraction had been compulsion on her part? I had no reason to feel happy about that, but, well, I did. More to the point, what did Avery want with Lissa? Avery compelling Adrian into liking her wasn't too out there. He was good-looking and came from an important family. He was the Queen's great-nephew, and although family members of the current monarch could never inherit the throne immediately afterward, he'd have a good future, one that would always keep him in the highest circles of society. But Lissa? What was Avery's game there? What did she have to gain? Lissa's behavior all made sense now: the uncharacteristic partying, weird moods, jealousy, fights with Christian. Avery was pushing Lissa over the edge, causing her to make horrible choices. Avery was using some sort of compulsion to spin Lissa out of control, alienating her and putting her life in danger. What? What did Avery want? It didn't matter. The why wasn't important. The how was, as in how I was going to get out of here and back to my best friend. I looked down at myself, at the delicate silk dress I wore. Suddenly, I hated it. It was a sign of how I'd been, weak and useless. I hastily took it off and ransacked my closet. They'd taken away my jeans and t-shirt, but I'd at least been allowed to keep my hoodie. I put on the green sweater dress, seeing as it was the sturdiest thing I had, feeling moderately more capable. I slipped the hoodie on over it. It hardly made me feel like a badass warrior, but I did feel more competent. Sufficiently dressed for action, I returned to the living room and started that pacing that tended to help me think better, not that I had any reason to believe I was going to come up with new ideas. I'd been trying to for days and days with no luck. Nothing was going to change. Damn it! I yelled, feeling better with the outburst. Angry, I flounced into the desk chair, amazed that I hadn't simply thrown it against the wall in my frustration. The chair wobbled, ever so slightly. Frowning, I stood up and looked at it. Everything else in this place was state-of-the-art. Odd that I'd have a faulty chair. I knelt down and examined it more closely. There, on one of the legs, was a crack near where the leg joined with the seat. I stared. All of the furniture here was industrial strength, with no obvious joints. I should know, seeing how long I'd beat this chair against the wall when I first arrived. I hadn't even dented it. Where had this crack come from? Slamming it over and over had done nothing. But I hadn't been the only one to hit it. That very first day, I'd fought with Dimitri and come after him with the chair. He'd taken it from me and thrown it against the wall. I'd never paid attention to it again, having given up on breaking it. When I'd later tried cracking the window, I'd used an end table because it was heavier. My strength hadn't been able to damage the chair, but his had. I picked up the chair and immediately slammed it into that diamond-hard window, half hoping I might kill two birds with one stone. Nope. Both remained intact. So I did it again. And again. I lost track of how many times I slammed that chair into the glass. My hands hurt, and I knew despite my recovery, I still wasn't at full strength. It was infuriating. Finally, on what felt like my gazillionth try, I looked at the chair and saw the crack had grown bigger. The progress renewed my will and strength. I hit and hit, ignoring the pain as the wood bit into my hands. At long last, I heard a crack, and the leg broke off. I picked it up and stared in amazement. The break hadn't been clean. It was splintered and sharp. Sharp enough to be a stake? I wasn't sure. But I knew for a fact that wood was hard, and if I used enough force, I might be able to hit a strigoi's heart. It wouldn't kill one, but the blow would stun. I didn't know if it'd be enough to get me out of here, but it was all I had now. And it was a hell of a lot more than I'd had 1 hour ago. I sat back on the bed, recovering from my battle with the chair and tossing the makeshift stake back and forth. Okay. I had a weapon now. But what could I do with it? Dimitri's face flashed in my mind's eye. Damn it. There was no question about it. He was the obvious target, the one I'd have to deal with first. The door suddenly clicked open, and I looked up with alarm. Quickly, I shoved the chair into a dark corner as panic raced through me. No. I wasn't ready. I hadn't fully convinced myself to stake him. It was Ina. She carried a tray but didn't wear her usual subservient expression. The brief look she gave me was filled with hate. I didn't know what she had to be pissed off about. It wasn't like I'd caused her any damage. Yet. I strode over like I was going to examine the tray. Lifting the lid, I saw a ham sandwich and French fries. It looked good. I hadn't eaten in a while, but the adrenaline running through me had shoved any appetite I might have to the background. I glanced back up at her, smiling sweetly. She shot me daggers. Don't hesitate, Dimitri had always said. I didn't. I jumped at Ina, throwing her so hard against the floor that her head slammed back. She looked dazed, but quickly recovered and tried to fight back. I wasn't drugged up this time, well, not much, and my years of training and natural strength finally showed themselves again. I pressed my body against her, keeping her firmly in place. Then, I produced the stake I'd had concealed and pressed those sharp points against her neck. It was like being back in the days of pinning strigoi in alleys. She couldn't see that my weapon was a chair leg, but the sharp points got her attention as I dug them into her throat. The code, I said. What is the code? Her only response was a string of obscenities in Russian. Okay, not a surprise, considering she probably didn't understand me. I flipped through the meager Russian-English dictionary in my head. I'd been in the country long enough to pick up some vocabulary. Admittedly, it was equivalent to a 2-year-old's, but even they could communicate. Numbers, I said in Russian. Door. At least, that's what I hoped I said. She said more impolite things to me, her expression defiant. It really was the strigoi interrogation all over. My stake bit harder, drawing blood, and I forcibly restrained myself. I might question whether I had the strength to pierce a strigoi heart with this, but severing a human's vein? Cake. She faltered a little, apparently realizing the same thing. Again, I attempted my broken Russian. Kill you. No, Nathan. Never. What was the word? The church service came back to me, and I hoped I had it right. Never, eternal life. It got her attention. Nathan and eternal life. The things most important to her. She bit her lip, still angry, but her tirade had stopped. Numbers. Door, I repeated. I pushed the stake in harder, and she cried out in pain. At last she spoke, rattling off a series of digits. Russian numbers were something I had memorized pretty solidly, at least. They were essential for addresses and phone numbers. She cited 7 numbers. Again, I said. I made her say it 3 times and hoped I had it. But there was more. I was pretty sure the outer door had a different code. Numbers. Door. 2. I felt like a caveman. Ina stared, not quite getting it. Door. 2. Understanding glinted in her eyes, and she looked mad. I think she'd hoped I wouldn't realize the other door had its own code. More cutting with the stake made her scream 7 more numbers. Again, I made her repeat them, realizing I had no way to know if she was telling me the truth at least until I tried the numbers. For that reason, I decided to keep her around. I felt guilty about what I did next, but these were desperate times. In Guardian training, I'd been taught both to kill and to incapacitate. I did the latter this time, slamming her head back against the floor and rendering her unconscious. Her expression went slack, her eyelids drooping. Damn. I was reduced to herding teenage humans. Standing up, I moved to the door and punched in the first set of numbers, hoping I had them right. To my complete and utter astonishment, I did. The electronic lock clicked, but before I could open the door, I just barely made out another click. Someone had unlocked the outer door. Shit, I muttered. I pulled away from the door immediately, picked up Ina's unconscious body, and hurried to the bathroom. I set her in the tub as gently as possible and had just shut the bathroom door when I heard the main door open. I felt the telltale nausea that signaled a strigoi was nearby. I knew one of the strigoi could smell a human, and I hoped shutting her away would be enough to mute Ina's scent. I emerged from the hall and found Dimitri in the living room. I grinned at him and ran into his arms. "You're back," I said happily. He held me briefly and then stepped back. "Yes." He seemed slightly pleased at the greeting, but soon his face was all business. "Have you made your decision?" "No, hello." "No, how are you feeling?" My heart sank. This wasn't Dimitri. "I have more questions." I went over to the bed and lay down in a casual way, just like we always did. He followed a few moments later and sat on the edge, looking down at me. "How long will it take?" I asked. "When you awaken me. Is it instantaneous?" Once more, I launched into an interrogation session. Honestly, I was running out of questions, and at this point, I didn't really want to know the intricacies of becoming strigoi. I was becoming more and more agitated with each passing moment. I had to act. I had to make use of my fleeting opportunity here. And yet, before I could act, I had to reassure myself that this really wasn't Dimitri. It was stupid. I should know by now. I could see the physical changes. I'd seen his coldness, the brutality. I'd seen him come fresh from a kill. This wasn't the man I'd loved. And yet, for that one fleeting moment earlier. With a sigh, Dimitri stretched out beside me. "Rose," he interrupted, "if I didn't know better, I'd say you were stalling for time." Yeah, even as a strigoi, Dimitri knew how I thought and schemed. I realized if I was going to be convincing, I had to stop playing dumb and remember to be Rose Hathaway. I put on a look of outrage. "Of course I am. This is a big deal. I came here to kill you, and now you're asking me to join you. You think this is easy for me to do? Do you think it's been easy for me to wait this long?" he asked. "The only ones who get choices are Maroi who willingly kill, like the Osiris. No one else gets a choice. I didn't get a choice. And don't you regret that?" "No, not now. Now that I'm who I was meant to be." He frowned. "The only thing hurt is my pride that Nathan forced me and that he acts as though I'm indebted to him. Which is why I'm being kind enough to give you the choice now, for the sake of your pride." "Kind, huh?" I looked at him and felt my heart breaking all over again. It was like hearing the news of his death once more. I suddenly grew afraid I might cry. No. No tears. Dimitri always talked about prey and predators. I had to be the predator. "You're sweating," he said suddenly. "What?" Damn, damn, damn. Of course I was sweating. I was contemplating staking the man I loved or thought I'd loved. And along with sweat, I was sure I was giving off pheromones of my agitation. Strigoi could smell all of those things, too. "Because I'm scared," I whispered. I propped myself up and stroked the edge of his face, trying to memorize all of his features. The eyes. The hair. The shape of his cheekbones. In my imagination, I overlaid the things I remembered. Dark eyes. Tan skin. Sweet smile. I think I'm ready, but I don't know. It's such a big thing. It'll be the best decision of your life, Rosa. My breathing was growing rapid, and I prayed he'd think it was because of my fear of being turned. "Tell me again. One more time. Why do you want to awaken me so badly?" A slightly weary look crossed his face. "Because I want you. I've always wanted you." And that's when I knew. I finally realized the problem. He'd given that same answer over and over, and each time, something about it had bothered me. I'd never been able to pinpoint it, though. Now I could. He wanted me. Wanted me in the way people wanted possessions or collectibles. The Dimitri I'd known, the one I'd fallen for and slept with, that Dimitri would have said he wanted us to be together because he loved me. There was no love here. I smiled at him. Leaning down, I kissed him gently. He probably thought I was doing it for the reasons I always did, out of attraction and desire. In truth, it was a goodbye kiss. His mouth answered mine, his lips warm and eager. I held out the kiss a little longer, both to fight back the tears leaking out of my eyes and to lull him into an unsuspecting state. My hand closed around the chair leg, which I'd hidden in my hoodie pocket. I would never forget Dimitri, not for the rest of my life. And this time, I wouldn't forget his lessons. With a speed he wasn't ready for, I struck out and plunged the stake through his chest. My strength was there, sliding the stake past the ribs and straight into his heart. And as I did it, it was like piercing my own heart at the same time. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 25. His eyes widened in shock, lips parting. Even though I knew this wasn't a silver stake, it might as well have been. To run it through his heart, I had had to act as decisively as I would have if delivering a killing blow. I'd had to finally accept my Dimitri's death. This one was a strigoi. There was no future with him. I would not join him. That still didn't make some part of me want to stop and lie down beside him, though, or at the very least see what happened next. After that initial surprise, his features and breathing had gone still, giving the illusion of death. That's all it was, however, an illusion. I'd seen it before. I probably had 5 minutes at most before he healed up and shook this off. I had no time to mourn for what was and what might have been. I had to act now. No hesitation. I ran my hands over him, searching his clothes for anything that might be of use. I found a set of keys and some cash. I pocketed the keys and started to leave the cash, but realized I might actually need it on the off chance I escaped this place. My own money had been taken when I arrived. I also swept up some of the jewelry on the table. Finding buyers for that kind of thing in big Russian cities wasn't too difficult. If I made it to said city. I stood up off the bed and gave Dimitri one last pained look. A few of the tears I'd hidden from him earlier now ran down my face. That was all I could allow myself. If I had a later, I'd mourn then. Before leaving, my gaze lingered on the stake. I wanted to take it with me, it was my only weapon. Pulling it out would mean he'd wake up in about a minute. I needed the extra time. With a sigh, I turned my back on him, hoping I'd find a weapon elsewhere. I sprinted over to the suite's door and punched in the code again. It unlocked, and I stepped into the corridor. Before going to the next door, I examined the one I'd just stepped through. To get into the suite, there was another keypad. Entry also required a code. Backing up a little, I struck and kicked the keypad as hard as I could. I did it twice more, until the tiny red light on it went out. I didn't know if that would affect the lock on the inside of the suite, but in the movies, damaging electronic locks always seemed to work. Turning my attention to the next lock, I tried to remember the numbers Ina had told me. They weren't etched as strongly in my head as the first. I punched in 7 numbers. The little light stayed red. Damn. It was possible she'd lied about this set, but somehow, I suspected my memory was the culprit here. I tried again, knowing the clock was ticking on how long I had until Dimitri came after me. The red light flashed again. What were those numbers? I tried to visualize them in my head and finally decided I wasn't entirely sure about the last 2. I reversed their order the next time I put in the code. The light flashed green, and the door unlocked. Of course, there was a security system of a different sort outside. A strigoi. And not just any strigoi, it was Marlon. The one I'd tortured in the alley. The one who hated me because I'd disgraced him in front of Galina. He was clearly on guard duty and looked as though he'd expected a boring night. Me coming out the door was a shock. That gave me, about a millisecond of surprise. My first thought was to just run at him with as much brute strength as I could. I knew he would do the same to me. In fact, that was exactly what he'd do. I stayed where I was, standing so that I could keep the door propped open. He came at me to stop my escape, and I stepped aside, pulling the door open wider. Now, I was neither skilled enough nor was he inept enough to simply get lured in. He stopped in the doorway, trying to get hold of me. This gave me the difficult task of trying to both fend him off and drag him into the corridor behind the door. I stepped back into the doorway, hoping he'd follow. All the while, I had to keep the door open. It was all complicated, and I would have no time to punch in the code again. We fought in the confined space. The biggest thing I had going for me was that Marlon appeared to be a young strigoi, which made sense. Galina would want to keep around henchmen she could control. Of course, strigoi's strength and speed compensated for a lack of experience. The fact that he had been a Maroi once also meant he probably had very little training. That also was a bonus for me. Dimitri was a badass strigoi because he'd trained as a fighter before being turned. This guy had not. So, Marlon got a couple punches in on me, one coming dangerously close to my eye. The other caught me in the stomach, knocking the air out of me for half a second. But most of the time, I was able to dodge him pretty well. This seemed to infuriate him. Getting beat up by a teenage girl didn't really score you cool points when you were a strigoi. At one point, I even faked him out in one direction and came at him with a surprise kick easier to do than I'd expected in that damn dress that knocked him back a few steps. I just barely managed to keep my hand in the door when I did it, but that was all I needed. His stumble gave me a few seconds to slip out the door and into the main hall. Unfortunately, when I tried to close it, he was already trying to come through. With my hands, I tried to pull the door shut while kicking him back inside. We struggled this way for a while, and thanks to whatever luck I had left, I got the door closed enough so that only his arm was sticking through. Bracing myself, I pulled the door toward me in one huge, forceful movement. It slammed into Marlon's wrist. I half expected to see his hand detach and pop into the hall, but he jerked it back. Even strigoi had certain instincts to avoid pain. Gasping my physical strength still wasn't all it could be. I backed up. If he knew the code, this had been for nothing. A moment later, the door's handle shook but didn't open. I heard a scream of rage, and then his fists beat on the door. Score 1 for me. No, score 1 for luck. If he'd known the code, I would have been thud. Marlin was still beating on the door, and I saw the tiniest dent appear on the metallic surface. Oh, crap, I said. I didn't stick around to see how many hits it'd take him to break it down. I also realized that even if I'd disabled the first lock, Dimitri would just be able to break that one down too. Dimitri. No, I absolutely couldn't think of him now. As I ran down the hall, heading toward the stairs Dimitri and I traveled before, an unexpected memory suddenly popped into my head. When Dimitri had last threatened Nathan, he'd mentioned getting my stake out of a vault. What vault was that exactly? Was it here on the premises? If so, I certainly didn't have time to look. When weighing the option to search a 4-story house full of vampires or run off into the countryside before they found you, well, the choice was clear. And it was in the midst of that thought process that I ran into a human at the top of the stairs. He was older than Ina and carrying a stack of linens that he dropped when we collided. With almost no pause, I grabbed hold of him and swung him against the wall. I had no weapon to threaten him with and wondered how I'd assert my will now. Yet as soon as I had him pinned, he threw up his hands in a defensive gesture and began whimpering in Russian. There'd be no attacks on me here. Of course, now I had the problem of communicating what I needed. Marlin was still beating on the door, and Dimitri would be up in a couple of minutes. I glared at the human, hoping I looked terrifying. From his expression, I did. I attempted the caveman talk I had with Ina, only this time the message was a little harder. Stick, I said in Russian. I had no clue what the word for stake was. I pointed at the silver ring I wore and made a slashing motion. Stick. Where? He stared at me in utter confusion and then asked, in perfect English, why are you talking like that? Oh, for God's sake, I exclaimed. Where is the vault? Vault. A place they keep weapons. He continued staring. I'm looking for a silver stake. Oh, he said. That. Uneasily, he cast his eyes in the direction of the pounding. I pushed him harder against the wall. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest, but I tried to hide it. I wanted this guy to think I was invincible. Ignore him. Take me to the vault. Now. With a frightened yelp, he nodded eagerly and beckoned me down the stairs. We descended to the second floor and made a sharp turn. The halls here were as twisty as the hedge maze Dimitri had shown me, all decorated in that gold and chandelier style, and I wondered if I'd even be able to get out of the house. Attempting this detour was a risk, but I wasn't sure if I could get outside without being followed. If I was, there'd be a confrontation. I'd need to defend myself. The human led me down another hall and yet another. Finally, we reached a door that looked like any other. He stopped and peered at me expectantly. Open it, I said. He shook his head. I don't have the key. Well, I certainly don't. Wait. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the keys I'd lifted from Dimitri. There were 5 keys on the ring. I tried them one at a time, and on the third one, I got a hit. The door opened. Meanwhile, my guide was casting hasty glances behind him and looked ready to bolt. Don't even think about it, I warned. He blanched and stayed put. The room before us wasn't very big, and while its plush white carpet and silver-framed paintings made it look elegant, the room was, well, basically, it looked like a junkyard. Boxes and weird objects, a lot of personal items like watches and rings in particular, lay around in no order. What is this? Magic, he said, still obviously scared out of his mind. Magic items kept here to fade or be destroyed. Magic, ah. These were items charmed by Maroi magic. Charms always had some kind of effect on strigoi, usually unpleasant, with stakes being the worst, since they used all 4 physical elements. It made sense that strigoi would want to isolate harmful objects and get rid of my stake. I ran forward and picked it up, nearly dropping it because my hands were so sweaty. The stake was lying on top of a box with a length of cloth and some weird stones. Studying it, I realized it wasn't actually my stake, not that it made a difference for killing strigoi. This stake was almost identical, save for a small geometric pattern running around its base. It was something guardians did from time to time if they felt particularly attached to their stake, have a design or initials etched into it. Holding this stake, I felt a momentary pang of sadness. This had belonged to someone who'd wielded it proudly once, someone who was now most likely dead. God only knew how many other dozens of stakes were in here, seized from other unfortunate prisoners, but I had no time to search or mourn those who had died. Okay, now I want you to take me to. I hesitated. Even with a stake, it'd be a lot better for me if I didn't face any more strigoi. I had to assume there'd still be a guard at the front door. Some room on this floor with a window that actually opens. And is far from the stairs. The guy thought for a moment and then gave a quick nod. This way. I followed him through another maze of twisting corridors. What's your name? Oleg. You know, I said. I'm getting out of here. If you want, I could take you with me. Having someone else, a human, particularly, would definitely slow me down. Yet, my conscience wouldn't let me leave anyone behind in this place. He gave me an incredulous glance. Why would I want to do that? Sydney had definitely been right about humans making great sacrifices for immortality. Oleg and Ina were living proof. We rounded a corner and came face to face with an elaborate set of French doors. Through the etched glass, I could see book-lined shelves, stretching all the way up the walls. A library, a huge one that extended on and on, out of my sight. Better yet, I saw a large bay window opposite me, framed in heavy satin curtains the color of blood. Perfect, I said, pushing open the doors. That was when the nausea hit me. We weren't alone in the room. Galina sprang up from a chair near the fireplace on the far side of the room. A book dropped from her lap. I had no time to dwell on the oddity of a strigoi having a fireside read, because she was coming right toward me. I almost might have thought Oleg had set me up, but he was cowering in a corner, his face mirroring the shock I felt. Despite the library's enormous size, she reached me in seconds. I dodged her initial attack, or tried to, at least. She was fast. Aside from Dimitri, the other strigoi in this house were clearly the B team, and I had forgotten just how badass a truly skilled strigoi was. She caught me by my arm and swung me toward her, mouth open and fangs going straight for my neck. I had the stake in my hand and tried awkwardly to at least scratch her with it, but she was holding me too tightly. At last, I managed to duck a little and move my throat out of her range, but all this did was give her the opportunity to grab hold of my hair. She jerked me upright, and I screamed in pain. How she managed to hold onto my hair without ripping it right out was remarkable. Still gripping it, she shoved me into a wall. When I'd first fought with Dimitri upon my arrival, he'd been rough but hadn't wanted to kill me. Galina did. She'd taken it on faith from Dimitri that I'd be an asset, but it was obvious now that I was a real pain in the ass. Her amnesty had ended, and she was intent on killing me. I at least had the comfort of knowing she probably wouldn't turn me into a strigoi. I'd be lunch. A shout suddenly drew my attention to the door. Dimitri stood there, face blazing with anger. Whatever illusions I'd harbored about him being his former self disappeared. That fury radiated around him, his eyes narrowed and fangs showing. The pale skin and red eyes contrasted sharply against each other. He was like a demon sent straight from hell to destroy me. He strode toward us, and the immediate thought in my head was, well, at least this'll end things that much faster. Except, it wasn't me he attacked. It was Galina. I'm not sure which of us was more surprised, but in that moment, I was totally forgotten. The strigoi raced toward each other, and I froze, stunned at the terrible beauty of their fight. There was almost a gracefulness to the way they moved, the way they struck out and skillfully dodged each other. I stared a bit longer and then mentally slapped myself into action. This was my chance to get out of here. I couldn't get distracted. I turned to the bay window, searching frantically for a means to open it. There was none. Son of a bitch. Maybe Oleg had set me up after all. Or maybe there was just some mechanism that wasn't apparent to me. Regardless, I felt pretty confident there was one way to get it open. I ran to the side of the room where Galina had sat and grabbed an ornate wooden chair. It was obvious this window wasn't made of the hardcore glass that had been in my room. This stuff was similar to the library's French doors, delicate and engraved with fanciful designs, even though darkly tinted. It couldn't require that much force to break. After all that fruitless beating in my room, I took a kind of smug satisfaction in slamming the chair into it with as much force as possible. The impact made a huge hole in one side of the window, glass spraying everywhere. A few shards hit my face, but it was nothing to concern me now. Behind me, the sounds of battle raged on. There were grunts and muffled cries as they fought, as well as the occasional sound of some piece of broken furniture. I yearned to turn around and see what was going on, but I couldn't. I took the chair and swung again, breaking the other half of the window. There was now a huge hole, perfect for me to get out of. Rose. Dimitri's voice triggered some instinctive response in me. I glanced back and saw him still grappling with Galina. They were both exhausted, but it was clear he was getting the worst of it. But in their fighting, he kept trying to restrain her in a way that exposed her chest to me. His eyes met mine. Back when he'd been a domper, we'd rarely needed words to convey our thoughts. This was one of those times. I knew what he wanted me to do. He wanted me to stake her. I knew I shouldn't. I needed to hop out that window right now. I needed to let them keep fighting, even though it seemed obvious Galina was about to win. And yet, despite my misgivings, some force drew me across the room, stake poised and ready. Maybe it was because I would never fully lose my pull to Dimitri, no matter what kind of monster he'd become. Maybe it was an unconscious sense of duty, since I knew he'd just saved my life. Or maybe it was because I knew one strigoi was going to die tonight, and she was the more dangerous. But she wasn't easy to get hold of. She was fast and strong, and he was having a hard time with her. She kept wriggling around, trying to renew her attack. All she'd need to do was incapacitate him as I had, then it just required decapitation or burning to finish him off. I had no doubt she could arrange either. He managed to turn her slightly, giving me the best view of her chest I'd had. I moved forward and then Dimitri slammed into me. I was addled for a moment, wondering why he'd attack me after saving me, until I realized he'd been pushed by Nathan. Nathan had just entered the library, along with Marlon. It distracted Dimitri but not me. I still had the opening he'd given me on Galina, and I plunged my stake into her chest. It didn't go in as deeply as I would have liked, and she still managed to fight me, bucking hard. I grimaced and pushed forward, knowing the silver had to be affecting her. A moment later, I saw the pain twist her face. She faltered, and I pushed my advantage, shoving the stake in all the way. It took several seconds, but she eventually stopped moving, her body crumpling to the ground. If the other strigoi noticed her death, they didn't pay attention. Nathan and Marlon were fixated on Dimitri. Another strigoi, a female I didn't recognize, soon joined the face-off. I jerked my stake out of Galina and slowly began backing toward the window, hoping I wouldn't attract too much attention. My heart went out to Dimitri. He was outnumbered. I could possibly lend my strength and help him fight. Of course, my strength was fading. I was still suffering from days of vampire bites and blood loss. I'd fought 2 strigoi tonight and killed a powerful one. That had been my good deed, removing her from the world. The next best thing I could do would be to leave and let these strigoi finish off Dimitri. The surviving ones would be leaderless and less of a threat. Dimitri would be free of this evil state, his soul finally able to move on to better places. And I would live, hopefully, having helped the world by killing more strigoi. I bumped against the windowsill and looked out. Nighttime not good. The sheer side of the manor was not ideal for climbing, either. It could be done, but it would be time-consuming. I didn't have any more time. Directly below the window was a thickly leafed bush of some sort. I couldn't see it clearly and only hoped it wasn't a rosebush or something equally sharp. A second floor drop wouldn't kill me, though. Probably wouldn't even hurt much. I climbed over the ledge, briefly meeting Dimitri's gaze as the other strigoi moved in on him. The words came to me again, "Don't hesitate." Dimitri's important lesson. But it hadn't been his first one. His first had been about what to do if I was outnumbered and out of options: run. Time for me to run. I leapt out the window. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 26. I think the profanities that came out of my mouth when I hit the ground would have been understandable in any language. It hurt. The bush was not particularly sharp or pointy, but it wasn't soft by any stretch of the imagination. It broke my fall somewhat, though it didn't save my ankle from twisting underneath me. Shit. I said through gritted teeth, climbing to my feet. Russia sure was making me swear a lot. I tested the weight on my ankle and felt a twinge of pain, but nothing I couldn't stand on. A sprain, thank God. The ankle wasn't broken, and I'd had worse. Still, it was going to slow down my getaway. I limped away from the bush, trying to pick up the pace and ignore the pain. Stretching before me was that stupid hedge maze I thought was so cool the other night. The sky was cloudy, but I doubted moonlight would have made it easier to navigate. No way was I going to fight that leafy mess. I'd find where it ended and get out through there. Unfortunately, when I circled the house, I discovered an unhappy truth: the hedge was everywhere. It encircled the estate like some kind of medieval moat. The annoying part was, I doubted Galina had even had it installed for defense. She'd probably done it for the same reason she had crystal chandeliers and antique paintings in the hallways: it was cool. Well, there was nothing for it, then. I picked an opening to the maze at random and started winding my way through. I had no idea where to go, no strategies for getting out. Shadows lurked everywhere, and I often didn't see dead ends coming until I was right on top of them. The bushes were tall enough that once I was only a little way into the maze, I completely lost sight of the top of the house. If I'd had it as a navigation point, I might have been able to just move in a straight, or nearly straight, line away. Instead, I wasn't entirely sure if I was going backward or in circles or what. At one point, I was pretty sure I'd passed the same jasmine trellis 3 times. I tried to think of stories I'd read about people navigating mazes. What did they use? Breadcrumbs? Thread? I didn't know, and as more time passed and my ankle grew sorer, I began to get discouraged. I'd killed a strigoi in my weakened state but couldn't escape some bushes. Embarrassing, really. Rosa. The voice carried distantly on the wind, and I stiffened. No. It couldn't be. Dimitri. He'd survived. Rosa, I know you're out there, he called. I can smell you. I had a feeling he was bluffing. He wasn't close enough for me to feel sick, and with the cloying perfume of the flowers, I doubted he could scent me yet even if I was sweating a lot. He was trying to bait me into giving up my location. With new resolve, I headed down the next twist in the bushes, praying for the exit. Okay, God, I thought. Get me out of this and I'll stop my half-assed church-going ways. You got me past a pack of strigoi tonight. I mean, trapping that one between the doors really shouldn't have worked, so clearly you're on board. Let me get out of here, and I don't know. Donate Adrian's money to the poor. Get baptized. Join a convent. Well, no. Not that last one. Dimitri continued his taunting. I won't kill you, not if you give yourself up. I owe you. You took out Galina for me, and now I'm in charge. Replacing her happened a little ahead of schedule, but that's not a problem. Of course, there aren't many people to control now that Nathan and the others are dead. But that can be fixed. Unbelievable. He truly had survived those odds. I'd said it before and meant it, alive or undead, the love of my life was a badass. There was no way he could have defeated those three, and yet, well. I'd seen him take on crazy odds before. And clearly his being here was proof of his capabilities. The path ahead of me split, and I randomly chose the right-hand path. It spread off into the darkness, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Score. Despite his breezy commentary, I knew he was also moving through the maze, getting closer and closer. And unlike me, he knew the paths and how to get out of it. I'm not upset about you attacking me, either. I would have done it in your place. It's just one more reason why we should be together. My next turn took me into a dead end filled with climbing moonflowers. I kept my swearing to myself and backtracked. You're still dangerous, though. If I find you, I'm probably going to have to kill you. I don't want to, but I'm starting to think there's no way we can both live in this world. Come to me by choice, and I'll awaken you. We'll control Galina's empire together. I almost laughed. I couldn't have found him if I wanted to in this mess. If I'd had that kind of ability, my stomach swirled a little. Oh no. He was getting closer. Did he know it yet? I didn't fully understand how the amount of nausea correlated to distance, but it didn't matter. He was too close, period. How close did he need to be to truly smell me? To hear me walking on the grass? Each second brought him closer to success. Once he had my trail, I was screwed. My heart started racing even more, if that was even possible at this point, and the adrenaline pumping through me numbed my ankle, even though it still slowed me down. Another dead end spun me around, and I tried to calm myself, knowing panic would make me sloppy. All the while, that nausea grew in increments. Even if you get out, where will you go? He called. We're in the middle of nowhere. His words were poison, seeping into my skin. If I focused on them, my fear would win, and I'd give up. I'd curl into a ball and let him come for me, and I had no reason to believe he'd let me live. My life could be over in the next few minutes. A turn to my left led to another wall of glossy green leaves. I sidestepped it quickly and headed in the opposite direction and saw fields. Long, vast stretches of grass spread out ahead of me, giving way to trees scattered off in the distance. Against all odds, I'd made it out. Unfortunately, the nausea was strong now. This close, he had to know where I was. I peered around, realizing the truth of his words. We really were in the middle of nowhere. Where could I go? I had no idea where we were. There. To my left, I saw the faint purple glow on the horizon that I'd noticed the other night. I hadn't realized what it was then, but now I knew. Those were city lights, most likely Novosibirsk, if that was where Galina's gang did most of their deeds. Even if it wasn't Novosibirsk, it was civilization. There would be people there. Safety. I could get help. I took off at as fast a run as I could manage, feet pounding hard against the ground. Even the adrenaline couldn't block that much impact out, and pain crackled up through my leg with each step. The ankle held, though. I didn't fall or go to a true limp. My breath was hard and ragged, the rest of my muscles still weak from all I'd been through. Even with a goal, I knew that the city was miles away. And all the while, the nausea grew and grew. Dimitri was close. He had to be out of the maze now, but I couldn't risk looking back. I just kept running toward that purple glow on the horizon, even though it meant I was about to enter a cluster of trees. Maybe it would provide cover. You're a fool, some part of me whispered. There's nowhere you can hide from him. I reached the thin line of trees and slowed just a little, gasping for breath and pressing myself up against a sturdy trunk. I finally dared a look behind me but saw nothing. The house glowed in the distance, surrounded by the darkness of the hedge maze. My sick stomach hadn't grown worse, so it was possible I might have a lead on him. The maze had several exits, he hadn't known where I'd come out. My moment of respite over, I kept moving, keeping the soft glow of the city lights in sight through the branches. It was only a matter of time before Dimitri found me. My ankle wasn't going to let me do much more of this. Outrunning him was slowly becoming a fantasy. Leaves left over from last fall crunched as I moved, but I couldn't afford to step around them. I doubted I had to worry any more about Dimitri sniffing me out. The noise would give me away. Rose. I swear it's not too late. Shoot. His voice was close. I looked around frantically. I couldn't see him, but if he was still calling for me, he likely couldn't see me yet either. The city haze was still my guiding star, but there were trees and darkness between me and it. Suddenly, an unexpected person came to mind. Tasha Azara. She was Christian's aunt, a very formidable lady who was one of the forerunners of teaching Maroi to fight back against strigoi. We can retreat and let ourselves get backed into corners forever, she'd said once. Or we can go out and meet the enemy at the time and place we choose. Not them. Okay, Tasha, I thought. Let's see if your advice gets me killed. I looked around and located a tree with branches I could reach. Shoving my stake back into my pocket, I grabbed hold of the lowest branch and swung myself up. My ankle complained the whole way, but aside from that, there were enough branches for me to get good hand and footholds. I kept going until I found a thick, heavy limb that I thought would support my weight. I moved out onto it, staying near the trunk and carefully testing the limb's sturdiness. It held. I took the stake out of my pocket and waited. A minute or so later, I heard the faint stirring of leaves as Dimitri approached. He was much quieter than I had been. His tall, dark form came into view, a sinister shadow in the night. He moved very slowly, very carefully, eyes roving everywhere and the rest of his senses no doubt working as well. Rosa. He spoke softly. I know you're here. You have no chance of running. No chance of hiding. His gaze was fixed low. He thought I was hiding behind a tree or crouched down. A few more steps. That was all I needed from him. Against the stake, my hand began to sweat, but I couldn't wipe it off. I was frozen, holding so still that I didn't even dare breathe. Rosa. The voice caressed my skin, cold and deadly. Still scrutinizing his surroundings, Dimitri took one step forward. Then another. And then another. I think it occurred to him to look up the instant I jumped. My body slammed into his, knocking him to the ground back first. He immediately tried to throw me off, just as I tried to drive the stake through his heart. Signs of fatigue and fighting were all over him. Defeating the other strigoi had taken its toll, though I doubted I was in much better shape. We grappled, and once, I managed to rake the stake against his cheek. He snarled in pain but kept his chest well protected. Over it, I could see where I'd ripped his shirt the first time I'd staked him. The wound had already healed. You are amazing, he said, his words full of both pride and battle fury. I had no energy for a response. My only goal was his heart. I fought to stay on him, and at last, my stake pierced his chest but he was too fast. He knocked my hand away before I could fully drive the stake through. In the process, he knocked me off of him. I flew several feet away, mercifully not hitting any trees. I scrambled to my feet, dazed, and saw him coming toward me. He was fast but not as fast as he'd been in previous fights. We were going to kill ourselves in trying to kill each other. I'd lost my advantage now, so I ran off into the trees, knowing he'd be right behind me. I was certain he could outrun me, but if I could accrue just a tiny lead, then maybe I could secure another good attack place and try to My scream rang into the night, jarring against the quiet darkness. My foot had gone out from under me, and I was sliding rapidly down a steep hillside, unable to stop myself. There were few trees, but the rocks and my ungainly position made the fall painful, particularly since I was wearing that sweater dress. How I managed to keep holding the stake was beyond me. I hit the bottom roughly, managed to briefly stand, and then promptly stumbled and fell into water. I stared around. On cue, the moon peeked out from the clouds, casting enough light to show me a huge expanse of black, fast-moving water in front of me. I gaped at it, utterly confused, and then I turned in the direction of the city. This was the Obi, the river that ran through Novosibirsk. The river headed right toward it. Glancing behind me, I saw Dimitri standing on top of the ridge. Unlike some of us, he'd apparently been watching where he was going. Either that, or my scream had tipped him off that something was amiss. It was going to take him less than a minute to come running down after me, though. I looked to either side of me and then in front. Okay. Fast-moving water. Possibly deep. Very wide. It'd take the pressure off my ankle, but I wasn't thrilled about my chances of not drowning. In legends, vampires couldn't cross running water. Man, I wished. That was pure myth. I did a double take to my left and just barely saw a dark shape over the water. A bridge. It was the best shot I had. I hesitated before going toward it. I needed Dimitri to start coming down here. I was not going to run off and let him pace me up above on the ridge. I needed the time his hill descent would buy me. There. He took one step onto the slope, and I tore off down the shore, not looking back. The bridge grew closer and closer to me, and as it did, I realized just how high it was. I'd misjudged it from where I'd landed. The slopes around the bridge reached farther up the more I ran downriver. I was going to have a hell of a climb. No problem. I'd worry about that later, by which I meant in about 30 seconds, since that was probably how long it'd take Dimitri to catch up with me. As it was, I could hear his feet splashing through the shallow water on the bank, the sounds growing nearer and nearer. If I could just reach the bridge, if I could just get to high ground and to the other side. The nausea surged in me. A hand closed around the back of my jacket, jerking me backward. I fell against Dimitri and immediately began fighting him, trying to free myself. But God, I was so tired. Every piece of me hurt, and no matter how weary he was, I was worse. Stop it, he yelled, gripping my arms. Don't you get it? You can't win. Then kill me. I wriggled, but his hold on my upper arms was too strong, and even holding the stake, I couldn't do anything with it. You said you would if I didn't surrender myself. Well, guess what? I didn't. I won't. So just get it over with. That phantom moonlight lit up his face, eradicating the normal shadows and making his skin stark white against the night's backdrop. It was like all the colors in the world had been blanked out. His eyes merely looked dark, but in my mind's eye, they glowed like fire. His expression was cold and calculating. Not my Dimitri. It'd take a lot for me to kill you, Rose, he said. This isn't enough. I wasn't convinced. Still holding onto me with that unbreakable grip, he leaned toward me. He was going to bite me. Those teeth would pierce my skin, and he'd turn me into a monster like him or drink until I was dead. Either way, I'd be too drugged and too stupid to know it. The person who was Rose Hathaway would leave this world without even realizing it. Pure panic shot through me even as that part of me that was still in withdrawal cried out for more of those glorious endorphins. No, no. I couldn't allow that. Every nerve I had was set on fire, ramping up for defense, attack, anything to stop this. I would not be turned. I could not be turned. I wanted so badly to do something to save myself. My whole being was consumed with that urge. I could feel it ready to burst out, ready to. My hands could touch each other but not Dimitri. With a bit of maneuvering, I used the fingers of my left hand to pry off Oksana's ring. It slipped off and into the mud, just as Dimitri's fangs touched my skin. It was like a nuclear explosion going off. The ghosts and spirits I'd summoned on the road to Baya burst between us. They were all around, translucent and luminescent in shades of pale green, blue, yellow, and silver. I'd let loose all of my defenses, let myself succumb to my emotions in a way I hadn't been able to when Dimitri first caught me. The ring's healing power had barely kept me in check just now, but it was gone. I had no barriers on my power. Dimitri sprang back, wide-eyed. Like the strigoi on the road, he waved his hands around, swatting the spirits as one would mosquitoes. His hands passed right through them, ineffectual. Their attack was more or less ineffectual too. They couldn't physically hurt him, but they could affect the mind, and they were damned distracting. What had Mark said? The dead hate the undead. And from the way these ghosts swarmed Dimitri, it was clear that they did. I stepped back, scanning the ground below me. There. The ring's silver gleamed up at me from a puddle. I reached down and grabbed it, then ran off and left Dimitri to his fate. He wasn't exactly screaming, but he was making some horrible noises. That tore at me, but I kept going, running toward the bridge. I reached it a minute or so later. It was as high as I'd feared, but it was sturdy and well built, if narrow. It was the kind of country bridge that only one car at a time could cross. I've come this far, I muttered, staring up at the bank. It was not only higher than the one I'd fallen down, it was also steeper. I pocketed the ring and stake and then reached out, digging my hands into the ground. I was going to have to half crawl, half climb this one. My ankle got a slight reprieve, this was all upper body strength now. As I climbed, however, I began to notice something. Faint flashes in my periphery. An impression of faces and skulls. And a throbbing pain in the back of my head. Oh no. This had happened before too. In this panicked state, I couldn't maintain the defenses I usually did to keep the dead away from myself. They were now approaching me, more curious than belligerent. But as their numbers grew, it all became as disorienting as what Dimitri was now experiencing. They couldn't hurt me, but they were freaking me out, and the telltale headache that came with them was starting to make me dizzy. Glancing back toward him, I saw something amazing. Dimitri was still coming. He really was a god who brought death closer with each footstep. The ghosts still swarmed him like a cloud, yet he was managing progress, one agonizing step at a time. Turning back, I continued my climb, ignoring my own glowing companions as best I could. At long last, I reached the top of the bank and stumbled onto the bridge. I could barely stand, my muscles were so weak. I made it a few more steps and then collapsed to my hands and knees. More and more spirits were spinning around, and my head was on the verge of exploding. Dimitri still made his slow progress but was a ways from the bank yet. I tried to stand again, using the bridge's rails for support, and failed. The rough grating on the bridge scraped my bare legs. Damn. I knew what I had to do to save myself, though it could very well end up killing me, too. With trembling hands, I reached into my pocket and pulled out the ring. I shook so badly that I felt certain I'd drop it. Somehow, I held on and managed to slide it onto my finger. A small surge of warmth radiated from it into me, and I felt a tiny bit of control settle into my body. Unfortunately, the ghosts were still there. The traces of that fear, of dying, or turning strigoi, were still in me, but it had lessened now that I was out of immediate danger. Feeling less unstable, I sought for the barriers and control I usually kept up, desperate to slam them into place and drive my visitors away. Go, 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 I whispered, squeezing my eyes shut. The effort was like pushing on a mountain, an impossible obstacle that no one could have the strength for. This was what Mark had warned about, why I shouldn't do this. The dead were a powerful asset, but once called, they were difficult to get rid of. What had he said? Those who danced on the edge of darkness and insanity shouldn't risk this. Go! I shouted, throwing my last bit of strength into the effort. One by one, the phantoms around me vanished. I felt my world settle back into its rightful order. Only, when I looked down, I saw that the ghosts had left Dimitri too, as I'd suspected. And just like that, he was on the move again. Damn! My word of the night. I managed to get on my feet this time as he sprinted up the slope. Again, he was slower than usual but still more than fast enough. I began backing up, never taking my eyes off of him. Getting rid of the ghosts had given me more strength, but not what I needed to get away. Dimitri had won. Another shadow-kissed effect, he asked, stepping onto the bridge. Yeah. I swallowed. Turns out ghosts don't much like strigoi. You didn't seem to like them much either. I took another slow step backward. Where could I go? As soon as I turned around to run, he'd be on me. So, did I go far enough for you to not want to turn me? I asked as cheerfully as I could manage. He gave me a wry, twisted smile. No. Your shadow-kissed abilities have their uses. Too bad they'll go away when you're awakened. So. That was still his plan. In spite of how much I'd infuriated him, he still wanted to keep me around for eternity. You're not going to awaken me, I said. Rose, there's no way you can. No. I climbed up onto the railing of the bridge, swinging one leg over. I knew what had to happen now. He froze. What are you doing? I told you. I'll die before I become strigoi. I won't be like you or the others. I don't want that. You didn't want that, once upon a time. My face felt cold as a night breeze blew over it, the result of stealthy tears on my cheeks. I swung my other leg over and peered down at the swiftly moving water. We were a lot more than 2 stories up. I'd hit the water hard, and even if I survived that fall, I didn't have the strength to outswim the current and get to shore. As I stared down, contemplating my death, I thought back to when Dimitri and I sat in the back seat of an SUV once, discussing this very topic. It was the first time we'd sat near each other, and every place our bodies touched had been warm and wonderful. He'd smelled good. That scent of being alive was gone now, I realized, and he'd been more relaxed than usual, ready to smile. We'd talked about what it meant to be alive and in full control of your soul, and what it meant to become one of the undead, to lose the love and light of life and all those you'd known. We'd looked at each other and agreed death was better than that fate. Looking at Dimitri now, I had to agree. Rose, don't. I heard true panic in his voice. If he lost me over the edge, I was gone. No strigoi. No awakening. For me to be turned, he needed to kill me by drinking my blood and then feed blood back to me. If I jumped, the water would kill me, not bloodletting. I would be long dead before he found me in the river. Please, he begged. There was a plaintive note to his voice, one that startled me. It twisted my heart. It reminded me too much of the living Dimitri, the one who wasn't a monster. The one who'd cared for me and loved me, who'd believed in me and made love to me. This Dimitri, the one who was none of those things, took 2 careful steps forward, then stopped again. We need to be together. Why? I asked softly. The word was carried away on the wind, but he heard. Because I want you. I gave him a sad smile, wondering if we'd meet again in the land of the dead. Wrong answer, I told him. I let go. And he was right there, sprinting out to me with that insane strigoi speed as I started to fall. He reached out and caught one of my arms, dragging me back onto the railing. Well, half dragging. Only part of me made it over, the rest still hung out over the river. Stop fighting me, he said, trying to pull on the arm he held. He was in a precarious position himself, straddling the rail as he tried to lean over far enough to get me and actually hold onto me. Let go of me, I yelled back. But he was too strong and managed to haul most of me over the rail, enough so that I wasn't in total danger of falling again. See, here's the thing. In that moment before I let go, I really had been contemplating my death. I'd come to terms with it and accepted it. I also, however, had known Dimitri might do something exactly like this. He was just that fast and that good. That was why I was holding my stake in the hand that was dangling free. I looked him in the eye. I will always love you. Then I plunged the stake into his chest. It wasn't as precise a blow as I would have liked, not with the skilled way he was dodging. I struggled to get the stake in deep enough to his heart, unsure if I could do it from this angle. Then, his struggle stopped. His eyes stared at me, stunned, and his lips parted, almost into a smile, albeit a grisly and pained one. That's what I was supposed to say. He gasped out. Those were his last words. His failed attempt to dodge the stake had made him lose his balance on the edge. The stake's magic made the rest easy, stunning him and his reflexes. Dimitri fell. He nearly took me with him, and I just barely managed to break free of him and cling to the railing. He dropped down into the darkness, down into the blackness of the OB. A moment later he disappeared from sight. I stared down after him, wondering if I would see him in the water if I squinted hard enough. But I didn't. The river was too dark and too far away. Clouds moved back over the moon, and darkness fell over everything again. For a moment, staring down and realizing what I'd just done, I wanted to throw myself in after him, because surely there was no way I could go on living now. You have to. My inner voice was much calmer and more confident than it should have been. The old Dimitri would want you to live. If you really loved him, then you have to go on. With a shaking breath, I climbed over the rail and stood back on the bridge, surprisingly grateful for its security. I didn't know how I would go on living, but I knew that I wanted to. I wasn't going to feel fully safe until I was on solid ground, and with my body falling apart, I began to cross the bridge one step at a time. When I was on the other side, I had a choice. Follow the river or the road. They veered off from each other slightly, but both headed roughly in the direction of the city's lights. I opted for the road. I didn't want to be anywhere near the river. I would not think about what had just happened. I couldn't think about it. My brain refused. Worry about staying alive first. Then worry about how you're going to live. The road, while clearly rural, was flat and packed and made for easy walking for anyone else. A light rain began falling, which just added insult to injury. I kept wanting to sit and rest, to curl up in a ball and think of nothing else. No, no, no. The light. I had to go toward the light. That almost made me laugh out loud. It was funny, really. Like I was someone having a near-death experience. Then I did laugh. This whole night had been full of near-death experiences. This was the least of them. It was also the last, and as much as I longed for the city, it was too far away. I'm not sure how long I walked before I finally had to stop and sit. Just a minute, I decided. I'd rest for a minute and then keep moving. I had to keep moving. If by some crazy chance I'd missed his heart, Dimitri could be climbing out of the river at any moment. Or other surviving strigoi could be coming after me from the manor. But I didn't get up in a minute. I think I may have slept, and I honestly don't know how long I'd been sitting there when headlights suddenly spurred me to alertness. A car slowed down and came to a stop. I managed to get to my feet, bracing myself. No strigoi got out. Instead, an old human man did. He peered at me and said something in Russian. I shook my head and backed up a step. He leaned into the car and said something, and a moment later, an older woman joined him. She looked at me and her eyes widened, face compassionate. She said something gentle sounding and held out her hand to me, cautious in the way one would be when approaching a feral animal. I stared at her for several heavy seconds and then pointed at the purple horizon. Novosibirsk, I said. She followed my gesture and nodded. Novosibirsk. She pointed to me and then to the car. Novosibirsk. I hesitated a little longer and then let her lead me into the back seat. She took off her coat and laid it over me, and I noticed then that I was soaked from the rain. I had to be a mess after everything I'd been through tonight. It was a wonder they'd even stopped. The old man began driving again, and it occurred to me I could have just gotten in a car with serial killers. But then, how would that be any different from the rest of my night? The mental and physical pain were starting to drag me under, and with my last effort, I wet my lips and choked out another gem from my Russian vocabulary. Pazvanit. The woman looked back at me in surprise. I wasn't sure if I had the word right. I might have just asked for a payphone instead of a cell phone, or maybe I'd asked for a giraffe, but hopefully the message came through regardless. A moment later, she reached into her purse and handed me a cell phone. Even in Siberia, everyone was wired. With shaking hands, I dialed the number I now had memorized. A female voice answered. Hello. Sydney. This is Rose. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 27. I didn't recognize the guy Sydney sent to meet us when we reached Novosibirsk, but he had the same golden tattoo that she did. He was sandy-haired and in his 30s and human, of course. He looked competent and trustworthy, and as I leaned against the car, he laughed and spoke to the elderly couple like they'd been best friends forever. There was a professional and reassuring air about him, and soon they were smiling too. I'm not sure what he told them, maybe that I was his wayward daughter or something, but they apparently felt good enough to leave me in his hands. I supposed with their jobs, the alchemist charm in action. When the old man and woman drove off, his demeanor shifted slightly. He didn't seem as cold as Sydney initially had, but there was no laughing or joking with me. He'd become distinctly businesslike, and I couldn't help but think of the stories of Men in Black, the people who cleaned up after extraterrestrial encounters in order to keep the world ignorant of the truth. Can you walk? He asked, eyeing me up and down. Unclear at this time, I replied. It turned out I could, just not very well. With his help, I eventually ended up at a townhouse over in a residential part of the city. I was bleary-eyed and barely able to stay on my feet by that point. There were other people there, but none of them registered. The only thing that mattered was the bedroom someone took me to. I mustered enough strength at that point to break free of the arm supporting me and do a faceplant right in the middle of the bed. I fell asleep instantly. I awoke to bright sunshine filling my room and voices speaking in hushed tones. Considering everything that I'd been through, I wouldn't have been surprised to see Dimitri, Tatiana, or even Dr. Olensky from the academy there. Instead, it was Abe's bearded face that looked down at me, the light making all of his jewelry gleam. For a moment, his face blurred, and all I saw was dark water that threatened to wash me away. Dimitri's last words echoed in my head, that's what I was supposed to say. He'd understood that I wanted to hear that he loved me. What would have happened if we'd had a few moments more? Would he have said those words? Would he have meant them? And would it have mattered? With the same resolve I'd mustered before, I parted the waters swirling in my mind, ordering myself to push aside last night as long as I could. I would drown if I thought about it. Now I had to swim. Abe's face came back into focus. "Greetings, Z-May," I said weakly. Somehow, him being here didn't surprise me. Sydney would have had to tell her superiors about me, who in turn would have told Abe. "Nice of you to slither on in." He shook his head, wearing a rueful smile. "I think you've outdone me when it comes to sneaking around dark corners. I thought you were on your way back to Montana. Next time, make sure you write a few more details into your bargains. Or just pack me up and send me back to the US for real." "Oh," he said, "that's exactly what I intend to do." He kept smiling as he said it, but somehow, I had a feeling he wasn't joking. And suddenly, I no longer feared that fate. Going home was starting to sound good. Mark and Oksana walked over to stand beside him. Their presence was unexpected but welcome. They smiled too, faces melancholy but relieved. I sat up in bed, surprised I could move at all. "You healed me," I said to Oksana. "I still hurt, but I don't feel like I'm going to die, which I have to think is an improvement." She nodded. "I did enough to make sure you weren't in immediate danger. I figured I could do the rest when you woke up." I shook my head. No. I'll recover on my own. I always hated it when Lissa healed me. I didn't want her wasting the strength on me. I also didn't want her inviting spirit side effects. Lissa. I jerked the covers off of me. Oh my God. I have to get home. Right now. Immediately, 3 pairs of arms blocked my way. "Hold on," said Mark. "You aren't going anywhere. Oksana only healed you a little. You're a long way from being recovered." "And you still haven't told us what happened," said Abe, eyes as shrewd as ever. He was someone who needed to know everything, and the mysteries around me probably drove him crazy. "There's no time. Lissa's in trouble. I have to get back to school." It was all coming back to me. Lissa's erratic behavior and crazy stunts, driven by some kind of compulsion or super-compulsion, I supposed, seeing as Avery had been able to shove me out of Lissa's head. "Oh, now you want to go back to Montana," exclaimed Abe. "Rose, even if there was a plane waiting for you out in the other room, that's a 20-hour trip, at minimum. And you're in no condition to go anywhere." I shook my head, still trying to get on my feet. After what I'd faced last night, this group wasn't that much of a threat. Well, maybe Mark was, but I could hardly start throwing punches. And yeah, I still wasn't sure what Abe could do. "You don't get it? Someone's trying to kill Lissa or hurt her or... Well, I didn't really understand what Avery wanted. All I knew was that Avery had somehow been compelling Lissa to do all sorts of reckless things. She had to be amazingly strong in spirit to not only manage those feats but also keep it hidden from Lissa and Adrian. She'd even created a false aura to hide her golden one. I had no idea how that magnitude of power was possible, particularly considering that Avery's fun-loving personality could hardly be called insane. Whatever her scheme, Lissa was at risk. I had to do something. Removing Abe from the equation, I looked up at Mark and Oksana pleadingly. "It's my bondmaid," I explained. "She's in trouble. Someone's trying to hurt her. I have to go to her. You understand why I have to?" And I saw in their faces that they did understand. I also knew that in my situation, they'd try exactly the same thing for each other. Mark sighed. "Rose, we'll help you get to her, but we can't do it now." "We'll contact the school," said Abe matter-of-factly. "They'll take care of it." "Right. And how exactly would we do that?" "Call up Headmaster Lazar and tell him his party girl daughter was actually corrupting and controlling people with psychic powers and that she needed to be locked up for Lissa's and everyone else's good?" My lack of an answer seemed to make them think they'd convinced me, Abe in particular. "With Oksana's help, you'd probably be in good enough condition to leave tomorrow," he added. "I can book a morning flight the next day." "Will she be all right until then?" Oksana asked me gently. I don't know. What could Avery do in 2 days' time? Alienate and embarrass Lissa further? Horrible things, but not permanent or life-threatening. Surely, she'd be okay that long, right? Let me see. I saw Mark's eyes widen slightly as he realized what I was about to do. Then I saw nothing in the room anymore because I was no longer there. I was in Lissa's head. A new set of sights settled in around me, and for half a second, I thought I stood on the bridge again and was looking down into black waters and a cold death. Then I gained a grip on what I saw, or rather, what Lissa saw. She was standing on the ledge of a window in some building on campus. It was nighttime. I couldn't tell offhand which building it was, but it didn't matter. Lissa was on what appeared to be the 6th floor, standing there in high heels, laughing about something while the dark ground threatened below. Behind her, I heard Avery's voice. Lissa, be careful. You shouldn't be up there. But it had the same double meaning that permeated everything Avery did. Even as she said those words of caution, I could feel a reckless drive within Lissa, something telling her that it was okay to be where she was and not to worry so much. It was Avery's compulsion. Then, I felt that brushing of my mind, and the annoyed voice. You again? I was forced back out, back to the bedroom in Novosibirsk. Abe was freaking out, apparently thinking I'd gone into some catatonic fit, and Mark and Oksana were attempting to explain to him what had happened. I blinked and rubbed my head as I gathered myself, and Mark breathed a sigh of relief. It's much stranger watching someone do that than it is doing it myself. She's in trouble, I said, attempting to get up again. She's in trouble, and I don't know what to do. They were right in saying there was no way on earth I could get to Lissa anytime soon. And even if I followed Abe's suggestion and contacted the school, I didn't know for sure where Lissa was at or even if anyone there would believe me. I thought about jumping back in and trying to read Lissa's location from her mind, but Avery would likely throw me out again. From what I had briefly felt, Lissa didn't have her cell phone on her, no surprise. There were strict rules about having them in classes, so she usually left hers in her dorm room. But I knew someone who would have his. And who would believe me? Does anyone have a phone? I asked. Abe gave me his, and I dialed Adrian's number, surprised I had it memorized. Adrian was mad at me, but he cared about Lissa. He would help her, no matter his grudge toward me. And he would believe me when I tried to explain a crazy, spirit-induced plot. But when the other end of the line picked up, it was his voicemail that answered, not the man himself. I know how devastated you must be to miss me, his cheery voice said, but leave a message, and I'll try to ease your agony as soon as possible. I disconnected, feeling lost. Suddenly, I looked up at Oksana as one of my crazier ideas came to mind. You can do that thing, where you actively go in someone's mind and touch their thoughts, right? Like you did to me. She grimaced slightly. Yes, but it's not something I like to do. I don't think it's right. Can you compel them once you're in there? She looked even more disgusted. Well, yes, of course, the two things are actually very similar. But reaching in someone's mind is one thing and forcing them into some unwanted behavior is an entirely different matter. My friend is about to do something dangerous, I said. It could kill her. She's being compelled, but I can't do anything about it. The bond won't let me actively reach her. I can only watch. If you could reach inside my friend's head and compel her out of danger. Oksana shook her head. Supposing morals weren't an issue, I can't reach into someone who's not actually here, let alone someone I've never met. I raked a hand through my hair, panic setting in. I wished Oksana knew how to walk dreams. That would at least give her the long-distance capability. All of these spirit powers seemed to be one off from each other, each having some additional nuance. Someone who could dream walk might be able to take the next step and visit someone awake. An even crazier idea came to me. This was a groundbreaking day. Oksana, you can reach into my mind, right? Yes, she reaffirmed. If I was in my bondmate's head at the time, could you reach into me and then reach into her mind? Could I, like, be the link between you guys? I've never heard of anything like that, murmured Mark. That's because we've never had this many spirit users and shadow kissed around before, I pointed out. Abe, understandably, looked completely lost. A shadow fell over Oksana's face. I don't know. Either it works or it doesn't, I said. If it doesn't, then there's no harm done. But if you can reach her through me, you can compel her. She started to speak, and I cut her off. I know, you think it's wrong. But this other spirit user? She's the one who's wrong. All you have to do is compel Lissa out of danger. She's ready to jump out a window. Stop her now, then I'll get to her in another day or so and fix things. And by fix things, I meant ruin Avery's pretty face with a black eye. In my bizarre life, I'd grown pretty used to people, especially adults, rejecting my outlandish ideas and proclamations. I'd had a hell of a time convincing people that Victor had kidnapped Lissa, and an equally hard time making the guardians believe the school was under attack. So when situations like this happened, part of me almost expected resistance. But the thing was, as stable as they were, Oksana and Mark had been fighting with spirit for most of their lives. Crazy was kind of par for the course for them, and after a moment, she didn't argue any further. All right, she said. Give me your hands. What's going on? Asked Abe, still totally clueless. I took a small amount of satisfaction in seeing him out of his league for a change. Mark murmured something to Oksana in Russian and kissed her on the cheek. He was warning her to be careful, not condemning her for her choice. I knew he'd want the same thing if she were in Lissa's place. The love that flashed between them was so deep and so strong that I nearly lost my resolve to do this. That kind of love reminded me of Dimitri, and if I allowed myself to think about him for even a moment more, I was going to relive last night. I clasped Oksana's hands, a knot of fear coiling in my stomach. I didn't like the idea of someone being in my head, even though that was a hypocritical sentiment for someone who was constantly traveling into her best friend's mind. Oksana gave me a small smile, though it was obvious she was as nervous as me. I'm sorry, she said. I hate doing this to people. And then I felt it, the same thing that had happened when Avery pushed me out. It was like the actual physical sensation of someone touching my brain. I gasped, looking into Oksana's eyes as waves of heat and cold ran through me. Oksana was in my head. Now go to your friend, she said. I did. I focused my thoughts into Lissa and found her still standing on the window's ledge. Better she was there than on the ground, but I still wanted her off and back in the room before something bad happened. That wasn't for me to do, however. I was the taxi, so to speak. Oksana was the one who had to literally talk Lissa off the ledge. Only I had no indication the other woman had come with me. When I jumped to Lissa's mind, I'd lost that sense of Oksana. No more tickling of the mind. Oksana, I thought. Are you there? There was no response, not from Oksana, at least. The answer came from a very unexpected source. Rose. It was Lissa's voice that spoke in my mind. She froze her position in the window and abruptly cut off whatever she'd been laughing about with Avery. I felt Lissa's terror and confusion as she wondered if she was imagining me. She peered around the room, her eyes passing over Avery. Avery recognized something was going on, and her face hardened. I felt the familiar sense of her presence in Lissa's mind and wasn't surprised when Avery tried to shove me out again. Except it didn't work. Avery kicking me out in the past had always felt like an actual shove. I got the impression that when she tried it now, it felt like hitting a brick wall to her. I wasn't so easy to push around anymore. Oksana was with me somehow, lending her strength. Avery was still in Lissa's line of sight, and I saw those adorable blue-gray eyes go wide with shock that she couldn't control me. Oh, I thought. It's on, bitch. Rose. Lissa's voice was there again. Am I going crazy? Not yet. But you have to get down, right now. I think Avery's trying to kill you. Kill me? I could feel and hear Lissa's incredulity. She'd never do that. Look, let's not argue it for now. Just get out of the window and call it good. I felt the impulse in Lissa, felt her shift and start to put one foot down. Then it was like some core part of herself stopped her. Her foot stayed where it was, and slowly began to grow unsteady. That was Avery at work. I wondered if Oksana, lurking in the background of this bond, could overpower that compulsion. No, Oksana wasn't active here. Her spirit powers had somehow gotten me into actively communicating with Lissa, but she was remaining passive. I'd expected to be the bridge and thought Oksana would jump to Lissa's mind and compel her. The situation was reversed, though, and I didn't actually have compulsion powers. All I had was legendary wit and powers of persuasion. Lissa, you have to fight Avery, I said. She's a spirit user, and she's compelling you. You're one of the strongest compulsion users I know. You should be able to fight her. Fear answered me. I can't. I can't compel right now. Why not? Because I've been drinking. I mentally groaned. Of course. That was why Avery was always so quick to supply Lissa with alcohol. It numbed spirit, as demonstrated in Adrian's frequent indulgences. Avery had encouraged the drinking so that Lissa's spirit abilities would weaken and give her less resistance. There were a number of times Lissa hadn't been able to gauge exactly how much Avery was drinking. In retrospect, Avery must have been doing a fair amount of faking. Then use ordinary willpower, I told her. It's possible to resist compulsion. It was true. Compulsion wasn't an automatic ticket to world domination. Some people were better at resisting it than others, though a strigoi or spirit user certainly complicated matters. I felt Lissa build up her resolve, felt her repeat my words over and over, that she had to be strong and step back off the ledge. She worked to push away that impulse Avery had implanted, and without knowing how, I suddenly found myself pushing on it as well. Lissa and I joined our strength together and started shoving Avery out. In the physical world, Avery and Lissa's gazes were locked as the psychic struggle continued. Avery's face showed hard concentration that suddenly became overlaid with shock. She'd noticed me fighting her too. Her eyes narrowed, and when she spoke, it was me she addressed and not Lissa. Oh, Avery hissed, you do not want to mess with me. Didn't I? There was a rush of heat and that feeling of someone reaching into my mind. Only it wasn't Oksana. It was Avery, and she was doing some serious investigation of my thoughts and memories. I understood now what Oksana meant about it being invasive and a violation. It wasn't just looking through someone's eyes, it was spying on their most intimate thoughts. And then, the world around me dissolved. I stood in a room I didn't recognize. For a moment, I thought I was back in Galina's estate. It certainly had that rich, expensive feel to it. But no. After a moment's examination, I realized this wasn't the same at all. The furnishings were different. Even the vibe was different. Galina's home had been beautiful, but there had been a cold, impersonal feel to it. This place was inviting and clearly well loved. The plush couch had a quilt thrown haphazardly in its corner, as though someone or maybe two someones had been cuddling underneath it. And while the room wasn't messy, exactly, there were scattered objects, books, framed photos that indicated this room was actually used and wasn't just for show. I walked over to a small bookshelf and picked up one of the framed photos. I nearly dropped it when I saw what it was. It was a picture of Dimitri and me, but I had no memory of it. We stood arm in arm, leaning our faces together to make sure we both got in the shot. I was grinning broadly, and he too wore a joyous smile, one I'd hardly ever seen on him. It softened some of the protective fierceness that usually filled his features and made him look sexier than I'd ever imagined. A piece of that soft brown hair had slipped his ponytail and lay on his cheek. Beyond us was a city that I immediately recognized, St. Petersburg. I frowned. No, this was definitely a picture that couldn't exist. I was still studying it when I heard someone walk into the room. When I saw who it was, my heart stopped. I set the photo back on the shelf with shaking hands and took a few steps back. It was Dimitri. He wore jeans and a casual red t-shirt that fit the lean muscles of his body perfectly. His hair was down loose and slightly damp, like he'd just gotten out of the shower. He held 2 mugs and chuckled when he saw me. "Still not dressed?" he asked, shaking his head. "They're going to be here any minute." I looked down and saw that I wore plaid flannel pajama bottoms and a tank top. He handed me the mug, and I was too stunned to do anything but take it. I peered into it hot chocolate and then looked up at him. There was no red in his eyes, no evil on his face. Only gorgeous warmth and affection. He was my Dimitri, the one who'd loved and protected me. The one with a pure heart and soul. Who's coming?" I asked. "Lisa and Christian. They're coming for brunch." He gave me a puzzled look. "Are you okay?" I looked around, again taking in the comforting room. Through a window, I saw a backyard filled with trees and flowers. Sunshine spilled through onto the carpet. I turned back to him and shook my head. "What is this? Where are we?" His confused expression now turned into a frown. Stepping forward, he took my mug and set his and mine on the shelf. His hands rested on my hips, and I flinched but didn't break away. How could I when he looked so much like my Dimitri? "This is our house," he said, drawing me near. "In Pennsylvania." "Pennsylvania, are we at the royal court?" He shrugged. "A few miles away." I slowly shook my head. "No, that's not possible. We can't have a home together. And definitely not so close to the others. They'd never let us. If in some crazy world Dimitri and I lived together, we'd have to do it in secret somewhere remote, like Siberia." "You insisted," he said with a small smile. "And none of them care. They accept it? Besides, you said we had to live near Lisa." My mind reeled. What was going on? How was this possible? How could I be living with Dimitri, especially so near Maroi? This wasn't right, and yet, it felt right. Looking around, I could see how this was my home. I could feel the love in it, feel the connection Dimitri and I had to it. But, how could I actually be with Dimitri? Wasn't I supposed to be doing something else? Wasn't I supposed to be somewhere else? "You're a strigoi," I said at last. "No, you're dead. I killed you." He ran a finger along my cheek, still giving me that rueful smile. "Do I look like I'm dead? Do I look strigoi?" "No." He looked wonderful and sexy and strong. He was all the things I remembered, all the things I loved. "But you were." I trailed off, still confused. This wasn't right. There was something I had to do, but I still couldn't remember. What happened? His hand returned to my hip, and he pulled me into a tight embrace. "You saved me," he murmured into my ear. "Your love saved me, Rosa. You brought me back so that we could be together." Had I? I had no memory of that, either. But this all seemed so real, and it felt so wonderful. I'd missed his arms around me. He'd held me as a strigoi, but it had never felt like this. And when he leaned down and kissed me, I knew for sure he wasn't a strigoi. I didn't know how I could have ever deluded myself back at Galina's. This kiss was alive. It burned within my soul, and as my lips pressed more eagerly into his, I felt that connection, the one that told me there was no one else in the world for me except him. Only, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't supposed to be here. But where was I supposed to be? Lissa, something with Lissa. I broke the kiss but not the embrace. My head rested against his chest. I really saved you. Your love was too strong. Our love was too strong. Not even the undead could keep us apart. I wanted to believe it. Desperately. But that voice still nagged in my head. Lissa. What about Lissa? Then, it came to me. Lissa and Avery. I had to save Lissa from Avery. I jerked away from Dimitri, and he stared in surprise. What are you doing? This isn't real, I said. This is a trick. You're still strigoi. We can't be together, not here, not among the Maroi. Of course we can. There was hurt in his deep brown eyes, and it tore at my heart. Don't you want to be with me? I have to go back to Lissa. Let her go, he said, approaching me again. Let all of it go. Stay here with me, we can have everything we ever wanted, Rose. We can be together every day, wake up together every morning. No. I stepped further back. I knew if I didn't, he would kiss me again, and then I'd truly be lost. Lissa needed me. Lissa was trapped. With each passing second, the details about Avery were coming back to me. This was all an illusion. Rose, he asked. There was so much pain in his voice. What are you doing? I'm sorry, I said, feeling on the verge of tears. Lissa. I had to get to Lissa. This isn't real. You're gone. You and I can never be together, but I can still help her. You love her more than me. Lissa had asked me almost the same thing when I'd left to hunt Dimitri. My life was doomed to always be about choosing between them. I love you both, I replied. And with that, I used all of my will to push myself back to Lissa, wherever she was, and tear away from this fantasy. Honestly, I could have spent the rest of my days in that make-believe world, being with Dimitri in that house, waking up with him each morning like he'd said. But it wasn't real. It was too easy, and if I was learning anything, it was that life wasn't easy. The effort was excruciating, but suddenly, I found myself looking back at the room at St. Vladimir's. I focused on Avery, who was staring me and Lissa down. She'd pulled out the memory that tormented me most, attempting to confuse me and tear me from Lissa with a fantasy of what I wanted more than anything else in the world. I'd fought Avery's mind trap and felt pretty smug about it despite the ache in my heart. I wished I could communicate directly with her and make a few comments about what I thought of her and her game. That was out of the question, so instead, I threw my will in with Lissa's once more, and together, we stepped down off the ledge and onto the room's floor. Avery was visibly sweating, and when she realized she'd lost the psychic tug of war, her pretty face turned very ugly. Fine, she said. There are easier ways of killing you off. Reed suddenly entered the room, looking as hostile as ever. I had no idea where he'd come from or how he'd known to show up right then, but he headed straight toward Lissa, hands reaching out. That open window loomed behind her, and it didn't take a genius to guess his intentions. Avery had tried to get Lissa to jump by using compulsion. Reed was just going to push her. A mental conversation flew between Lissa and me in the space of a heartbeat. Okay, I told her. Here's the situation. We're going to have to do a little role reversal. What are you talking about? Fear flooded her, which was understandable, seeing as Reed's hands were seconds away from grabbing her. Well, I said, I just did the psychic power struggle. Which means you've got to do the fighting. And I'm going to show you how. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 28. Lissa didn't have to say anything to express her shock. The feelings of utter astonishment pouring into me said more than any words could have. I, however, had one important word for her: duck. I think it was her surprise that made her respond so quickly. She dropped to the floor. The movement was clumsy, but it removed her body from Reed's direct attack and put her, mostly, out of range of the window. He still collided with her shoulder and the side of her head, but it only bumped her and caused a little pain. Of course, a little pain meant totally different things to us. Lissa had been tortured a couple of times, but most of her battles were mental. She'd never been in a one-on-one physical confrontation. Getting thrown against walls was an average occurrence for me, but for her, a small swipe to the head was monumental. "Crawl away," I ordered. "Get away from him and the window. Head for the door if possible." Lissa started moving on her hands and feet, but she was too slow. Reed caught hold of her hair. I kind of felt like we were playing a game of telephone. With the delay in me giving direction and her figuring out how to respond, I might as well have been passing the message through 5 people before it got to her. I wished I could control her body like a puppeteer, but I was no spirit user. "It's going to hurt, but turn around as best you can and hit him." Oh, it did hurt. Trying to turn her body meant his hold on her hair tugged that much more painfully. She managed it reasonably well, though, and flailed out at Reed. Her hits weren't that coordinated, but they surprised him enough that he let go of her hair and tried to fend her off. That's when I noticed he wasn't overly coordinated either. He was stronger than her, true, but he obviously had no combat training short of basic hits and throwing his weight around. He hadn't come here for a true fight, he'd come to just push her out the window and be done with it. "Get away if you can, get away if you can." She scrambled across the floor, but unfortunately her escape path didn't give her access to the door. Instead, she backed further into the room until her back hit a rolling desk chair. "Grab it. Hit him with it." Easier said than done. He was right there, still trying to grab her and jerk her to her feet. She caught hold of the chair and tried to roll it into him. I'd wanted her to pick it up and hit him with it, but that wasn't quite so easy for her. She did, however, manage to get to her feet and get the chair between them. I directed her to keep hitting him with it in an effort to get him to retreat. It worked a little, but she didn't quite have the force to truly damage him. Meanwhile, I half expected Avery to join in the fight. It wouldn't have taken much effort to assist Reed in subduing Lissa. Instead, out of the corner of Lissa's eye, I saw Avery sitting perfectly still, her eyes unfocused and slightly glazed over. Okay. That was weird, but I had no complaints about her being out of the conflict. As it was, Lissa and Reed were in a stalemate, one I had to get her out of. "You're on the defensive," I said. "You need to take the attack to him." I finally got a direct answer back. "What? I can't do anything like that. I have no clue how." "I'll show you. Kick him preferably between the legs. That'll take down most guys." Without words, I tried to send the feelings into her, teaching her the right way to tense muscles and strike out. Steeling herself, she pushed the chair away so that there was nothing between her and Reed. It caught him by surprise, giving her a brief opening. Her leg struck out. It missed the golden spot, but it did hit his knee. That was almost as good. He stumbled back as his leg collapsed underneath him and just managed to grab the chair for support. It tried to roll, which didn't help him any. Lissa didn't need any urging to sprint for the door at that point except it was blocked. Simon had just entered. For a moment, both Lissa and I felt relief. A guardian. Guardians were safe. Guardians protected us. The thing was, this guardian worked for Avery, and it soon became clear his services went beyond merely keeping Strigoi away from her. He strode in, and with no hesitation grabbed Lissa and dragged her harshly back to the window. My direction faltered at that moment. I'd been an okay coach at showing her how to fend off a surly teenage boy. But a guardian? And that surly teenage boy had recovered himself and joined Simon to finish the job. Compel him. It was my last desperate bid. That was Lissa's strength. Unfortunately, while her earlier drinking had metabolized enough to improve her coordination, it was still affecting her control of spirit. She could touch the power but not very much of it. Her control was clumsy too. Nonetheless, her resolve was strong. She drew as much of the spirit as she could, channeling it into compulsion. Nothing happened. Then, I felt that weird tickling in my head. At first I thought Avery was back on the scene, only rather than someone reaching into me, it was like they reached through me. The power in Lissa surged, and I realized what had happened. Oksana was still there, somewhere in the background, and she was lending her strength again, channeling it through me and into Lissa. Simon froze, and it was almost amusing. He twitched slightly, rocking back and forth as he tried to advance on her and finish the lethal task. It was like he was suspended in jello. Lissa was hesitant to move, for fear of breaking her control. There was also the issue that Reed was not being compelled, but for the moment, he seemed too confused about what was happening to Simon to react. "You can't just kill me," Lissa blurted out. "Don't you think people are going to ask questions when they find my body shoved out a window?" "They won't notice," said Simon stiffly. Even the words required effort. "Not when you're resurrected. And if you can't be, then it was just a tragic accident that befell a troubled girl." Slowly, he began breaking out of her compulsion. Her power, while still there, was weakening a little. There was a leak somewhere, and it was dripping out. I suspected it might be Avery's influence or simply Lissa's mental fatigue. Maybe both. A supreme look of satisfaction crossed Simon's features as he lunged forward, and then he froze again. A blazing gold aura lit up in Lissa's periphery. She glanced over just enough to see Adrian in the doorway. The look on his face was comical, but shocked or not, he'd picked up enough to target Simon. It was Adrian's compulsion holding the Guardian in place now. Lissa squirmed away, yet again trying to keep out of that damned window's opening. "Hold him!" Lissa cried. Adrian grimaced. "I can't." "What the hell? It's like there's someone else there." "Avery," said Lissa, sparing a brief glance at the other girl. Avery's face had gone pale even for a Maroi. Her breathing was heavy, and her sweating had increased. She was fighting Adrian's compulsion. A few seconds later, Simon broke free yet again. He advanced on Lissa and Adrian, though his movements seemed sluggish. "Son of a bitch," I thought. "Now what?" demanded Lissa. "Reed. Go for Reed. Get him out of the picture." Reed had been frozen during the struggle with Simon, watching with fascination. And like those of the Guardian, Reed's actions seemed a little sluggish. Still, he was moving toward Lissa again. Simon had apparently decided Adrian was the immediate threat and was heading that way. Time to see if dividing and conquering would work. "What about Adrian?" Lissa asked. "We're going to have to leave him on his own for a minute. Get to Reed. Knock him out." "What?" But she advanced on him anyway, moving with a determination that warmed me with pride. His face curled into a snarl. He was frantic and overconfident, though not thinking clearly and still moving in an ungainly way. Once more, I attempted to teach Lissa without words. I couldn't make her do anything, but I tried to make her feel what it was like to punch someone. How to draw back her arm, curl her fingers in the proper way, build up the strength. After what I'd seen her do earlier, the best I could hope for was a decent approximation of a punch, enough to keep him off her and create further delay. And that's when something truly beautiful happened. Lissa socked him in the nose. And I mean, socked. We both heard the impact, heard the nose break. Blood came out. He flew backward, both he and Lissa staring wide-eyed. Never would I have thought Lissa capable of something like that. Not sweet, delicate, beautiful Lissa. I wanted to hoop and dance with joy. But this wasn't over yet. Don't stop. Hit him again. You've got to knock him out. I did. She cried, horrified at what she'd done. Her fist was also in agonizing pain. I hadn't really mentioned that part during my coaching. No, you've got to incapacitate him, I told her. I think he and Avery are bonded, and I think she's taking her strength from him. It made sense now, why he'd frozen when Avery drew power to use compulsion, why he'd known to show up when he had. She'd used their bond to summon him. And so Lissa went after Reed again. She got in 2 more punches, one of which knocked his head against the wall. His lips parted and his features went slack. He dropped to the floor, eyes staring vacantly. I wasn't sure if he was entirely unconscious, but he was out of this for the moment. Off to the side, I heard a small cry from Avery. Lissa turned to Adrian and Simon. Adrian had ceased any attempts at compulsion, because Simon was engaged in a full-on attack. Adrian's face showed he'd taken a few hits of his own, and I figured that, like Lissa, he'd never engaged in this kind of physical combat. Without any need for direction from me, Lissa strode over and turned on her compulsion. Simon jerked in surprise, not stopping his attack, but caught off guard. Lissa was still weak, but the walls around him had dropped a little, just as I'd suspected they would. "Help me," cried Lissa. With the momentary lapse on Simon's part, Adrian tried to wield his spirit too. Lissa felt and saw the change in his aura as the magic flowed through him. She felt him join her in their psychic attack on Simon, and a moment later, I sensed Oksana joining the fray. I wanted to play general and shout orders, but this wasn't my battle anymore. Simon's eyes went wide, and he fell to his knees. Lissa could sense the other 2 spirit users and was a bit surprised by Oksana's presence and had the vague impression that they were all doing slightly different things to Simon. Lissa was trying to compel him to stop his attack, to simply sit still. Her brief brush with Adrian's magic told her he was trying to make the guardian sleep, and Oksana was attempting to get Simon to run out of the room. The conflicting messages and all that power were too much. The last of Simon's defenses fell as all those mixed messages blasted into him, creating a tidal wave of spirit. He collapsed to the floor. With all of their magic combined, the spirit users had knocked him unconscious. Lissa and Adrian turned to Avery, bracing themselves, but there was no need. As soon as all that spirit had blasted into Simon, Avery had begun screaming. And screaming and screaming. She gripped the sides of her head, the sound of her voice horrible and grating. Lissa and Adrian exchanged glances, unsure how to handle this new development. "For God's sake," gasped Adrian, exhausted. "How do we shut her up?" Lissa didn't know. She considered approaching Avery and trying to help her, in spite of all that had happened. But a few seconds later, Avery grew quiet. She didn't pass out like her companions had. She just sat there, staring. Her expression no longer resembled the dazed look she'd had while wielding spirit. It was just blank. Like there was nothing in her at all. What happened?" asked Lissa. I had the answer. The spirit flooded from Simon into her. It fried her. Lissa was startled. How could it go from Simon to her? Because they're bonded. You said she was bonded to Reed. She is. She's bonded to both of them. Lissa had been too distracted while fighting for her life, but I'd been able to notice everyone's auras through her eyes. Avery, no longer masking hers, had possessed a gold one, just like Adrian and Lissa. Simon and Reed had had nearly identical ones, with ordinary colors ringed in black. They were shadow-kissed, both having been brought back from the dead by Avery. Lissa asked no more questions and simply collapsed into Adrian's arms. There was nothing romantic about it, just a desperate need on both their parts to be close to a friend. "Why did you come?" she asked him. "Are you kidding? How could I not?" You guys were like a bonfire with all the spirit you were wielding. I felt it all the way across campus. He glanced around. Man, I have a lot of questions. You and me both, she muttered. I have to go, I told Lissa. I felt a little wistful at having to leave them. I miss you. When will you be back? Soon. Thank you. Thank you for being there for me. Always. I suspected I was smiling back in my own body. Oh, and Lissa? Tell Adrian I'm proud of him. The academy room faded. I was once more sitting on a bed halfway around the world. Abe was looking at me with concern. Mark also was concerned, but he had eyes only for Oksana, who lay down beside me. She looked a little like Avery, pale and sweating. Mark clasped her hand frantically, fear all over him. Are you okay? She smiled. Just tired. I'll be all right. I wanted to hug her. Thank you, I breathed. Thank you so much. I'm glad to have helped, she said. But I hope I don't have to do it again. It was strange. I'm not sure what role I played there. Me either. It had been weird. Sometimes it was like Oksana had actually been there, fighting right along with Lissa and the rest. Other times, I'd felt as though Oksana had merged with me. I shuddered. Too many minds linked together. Next time, you have to be by her side, Oksana said. In the real world. I looked down at my hands, confused and unsure what to think. The silver ring gleamed up at me. I took it off and handed it to her. This ring saved me. Can it heal you even though you made it? She held it in her hand for a moment and then gave it back. No, but like I said, I'll recover. I heal quickly on my own. It was true. I'd seen Lissa heal remarkably fast in the past. It was part of always having spirit in you. I stared at the ring, and something troubling came to mind. It was a thought that had struck me while riding with the old couple to Novosibirsk, when I'd moved in and out of consciousness. Oksana, a strigoi touched this ring. And for a few moments while he did it was like, well, he was still strigoi, no question. But while he held it, he was almost like his old self too. Oksana didn't answer right away. She looked up at Mark, and they held each other's gazes for a long time. He bit his lip and shook his head. Don't, he said. It's a fairy tale. What? I exclaimed. I looked back and forth between him. If you know something about this about strigoi you have to tell me. Mark spoke sharply in Russian, a warning in his voice. Oksana looked equally determined. It's not our place to withhold information, she replied. She turned to me, face grave. Mark told you about the Maroi we met long ago, the other spirit user. I nodded. Yeah. He used to tell a lot of stories, most of which I don't think were true. But one of them, well, he claimed he restored a strigoi to life. Abe, silent thus far, scoffed. That is a fairy tale. What? My whole world reeled. How? I don't know. He never elaborated much, and the details often changed. His mind was going, and I think half of what he said was imaginary, she explained. He's crazy, said Mark. It wasn't true. Don't get caught up in an insane man's fantasy. Don't fixate on this. Don't let it become your next vigilante quest. You need to go back to your bondmate. I swallowed, every emotion in the world churning in my stomach. Was it true? Had a spirit user restored a strigoi to life? Theoretically, well, if spirit users could heal and bring back the dead, why not the undead? And Dimitri? Dimitri had definitely seemed altered while holding the ring. Had spirit affected him and touched some piece of his old self? At the time, I just assumed it was fond memories of his family affecting him. I need to talk to this guy, I murmured. Not that I knew why. Fairy tale or not, it was too late. I'd done it. I'd killed Dimitri. Nothing would bring him back now, no miracle of spirit. My heart rate increased, and I could hardly breathe. In my mind's eye, I saw him falling forever with the stake in his chest. Would he have said he loved me? I would ask myself that for the rest of my life. Agony and grief flooded me, though at the same time, relief was there too. I had freed Dimitri from a state of evil. I had brought him peace, sending him on to happiness. Maybe he and Mason were together in heaven somewhere, practicing some guardian moves? I had done the right thing. There should be no regret here. Oblivious to my emotions, Oksana addressed my last statement. Mark wasn't kidding. This man is crazy if he's even still alive. The last time we saw him, he could barely hold up a conversation or even use his magic. He ran off into hiding. No one knows where he is except maybe his brother. Enough, warned Mark. Abe's attention was piqued, however. He leaned forward, shrewd as ever. What's this man's name? Robert Doru, said Mark after a few hesitant moments. It was no one I knew, and I realized how pointless this all was. This guy was a lost cause and had likely imagined the whole idea of saving a strigoi in a fit of insanity. Dimitri was gone. This part of my life was over. I needed to get back to Lissa. Then I noticed that Abe had gone very still. Do you know him? I asked. No. Do you? No. I scrutinized Abe's face. You sure look like you know something, Zime. I know of him, Abe clarified. He's an illegitimate royal. His father had an affair, and Robert was the result. His father actually included him as part of the family. Robert and his half-brother grew quite close, though few knew about it. Of course Abe would know about it, though. Doru is Robert's mother's last name. No surprise. Doru wasn't a royal name. What's his father's last name? Dashkoff. Trenton Dashkoff. That, I told him, is a name I know. I had met Trenton Dashkoff years ago while accompanying Lissa and her family to a royal holiday party. Trenton had been an old, stooped man then, kind but on the brink of death. Maroi often lived to be over 100, but he'd been pushing 120, which was ancient even by their standards. There had been no sign or whisper of him having an illegitimate son, but Trenton's legitimate son had been there. That son had even danced with me, showing a great courtesy to a lowly Domper girl. Trenton is Victor Dashkoff's father, I said. You're saying Robert Doru is Victor Dashkoff's half-brother? Abe nodded, still watching me closely. Abe, as I'd noted, knew everything. He likely knew my history with Victor. Oksana frowned. Victor Dashkoff is someone important, isn't he? Out in their Siberian cottage, she was removed from the turmoil of Maroi politics, unaware that the man who would have been king had been locked away in prison. I started laughing, but not because I found any humor in the situation. This whole thing was unbelievable, and my hysteria was the only way to let out all the crazy feelings within me. Exasperation. Resignation. Irony. What's so funny? Asked Mark, startled. Nothing, I said, knowing if I didn't stop laughing, I'd probably start crying. That's the thing. It's not funny at all. What a wonderful twist to my life. The only person alive who might know something about saving Strigoi was the half-brother of my greatest living enemy, Victor Dashkoff. And the only person who might know where Robert was Victor himself. Victor had known a lot about spirit, and now I had a good idea where he'd first learned about it. Not that it mattered. None of this mattered anymore. Victor himself could have been able to convert Strigoi for all the good it would have done me. Dimitri was dead by my hand. He was gone, saved in the only way I knew how. I'd had to choose between him and Lissa once before, and I'd chosen him. Now there could be no question. I'd chosen her. She was real. She was alive. Dimitri was the past. I'd been staring absent-mindedly at the wall, and now I looked up and met Abe squarely in the eyes. "All right, old man," I said. "Pack me up and send me home." Getting from the middle of Siberia to the middle of Montana wasn't easy. I flew from Novosibirsk to Moscow to Amsterdam to Seattle to Missoula. 4 different flights. 5 different airports. A lot of running around. It was exhausting, yet when I handed over my passport to get back into the US in Seattle, I felt a strange surge of emotion in me, joy and relief. Before leaving Russia, I had thought Abe might come back with me and finish his task himself, hand-delivering me to whomever had hired him. "You really are going back now, aren't you?" he asked at the airport. "To the school? You aren't going to get off at one of your stops and disappear?" I smiled. "No. I'm going back to St. Vladimir's." "And you'll stay there?" he pressed. He didn't quite look as dangerous as he had in Baya, but I could see a glint of hardness in his eyes. My smile slipped. "I don't know what's going to happen. I don't have a place there anymore." "Rose," I held up a hand to stop him, surprised at my own determination. "Enough. No after-school specials. You said you were hired to get me back there. It isn't your job to say what I do after that. At least, I hope not. Whoever wanted me back had to be someone at the academy. I'd be there soon." They had won. Abe's services were no longer required. Despite his victory, he didn't look happy about relinquishing me. Glancing up at one of the departure boards, he sighed. "You need to go through security, or you'll miss your flight." I nodded. "Thanks for..." "What exactly?" "His help. For everything." I started to turn away, but he touched my shoulder. "Is that all you're wearing?" Most of my clothing had been scattered around Russia. One of the other alchemists had located shoes, jeans, and a sweater, but otherwise, I was winging it until I got back to the US. "I don't really need anything else," I told him. Abe arched an eyebrow. Turning to one of his guardians, he made a small gesture toward me. Immediately, the guardian took off his coat and handed it over. The guy was lanky, but the coat was still too big for me. "No, I don't need." "Take it," ordered Abe. I took it, and then to my further shock, Abe began unwinding the scarf from around his neck. It was one of his nicer ones, too, cashmere, woven with an array of brilliant colors, more suited to the Caribbean than here or Montana. I started to protest this as well, but the look on his face silenced me. I put the scarf around my neck and thanked him, wondering if I'd ever see him again. I didn't bother asking because I had a feeling he wouldn't tell me anyway. When I finally landed in Missoula 30 hours later, I was pretty sure I didn't want to fly in a plane anytime soon, as in, like, the next 5 years. Maybe 10. Without any luggage, getting out of the airport was easy. Abe had sent word ahead of my arrival, but I had no idea who they'd send to get me. Alberta, who ran the Guardians at St. Vladimir's, seemed a likely choice. Or maybe it would be my mother. I never knew where she was at any given moment, and suddenly, I really wanted to see her. She would be a logical choice too. So it was with some surprise that I saw that the person waiting for me at the airport's exit was Adrian. A grin spread over my face, and I picked up the pace. I threw my arms around him, astonishing both of us. "I have never been happier to see you in my life," I said. He squeezed me tightly and then let me go, regarding me admiringly. "The dreams never do justice to real life, little Domper. You look amazing." I'd cleaned up after the ordeal with the strigoi, and Oksana had continued healing me in spite of my protests, even the bruises on my neck, which she had never asked about. I didn't want anyone else to know about those. And you look. I studied him. He was dressed as nicely as always, with a 3/4 length wool coat and green scarf that matched his eyes. His dark brown hair had that crafted messiness he liked, but his face well. As I'd noted before, Simon had gotten a few good punches on him. One of Adrian's eyes was swollen and ringed with bruises. Nonetheless, thinking about him and everything he'd done, well, none of the flaws mattered. Gorgeous. Liar, he said. Couldn't Lissa have healed that black eye away? It's a badge of honor. Makes me seem manly. Come on, your carriage awaits. Why'd they send you? I asked as we walked toward the parking lot. You are sober, aren't you? Adrian didn't dignify that with an answer. Well, the school has no official responsibility to you, seeing as you're a dropout and everything. So they weren't really obligated to come get you. None of your other friends can leave campus, but me? I'm just a free spirit, hanging out. So I borrowed a car, and here I am. His words sparked mixed reactions in me. I was touched that he'd taken the trouble to come out here, but was bothered by the part about the school having no responsibility to me. Throughout all my travels, I'd gone back and forth in thinking of St. Vladimir's as home, yet, in the most technical terms, it truly wasn't anymore. I would just be a visitor. As we settled into the drive, Adrian caught me up on the aftermath at the school. After the big psychic showdown, I hadn't delved much into Lissa's mind. Oksana had healed my body, but mentally, I was still exhausted and grieving. Even though I'd accomplished what I set out to do, that image of Dimitri falling still haunted me. It turns out you were right about Avery bonding Simon and Reed, Adrian said. From what information we could gather, it sounds like Simon was killed in a fight that Avery witnessed years ago. Everyone thought it was a miracle he survived, not actually realizing the truth. She kept her powers hidden like the rest of you, I mused. And then Reed died later. Well, that's the weird thing, said Adrian, frowning. No one can really tell when he died. I mean, he's royal. He's been pampered his whole life, right? But based on what we could get out of him, which wasn't much, since they're all pretty messed up now, it sounds like Avery may have intentionally killed him and then brought him back. Just like with Lissa, I said, recalling Simon's words during the fight. Avery wanted to kill her, bring her back, and bond her. But why Lissa of all people? My guess? Because she's a spirit user. Now that spirit's not a secret anymore, it was only a matter of time before Avery heard about Lissa and me. I think Avery thought bonding Lissa would increase her own power. As it was, she was sucking up a lot of energy from those other two. Adrian shook his head. I wasn't kidding about sensing that spirit all the way across campus. The amounts Avery had to wield to compel so many people, mask her aura, and who knows what else, well, it was staggering. I stared off at the freeway ahead of us, considering the consequences of Avery's actions. And that's why Reed was so messed up, why he was so angry and ready for a fight. He and Simon were absorbing all that darkness she was producing by using spirit. Just like I do with Lissa. Yeah, except you were nothing like these guys. It wasn't so obvious with Simon, he was better at keeping a straight face, but both of them were totally on the edge. And now, they're over the edge. All three of them are. I recalled Simon staring at nothing and Avery screaming. I shivered. When you say over the edge, I mean totally and completely insane. Those three are going to be institutionalized for the rest of their lives. From what we all did? I asked, aghast. Partly, he agreed. Avery was throwing all that power at us, and when we threw it back and then some, well, I think it was like an overload to their minds. And to be honest, considering how Reed and Simon already were, the stage was probably set for this. With Avery too. Mark was right, I murmured. Ooh. The other shadow-kissed guy I met. He was talking about how Lissa and I might be able to heal the darkness away from each other someday. It takes a careful balance of power between the spirit user and the shadow-kissed. I still don't fully get it, but I'm guessing Avery's little circle of 3 wouldn't have been able to handle that kind of balancing act. I don't think bonding to more than one person is healthy. Huh. Adrian didn't say anything for a while and simply pondered all this. Finally, he laughed. Man, I can't believe you found another spirit user and shadow-kissed person. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, but that kind of thing always happens to you. I can't wait to hear the rest of what you've been doing. I looked away and rested my cheek against the glass. It's actually not very interesting. None of the Academy officials knew about my role in the showdown with Avery. So it wasn't like anyone questioned me when we got back. They were still doing cleanup and asking Adrian and Lissa a lot of questions. Spirit was still such a new phenomenon that no one knew what to think of what had happened. Avery and her bondmates had been taken away for help, and her father had already gone on a temporary leave of absence. Adrian signed me in as his guest, which got me a campus pass. Like all visitors, I was also given a list of where I'd stay and what I could and couldn't do. I promptly ignored it. I have to go, I told Adrian immediately. He gave me a knowing smile. I figured. Thank you, for coming to get me. I'm sorry I've got to leave you, he waved off my worries. You aren't leaving me. You're back, that's what counts. I've been patient this long, I can hold out a little longer. I held his eyes for a moment, startled at the warm feelings that suddenly bubbled up within me. I kept them to myself, though, only giving Adrian a quick smile before I set off across campus. I got a lot of strange looks when I went to Lissa's dorm. It was right after classes had ended, so student traffic was pretty busy with people rushing in or out to get somewhere. Yet, when I passed by, silence fell and people stopped moving and talking. It reminded me of when Lissa and I had been returned to school after running away. We'd been marched through the cafeteria and had received similar treatment from our peers. Maybe it was just my imagination, but it seemed worse this time. The looks more shocked. The silence heavier. Last time, I think people had believed we'd run off as some sort of prank. This time, no one really knew why I'd left. I'd come out of the school's attack a hero, only to drop out and disappear. I think some of Lissa's dorm mates thought they were seeing a ghost. Ignoring the gossip and opinions of others was something I had a lot of practice with, and I sprinted past the onlookers without a backward glance, taking the stairs 2 at a time. I shut myself off to Lissa's feelings as I walked down her hall. It seemed silly, but I wanted to be surprised. I just wanted to open my eyes and see her in person, with no warnings as to how she was feeling or what she was thinking. I knocked on the door. Adrian had said seeing me in dreams couldn't compare to seeing me in person. The same was true with Lissa. Being in her head was nothing like being near her in reality. The door opened, and it was like an apparition materializing before me, some sort of heavenly messenger descended from above. I'd never been away from her for this long, and after all this time, part of me wondered if I was imagining this. Her hand went to her mouth, and she stared at me wide-eyed. I think she felt the same way and she hadn't even had warning of my visit. She'd just been told I was coming soon. No doubt I seemed like a phantom to her, too. And with that reunion, it was like I was emerging from a cave one I'd been in for almost 5 weeks into the bright light of day. When Dimitri had turned, I'd felt like I'd lost part of my soul. When I'd left Lissa, another piece had gone. Now, seeing her, I began to think maybe my soul might be able to heal. Maybe I could go on after all. I didn't feel 100% whole yet, but her presence filled up that missing part of me. I felt more like myself than I had in ages. A world of questions and confusion hung in the silence between us. In spite of everything we'd been through with Avery, there was still a lot of unresolved business from when I had first left the school. For the first time since I'd set foot on the academy's grounds, I felt afraid. Afraid that Lissa would reject me or scream at me for what I'd done. Instead, she drew me into a giant hug. "I knew it," she said. She was already choking on her sobs. "I knew you'd come back." "Of course," I murmured into her shoulder. "I said I would. My best friend. I had my best friend back. If I had her, I could recover from what had happened in Siberia. I could go on with my life." "I'm sorry," she said. "So sorry for what I did." I pulled away in surprise. Stepping into the room, I shut the door behind us. "Sorry? What do you have to be sorry for?" Despite my joy at seeing her, I'd come here expecting her to still be angry at me for leaving. None of that mess with Avery would have happened if I'd stayed around. I blamed myself. She sat down on her bed, eyes wet. "For what I said, when you left. I had no right to say the things I did. I have no right to control you. And I feel horrible because..." She ran a hand over her eyes, trying to dry the worst of the tears. "I feel horrible because I told you I wouldn't bring back Dimitri. I mean, I know it didn't matter, but I should have still offered to know, no." I sank down in front of her and grabbed her hands, still ought to be with her again. "Look at me. You have nothing to be sorry for. I said things I shouldn't have, too. It happens when people are upset. Neither of us should beat ourselves up over it. And as for bringing him back..." I sighed. "You did the right thing in refusing. Even if we had found him before he'd been turned, it wouldn't have mattered. You can't safely bond more than one person. That's what went wrong with Avery." Well, that was part of what had gone wrong with Avery. Manipulation and abuse of power had played a huge role too. Lissa's sobs quieted. "How did you do that, Rose? How were you there at the end when I needed you? How did you know?" "I was with another spirit user. I met her in Siberia. She can actively reach into people's minds, anyone's, not just those she's bonded to, and communicate. Like Avery could, actually. Oksana reached into me while I connected to you. It's really strange how it all went down. To say the least. Another power I don't have," said Lissa ruefully. I grinned. "Hey, I have yet to meet any spirit user who can throw a punch like you can." "That was poetry in motion, Liz." She groaned, but I sensed her pleasure at my use of the old nickname. "I hope I don't ever have to do that again. I'm not meant to be a fighter, Rose. You're the one who charges out there. I'm the one who waits with moral support and post-battle healing." She held up her hands and looked at them. "Ugh. No, I definitely don't want to do any more hitting or punching. But at least now you know you can. If you ever want to practice." "No." She laughed. "I've got too many things to practice with Adrian now, especially after you keep telling me about more and more things that everyone else can do with spirit." "Fine. Maybe it's best if things go back to how they were." Her face sobered. "God, I hope so. Rose. I did so many stupid things while Avery was around. Through the bond, I felt her greatest regret, Christian. Her heart ached for him, and she'd shed a lot of tears. After having Dimitri ripped away from me, I knew how it felt to lose that kind of love, and I swore to myself that I'd do something to help her. But now wasn't the time. She and I need to reconnect first." "You couldn't help it, though," I pointed out. "She was too strong with her compulsion, especially when she got you to drink and killed your defenses." "Yeah, but not everyone knows that or will understand it." "They'll forget," I said. "They always do." I understood her angst over her reputation, but I doubted there would be any truly permanent damage aside from Christian. Adrian and I had analyzed Avery's manipulation and figured things out once we'd paired it with Simon's comment about Lissa having an unfortunate accident. Avery had wanted to make Lissa look unstable in the event Avery somehow didn't have the strength to resurrect her. If Lissa actually died, no one would investigate much. After weeks of crazy, drunken behavior, her losing control and accidentally falling out of a window would be tragic but not completely out of the realm of possibility. Spirits a pain in the ass, Lissa declared. Everyone wants to take advantage of you non-users like Victor and users like Avery. I swear, I'd go back on my medication if I wasn't paranoid now about protecting myself from other Avery-type people. Why'd she want to kill me and not Adrian? Why am I always the target? I couldn't help a smile in spite of the grim topic. Because she wanted you for a minion and him for a boyfriend. She probably wanted a guy who could help escalate her rise in society and couldn't risk killing him in a bonding attempt. Or who knows? Maybe she would have eventually tried him, too. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if she felt threatened by you and wanted to make sure she had the only other known female spirit user under her control. Face it, Liz. We could spend hours trying to figure out how Avery Lazar thinks and get nowhere. True, true. She slid off the bed and sat next to me on the floor. But you know what? I feel like we could talk about anything for hours. You've been here 10 minutes, and it's like, well, it's like you never left. Yeah, I agreed. Before he was a strigoi, being with Dimitri had always felt natural and right. Being with Lissa also felt natural and right, though it was a different kind of rightness. In my grief over Dimitri, I'd nearly forgotten what I had with her. They were two sides of me. In that uncanny way she had of guessing thoughts, Lissa said, I meant what I said earlier. I'm sorry for what I said about acting like I have some right to dictate your life. I don't. If you decide to stay or guard me, you do that by your choice and your kindness. I want to make sure you live and choose your own life. There's nothing kind about it. I've always wanted to protect you. I still do. I sighed. I just had things to take care of. I had to get myself together and I'm sorry I didn't handle it with you very well. There was a lot of apologizing going on, but I realized that was how it was with people you cared about. You forgave each other and moved on. Lissa hesitated before asking her next question, but I'd known it was coming. So, what happened? Did you find him? At first, I didn't think I wanted to talk about it, but then I realized that I needed to. And the thing was, a few different things had gone wrong with Lissa and me before. One had been that she'd taken me for granted. The other had been that I wouldn't tell her the truth and then I'd resent her for it later. If we were going to patch up this friendship and forgive each other, we had to make sure we didn't repeat the past. I did find him, I said at last. And I launched into the story, telling her everything that had happened to me, my travels, the Belikovs, the alchemists, Oksana and Mark, the unpromised, and of course, Dimitri. Just as Lissa had joked earlier, we talked for hours. I poured out my heart to her, and she listened without judgment. Her face was compassionate the whole time, and when I reached the end, I was sobbing, all the love and rage and anguish I'd been holding onto since that night on the bridge exploding out of me. I hadn't told anyone else in Novosibirsk exactly where I'd been during my time with Dimitri. I hadn't dared tell anyone I'd been a blood whore for a strigoi. I had stayed vague, hoping if I didn't talk about it, then maybe it wouldn't be real. Now, with Lissa, I had to accept the reality of everything and truly feel it. I had killed the man I loved. A knock at the door jolted us out of a world that contained only her and me. I glanced at the clock and was startled to see it was almost curfew time. I wondered if I was being thrown out. But when Lissa opened the door after I'd hastily dried my eyes, the waiting dorm worker had a message of a different sort. Alberta wants to see you, the woman told me. She thought you might be here. Lissa and I exchanged glances. When? Now. I asked. The woman shrugged. From the way she sounded? Yeah, I'd say now. Or sooner. She shut the door. Alberta was the captain of the Guardians on campus, and when she spoke, people acted. I wonder what this is about, asked Lissa. I stood up, hating to leave. Any number of things, I imagine. I'll go see her and then head back to guest housing. Not that I'll sleep. I have no clue what time zone I'm in anymore. Lissa gave me a parting hug, one we both had a hard time letting go of. Good luck. I started to turn the door's handle and then thought of something. I slipped the silver ring off of my finger and handed it to Lissa. Is this the ring you owe? She wrapped her hand around it, her face growing enraptured. Can you feel the magic in it? I asked. Yeah, it's weak, but it's in there. She held the ring up to the light and stared at it. She probably wasn't going to notice when I left because I had a feeling she'd be studying the ring all night. It's so strange. I can almost immediately feel how she did this. Mark said we probably had a while to go before we could do the healing they do, but maybe you could figure out how to make charms while we wait. Her jade green eyes were still on the ring. Yeah. I think I might. I smiled at her excitement and tried to leave again, but she caught my arm. Hey. Rose. I know I'll see you tomorrow, but... But what? I just wanted to say, after everything that's happened, well, I don't want us to ever have this kind of separation again. I mean, I know we can't be together every single second and that's kind of creepy anyway, but we're bonded for a reason. We're meant to look out for each other and be there for each other. Her words sent a shiver through me, like we were wrapped in powers greater than ourselves. We will be. No, I mean, you're always there for me. Every time I'm in danger, and you come rushing in to save me. Not anymore. You don't want me to save you anymore. That's not what I meant. I want to be there for you too, Rose. If I can throw a punch, I can do anything. Even though that really hurt. She exhaled in frustration. God, I'm not making any sense. Look, the point is, if you ever have to go off alone, take me with you. Don't leave me behind. Liz, I'm serious. Her luminous beauty burned with determination and purpose. Whatever obstacles you have to go against, I'm going to be there for you. Don't go alone. Swear to me that if you ever decide to take off again, you'll bring me. We'll do it together. I started to protest as a million fears came to my mind. How could I risk her life? Yet looking at her, I knew she was right. For better or worse, we had a bond we couldn't escape. Lissa was indeed tied to that piece of my soul, and we were stronger fighting together than apart. Okay, I said, clasping her hand. I swear it. The next time I go do something stupid that might get me killed, you can come along. Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 30. Alberta was waiting for me in the front office of the Guardian's administrative building. Alberta's role as captain here was remarkable considering the lower numbers of women in our ranks. She was in her 50s and one of the toughest women I'd met. Her sandy hair was showing some gray, and years of working outdoors had weathered her skin. Welcome back, Rose, she said, standing up at my approach. She certainly didn't hug me, and her manner was businesslike, but the fact that she used my first name was a generous gesture for her. That, and I thought I saw a small spark of relief and happiness in her eyes. Let's go to my office. I'd never been there. Any disciplinary issues I had with the Guardians were usually addressed in committee. Unsurprisingly, the office was spotless, everything arranged with military efficiency. We sat on opposite sides of her desk, and I braced myself for an interrogation. Rose, she said, leaning toward me. I'm going to be blunt with you. I'm not going to give you lectures or demand any explanations. Honestly, since you aren't my student anymore, I don't have the right to ask or tell you anything. It was like what Adrian had said. You can lecture, I told her. I've always respected you and want to hear what you have to say. The ghost of a smile flashed on her face. All right, here it is. You screwed up. Wow. You weren't kidding about bluntness. The reasons don't matter. You shouldn't have left. You shouldn't have dropped out. Your education and training are too valuable no matter how much you think you know, and you are too talented to risk throwing away your future. I almost laughed. To tell you the truth, I'm not sure what my future is anymore. Which is why you need to graduate. But I dropped out. She snorted. Then dropped back in. I what? How? With paperwork. Just like everything else in the world. To be honest, I hadn't known what I'd do once I got back here. My immediate concern was Lisa, to be with her and make sure she was okay. I knew I couldn't officially be her guardian anymore, but I'd figured once we were together, no one could stop her from hanging out with a friend. I'd be her hired bodyguard, so to speak, kind of like what Abe had. And in the meantime, I'd bum around campus like Adrian. But to enroll again? I missed a month. Maybe more. My days were scattered. It was the first week of May, and I'd left near the end of March, on my birthday. What was that? 5 weeks? Almost 6? You missed 2 years and managed to catch up. I have faith in you. And even if you have trouble, graduating with low grades is better than not graduating at all. I tried to imagine myself back in this world. Had it really only been a little over a month? Classes, day-to-day intrigue, how could I just go back to that? How could I return to that life after seeing the way Dimitri's family lived, after being with Dimitri and losing him again? Would he have said he loved me? I don't know what to say, I told Alberta. This is kind of a lot to take in. Well, you should decide quickly. The sooner you're back in class, the better. They'll really let me. That was the part I found a little unbelievable. I'll let you, she said. No way am I letting someone like you get away. And now that Lazar is gone, well, things are crazy around here. No one's going to give me much trouble in filing the paperwork. Her wry smile slipped a little. And if they do give us any trouble, I've been made to understand that you have a benefactor who can pull a few favors to smooth everything over. A benefactor, I repeated flatly. A benefactor who wears flashy scarves and gold jewelry. She shrugged. No one I know. Don't even know his name, only that he'll threaten to withhold a considerable donation to the school if you aren't let back in. If you want in. Yeah. Deals and blackmail. I was pretty sure I knew who my benefactor was. Give me some time to think about it. I'll decide soon, I promise. She frowned, thoughtful, and then gave a sharp nod. All right. We both stood up, and she walked me toward the building's entrance. I glanced over at her. Hey, if I do graduate, do you think there's ever any way I could be in line to be Lisa's guardian officially again? I know they've already picked out people for her and that I'm in, a bit of disgrace. We stopped by the outer doors, and Alberta rested a hand on her hip. I don't know. We can certainly try. The situation's gotten a lot more complicated. Yeah, I know, I said sadly, recalling Tatiana's high-handed actions. But, like I said, we'll do what we can. What I said about graduating with low grades. You won't. Well, maybe in math and science, but that's out of my control. You'll be the best among the novices, though. I'll work with you myself. Okay, I said, realizing what a concession that was on her part. Thank you. I had just stepped outside when she called my name. Rose. I caught the door and glanced back. Yeah. Alberta's face was gentle, something I'd never seen before. I'm sorry, she said. Sorry for everything that happened. And that none of us could do anything about it? I saw in her eyes then that she knew about Dimitri and me. I wasn't sure how. Maybe she'd heard it after the battle, maybe she'd guessed beforehand. Regardless, there was no chastisement in her face, only sincere sorrow and empathy. I gave her a brief nod of acknowledgement and went outside. I found Christian the next day, but our conversation was brief. He was on his way to meet with some of his trainees and was running late. But he hugged me and seemed genuinely happy to have me back. It showed how far we'd come, considering the antagonistic relationship we'd had when we first met. About time, he said. Lisa and Adrian get the market share on worrying about you, but they're not the only ones. And someone needs to put Adrian in his place, you know. I can't do it all the time. Thanks. It kills me to say this, but I missed you too. No one's sarcasm compares to yours in Russia. My amusement faded. But since you mentioned Lisa, no. He held up his hand by way of protest, face hardening. I knew you were going to go there. Christian. She loves you. You know that what happened wasn't her fault. I know that, he interrupted. But it doesn't mean it didn't hurt. Rose, I know it's in your nature to rush in and say what everyone else is afraid to, but please, not this time. I need time to figure things out. I had to bite back a lot of comments. Lisa had mentioned Christian in our talk yesterday. What had happened between them was one of her biggest regrets, probably the thing she hated Avery the most for. Lisa wanted to approach him and make up, but he'd kept his distance. And yes, he was right. It wasn't my place to rush in yet. But I did need them to fix this. So I respected his wishes and simply nodded. Okay. For now. My last words made his smile twist a little. Thanks. Look, I've got to head off. If you ever want to show these kids how to kick ass the old-fashioned way, come by sometime. Jill would pass out if she saw you again. I told him I would and let him go on his way, seeing as I had places to be. No way was I finished with him, though. I had a dinner date with Adrian and Lisa, up in one of the lounges in guest housing. Talking to Christian had made me late, and I hurried through the building's lobby, barely taking note of my surroundings. Always in a rush, a voice said. It's a wonder anyone can get you to stop moving. I came to a halt and turned, my eyes wide. Mom. She stood leaning against the wall, arms crossed, with her cropped auburn hair as curly and messy as ever. Her face, weathered like Alberta's from being out in the elements, was filled with relief and love. There was no anger, no condemnation. I had never been so happy to see her in my life. I was in her arms in an instant, resting my head on her chest even though she was shorter than me. Rose, Rose, she said into my hair. Don't ever do this again. Please. I pulled back and looked at her face, astonished to see tears spilling from her eyes. I had seen my mother tear up in the wake of the attack on the school, but never had I seen her outright cry. Certainly not over me. It made me want to cry too, and I uselessly tried to dry her face with Abe's scarf. No, it's okay. Don't cry, I said, taking on an odd role reversal. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. I missed you so much. It was true. I loved Olena Belikova. I thought she was kind and wonderful and would cherish the memories of her comforting me about Dimitri and always going out of her way to feed me. In another life, she could have been my mother-in-law. In this one, I would always regard her as a kind of foster mother. But she wasn't my real mother. Janine Hathaway was. And standing there with her, I was happy, so happy that I was her daughter. She wasn't perfect, but no one was, as I was learning. She was, however, good and brave and fierce and compassionate, and I think she understood me more than I realized sometimes. If I could be half the woman she was, my life would be well spent. I was so worried, she told me, recovering herself. Where did you go? I mean, I know now you were in Russia, but why? I thought. I swallowed and again saw Dimitri with my stake in his chest. Well, there was something I had to do. I thought I had to do it on my own. I wasn't sure about that last part now. True, I had accomplished my goal on my own, but I was realizing now how many people loved me and were with me. Who knew how differently things might have turned out if I'd asked for help? Maybe it would have been easier. I have a lot of questions, she warned. Her voice had toughened, and I smiled in spite of myself. Now she was back to the Janine Hathaway I knew. And I loved her for it. Her eyes flitted to my face and then to my neck, and I saw her stiffen. For a panicked moment, I wondered if Oksana had missed healing one of the bite marks. The thought of my mother seeing what I'd lowered myself to in Siberia made my heart stop. Instead, she reached out and touched the bright colors of the cashmere scarf, her face filled with wonder as much as shock. This is Ibrahim's scarf, it's a family heirloom. No, it belongs to this mobster guy named Abe. I stopped as soon as the name crossed my lips. Abe. Ibrahim. Hearing them both out loud made me realize how similar they were. Abe. Abe was short for Abraham in English. Abraham, Ibrahim. There was only a slight variation in the vowels. Abraham was a common enough name in the US, but I'd heard Ibrahim only once before, spoken in scorn by Queen Tatiana when referring to someone my mother had been involved with. Mom, I said disbelievingly. You know Abe? She was still touching the scarf, eyes filled with emotion once more, but a different kind than she'd had for me. Yes, Rose. I know him. Please don't tell me. Oh, man. Why couldn't I have been an illegitimate half-royal like Robert Doru? Or even the mailman's daughter? Please don't tell me Abe is my father. She didn't have to tell me. It was all over her face, her expression dreamily recalling some other time and place that had undoubtedly involved my conception. Ugh. Oh God, I said. I'm Zimay's daughter. Zimay Jr. Zimite, even. That got her attention. She looked up at me. What on earth are you talking about? Nothing, I said. I was stunned, trying desperately to assimilate this new piece of data into my worldview. I summoned a picture of that sly, bearded face, trying to hunt down family resemblance. Everyone said my facial features were like my mom's when she was younger, but my coloring, the dark hair and eyes, yes, that was the same as Abe's. I'd always known my father was Turkish. That was Abe's mystery accent, the one not Russian but still foreign to my ears. Ibrahim must be the Turkish version of Abraham. How? I asked. How in the world did you get involved with someone like that? She looked offended. Ibrahim is a wonderful man. You don't know him like I do. Obviously. I hesitated. Mom, you must know. What is it that Abe does for a living? He's a businessman. And he knows and does favors for a lot of people, which is why he has the influence he does. But what kind of business? I've heard it's illegal. It's not, oh God. Please tell me he isn't selling blood whores or something. What? She looked shocked. No. Of course not. But he is doing illegal things. Who's to say? He's never actually been caught for anything illegal. I swear, you almost sounded like you were trying to make a joke. I never would have expected her to defend a criminal, but I knew better than most how love could drive us to crazy acts. If he wants to tell you, he'll tell you. End of story, Rose. Besides, you certainly keep your share of secrets too. You two have a lot in common. Are you kidding? He's arrogant, sarcastic, likes to intimidate people, and okay. Maybe she had a point. A small half-smile played upon her lips. I never really expected you to meet this way. I never expected you to meet, period. We both thought it'd be best if he wasn't in your life. A new thought occurred to me. It was you, wasn't it? You hired him to find me. What? I contacted him when you went missing, but I certainly didn't hire him. Then who did? I wondered. He said he was working for someone. Her love-struck, reminiscent smile turned wry. Rose, I brought him. Mazur doesn't work for anyone. He's not the kind of person you can hire. But he said, wait. Why was he following me? Are you saying he was lying? Well, she admitted, it wouldn't be the first time. If he was following you, it wasn't because anyone was making him or paying him. He did it because he wanted to. He wanted to find you and make sure you were okay. He made sure all his contacts knew to look out for you. I replayed my brief history with Abe. Shadowy, taunting, infuriating. But he'd driven out into the night to get me when I'd been attacked, been adamant in his goal to get me back to school and safety, and had apparently gifted me with an heirloom because he thought I'd get cold on my way home. He's a wonderful man, my mother had said. I supposed there were worse fathers to have. Rose, there you are. What's taking so long? My mom and I turned as Lissa entered the lobby, her face lighting up when she saw me. Come on, both of you. The food's going to get cold. And you won't believe what Adrian got. My mom and I exchanged a quick look, neither of us needing to speak. We had a long conversation ahead of us, but it would have to wait. I have no idea how Adrian had arranged it, but when we got to the lounge, there was Chinese food set up. The academy almost never served it, and even then, it just never tasted right. But this was the good stuff. Bowls and bowls of sweet and sour chicken and egg foo young. In a corner garbage can, I saw some restaurant takeout cartons with an address in Missoula printed on the side. How the hell did you get that here? I demanded. Not only that, it was still warm. Don't question these things, Rose, said Adrian, loading up his plate with pork fried rice. He seemed very pleased with himself. Just roll with it. Once Alberta gets your paperwork settled, we'll eat like this every day. I stopped mid-bite. How do you know about that? He merely winked. When you have nothing to do but hang out on campus all the time, you kind of pick things up. Lissa glanced between the two of us. She'd been in class all day, and we hadn't had much time to talk. What's this? Alberta wants me to enroll again and graduate, I explained. Lissa nearly dropped her plate. Then do it. My mother looked equally startled. She'll let you. That's what she told me, I said. Then do it, my mother exclaimed. You know, mused Adrian, I kind of like the idea of us going on the road together. Whatever, I shot back. You probably wouldn't let me drive. Stop this. My mother was firmly back to her old self, no grief over her daughter's departure or wistfulness for a lost lover. You need to take this seriously. Your future's at stake. She nodded toward Lissa. Her future's at stake. Finishing your education here and going on to be a guardian is the yes, I said. Yes, she asked, puzzled. I smiled. Yes, I agree. You agree, with me? I don't think my mom could ever recall that happening. Neither could I, for that matter. Yup. I'll take the trials, graduate, and become as respectable a member of society as I can. Not that it sounds like much fun, I teased. I kept my tone light, but inside, I knew I needed this. I needed to be back with people who loved me. I needed a new purpose, or else I would never get over Dimitri. I would never stop seeing his face or hearing his voice. Beside me, Lissa gasped and clasped her hands together. Her joy flooded into me. Adrian didn't wear his emotions as openly, but I could see he too was pleased at having me around. My mom still looked kind of stunned. I think she was used to me being unreasonable, which, usually, I was. "You'll really stay?" she asked. "Good God." I laughed. "How many times do I have to say it?" "Yes, I'll go back to school." "And stay," she prompted. "The full 2.5 months. Isn't that implied?" Her face was hard and very mom-like. "I want to know for sure you aren't going to up and run away again. You'll stay and finish school no matter what. Stay until you graduate? Do you promise?" I met her eyes, surprised at her intensity. "Yes, yes. I promise." "Excellent," she said. "You'll be glad you did this down the road." Her words were guarded and formal, but in her eyes, I saw love and joy. We finished dinner and helped stack dishes for the building's cleaning service. While scraping uneaten food into a trash can, I felt Adrian beside me. "This is very domestic of you," he said. "It's kind of hot, really. Giving me all sorts of fantasies about you in an apron vacuuming my house." "Oh, Adrian, how I've missed you," I said with an eye roll. "I don't suppose you're helping?" "Nah. I helped when I ate everything on my plate. No mess that way." He paused. "And yes, you're welcome." I laughed. "You know, it's a good thing you didn't say much when I promised Mom I'd stay here. I might have decided otherwise. Not sure if you could have stood up to her. Your mom seems like someone who gets her way a lot." He cast a covered look to where Lissa and my mom stood talking across the room. He lowered his voice. "It must run in the family. In fact, maybe I should get her help on something. Getting a hold of illegal cigarettes. Asking her daughter out." I nearly dropped the plate I held. "You've asked me out tons of times." "Not really. I've made inappropriate suggestions and frequently pushed for nudity. But I've never asked you out on a real date. And, if memory serves, you did say you'd give me a fair chance once I let you clean out my trust fund." "I didn't clean it out," I scoffed. But standing there, looking at him, I remembered that I had said that if I survived my quest for Dimitri, I'd give Adrian a shot. I would have said anything to get the money I needed then, but now, I saw Adrian through new eyes. I wasn't ready to marry him by any stretch of the imagination, nor did I fully consider him reliable boyfriend material. I didn't even know if I wanted a boyfriend ever. But he had been a good friend to me and everyone else throughout all of this chaos. He'd been kind and steady, and yeah, I couldn't deny it, even with a fading black eye, he was still extraordinarily handsome. And while it shouldn't have mattered, Lissa had gotten it out from him that a lot of his infatuation with Avery had been compulsion-induced. He'd liked her and hadn't been ruling out a romantic attachment, but her powers had cranked up the intensity more than he actually felt. Or so he claimed. If I were a guy and all that had happened to me, I'd probably say I'd been under the influence of magic too. Yet from the way he looked at me now, I found it hard to believe anyone had taken my place for him in this last month or so. "Make me an offer," I said at last. "Write it up, and give me a point-by-point outline of why you're a good would-be suitor." He started to laugh, then saw my face. "Seriously? That's like homework. There's a reason I'm not in college." I snapped my fingers. "Get to it, Ivashkov. I want to see you put in a good day's work." I expected a joke or a brush off until later, but instead, he said, "Okay. Okay." Now I felt like my mom had earlier, when I'd quickly agreed with her. "Yep. I'm going to go back to my room right now to start drafting my assignment." I stared incredulously as he reached for his coat. I had never seen Adrian move that fast when any kind of labor was involved. Oh no. What had I gotten myself into? He suddenly paused and reached into his coat pocket with an exasperated smile. "Actually, I already practically wrote you an essay. Nearly forgot." He produced a piece of folded paper and waved it in the air. You have got to get your own phone. I'm not going to be your secretary anymore. What is that? Some foreign guy called me earlier, said my number was in his phone's memory. Again, Adrian eyed Lisa and my mom. They were still deep in conversation. He said he had a message for you and didn't want me to tell anyone else. He made me write it out and read it back to him. You're the only person I'd do that for, you know. I think I'm going to mention it when I write up my dating proposal. Will you just hand it over? He gave me the note with a wink, sketched me a bow, and then said goodbye to Lisa and my mom. I kind of wondered if he really was going to go write up a dating proposal. Mostly, my attention was on the note. I had no doubt who had called him. I'd used Abe's phone to dial Adrian in Novosibirsk and had later told Abe about Adrian's financial involvement in my trip. Apparently, my father that was still an unreal thought, had decided that made Adrian trustworthy, though I wondered why my mom couldn't have been used as a messenger. I unfolded the note, and it took me a few seconds to decipher Adrian's writing. If he did write me a dating proposal, I really hoped he would type it. The note read, "Sent a message to Robert's brother. He told me there was nothing I could offer that would make him reveal Robert's location, and believe me, I have much to offer. But he said as long as he had to spend the rest of his life in there, then the information would die with him. Thought you'd like to know." It was hardly the essay Adrian had made it out to be. It was also a bit cryptic, but then, Abe wouldn't want its contents easily understandable to Adrian. To me, the meaning was clear. Robert's brother was Viktor Dashkov. Abe had somehow gotten a message to Viktor in whatever horrible, remote prison he was locked away in. Somehow, it didn't surprise me that Abe could pull that off. Abe had no doubt attempted one of his trades with Viktor in order to find out where Robert was, but Viktor had refused. No surprise there either. Viktor wasn't the most helpful of people, and I couldn't entirely blame him now. The guy was locked up for life in there in prison. What could anyone offer a condemned man that would really make a difference in his life? I sighed and put the note away, somehow touched that Abe had done this for me, as futile as it was. And again, the same argument came to mind. Even if Viktor had given up Robert's location, what did it matter? The farther I got from the events in Russia, the more ridiculous it became to even consider turning a strigoi back to his original form. Only true death could free them, only death. My mom's voice saved me before I could begin reliving the bridge scene once more in my head. She told me she had to leave but promised we'd talk later. As soon as she was gone, Lisa and I made sure everything was set in the lounge before heading off to my room. She and I still had a lot of talking to do too. We went upstairs, and I wondered when they'd move me out of guest housing and back to the dorm. Probably whenever Alberta finished with the red tape. It still seemed impossible to accept that I was going to be able to return to my old life and move on from all that had happened in the last month or so. "Did Adrian give you a love note?" Lisa asked me. Her voice was teasing, but through the bond, I knew she still worried about me grieving for Dimitri. "Not yet," I said. "I'll explain later." Outside my room, one of the building attendants was just about to knock on the door. When she saw me, she held out a thick padded envelope. "I was just bringing this to you. It arrived in today's mail." "Thanks," I said. I took it from her and looked at it. My name and Street Vladimir's address were printed in neat writing, which I found odd, since my arrival here had been sudden. There was no return address, but it bore Russian postmarks and delivery through global overnight mail. "Do you know who it's from?" Lisa asked once the woman was gone. "I don't know. I met a lot of people in Russia. It could have been from Olena, Mark, or Sydney." Yet, something I couldn't quite explain set my senses on high alert. I tore open one side and reached in. My hand closed around something cold and metallic. I knew before I even pulled it out what it was. It was a silver stake. "Oh God," I said. I rolled the stake around, running my finger over the engraved geometric pattern at its base. There was no question. One of a kind. This was the stake I'd taken from the vault in Galina's house. The one-eyed "Why would someone send you a stake?" asked Lissa. I didn't answer and instead pulled out the envelope's next item, a small note card. There, in handwriting I knew all too well, was, "You forgot another lesson, never turn your back until you know your enemy is dead. Looks like we'll have to go over the lesson again the next time I see you, which will be soon. Love, Dio," I said, nearly dropping the card. This is not good. The world spun for a moment, and I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. For the 100th time, I ran through the events of the night I'd escaped from Dimitri. Every other time, my emotions and attention were always on the look on his face when I stabbed him, the sight of his body falling into that black water. Now my mind summoned up the details of the struggle. I recalled how his last-minute dodge had interfered with my shot at his heart. For a moment out there, I hadn't thought I'd gotten the stake in hard enough until I'd seen his face go slack and watched him fall. But I really hadn't gotten the stake in hard enough. My first instinct had been right, but things had happened too fast. He'd fallen, and then what? Had the stake been loose enough to fall out on its own? Had he been able to pull it out? Had the river's impact knocked it out? All those practice dummies, all for nothing, I muttered, recalling how Dimitri had drilled me over and over to plunge a stake into the chest so it would get past the ribs and into the heart. "Rose," exclaimed Lissa. I had a feeling this wasn't the first time she'd said my name. What's going on? The most important staking of my life, and I had messed it up. What would happen now? Looks like we'll have to go over the lesson again the next time I see you, which will be soon. I didn't know what to feel. Despair that I hadn't released Dimitri's soul and fulfilled the promise I'd secretly made to him. Relief that I hadn't killed the man I loved. And always that question, would he have said he loved me if we'd had a few moments more? I still had no answers. My emotions were running crazy, and I needed to put them on hold and analyze what I knew here. First, 2.5 months. I'd promised my mom 2.5 months. No action until then. Meanwhile, Dimitri was still out there, still a strigoi. As long as he was loose in the world, there would be no peace for me. No closure. Looking at that card again, I realized I would have no peace even if I tried to ignore him. I understood the card's message. Dimitri was coming for me this time. And something told me that I had blown my chance at being turned strigoi. He was coming to kill me. What had he said when I escaped the manor? That there was no way we could both be alive in the world? And yet, maybe we could. When I didn't answer her right away, Lissa's worry grew. "Your face is freaking me out a little. What are you thinking? Do you believe in fairy tales?" I asked, looking up into her eyes. Even as I said the words, I could imagine Mark's disapproval. What kind of fairy tales? The kind you aren't supposed to waste your life on. "I don't understand," she said. "I'm totally lost. Tell me what's going on. What can I do?" 2.5 months. I had to stay here for 2.5 months. It seemed like forever. But I'd promised my mom that I would, and I refused to be rash again, particularly with the stakes so high now. Promises. I was drowning in promises. I'd even promised Lissa something. "Did you mean it before? You want to go with me on my next crazy quest? No matter what?" Yes. There was no uncertainty or hesitation in the word, no wavering in her steady green eyes. Of course, I wondered if she'd feel the same way later when she found out what it was we were going to do. What could anyone offer a condemned man that would really make a difference in his life? I'd pondered that earlier, trying to figure out what could get Victor Dashkov to talk. Victor had told Abe there was nothing anyone could offer that would make him give up the information about his brother's alleged ability to restore strigoi. Victor was serving a life sentence, no bribe could matter to him anymore. But one thing could, I realized. Freedom. And there was only one way to achieve that. We were going to have to break Victor Dashkov out of prison. But I decided not to mention that to Lisa quite yet. All I knew for now was that I had a fleeting shot at saving Dimitri. Mark had said it was a fairy tale, but I had to take the chance. The question was, how long did I have until Dimitri came to kill me? How long did I have to figure out if the impossible was actually possible? That was the real issue. Because if Dimitri showed up before I had a chance to find the dragon in this story, Victor, things were going to get ugly. Maybe this whole Robert thing was one big lie, but even if it wasn't, well, the clock was ticking. If Dimitri came for me before I could get to Victor and Robert, I'd have to fight him again. No question. I couldn't wait for this magical cure. I'd have to kill Dimitri for real this time and lose any chance I might have to bring back my prince. Damn. It's a good thing I work well under pressure. Table of Contents: Vampire Academy 4, Blood Promise Chapter 1, Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4, Chapter 5, Chapter 6, Chapter 7, Chapter 8, Chapter 9, Chapter 10, Chapter 11, Chapter 12, Chapter 13, Chapter 14, Chapter 15, Chapter 16, Chapter 17, Chapter 18, Chapter 19, Chapter 20, Chapter 21, Chapter 22, Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Chapter 25, Chapter 26, Chapter 27, Chapter 28, Chapter 29, Chapter 30.